I decided to cut them down. Suddenly, however, the shaman used the song of the fire dragon, and there was a big explosion behind me. I turned around and realized that all my shadow soldiers had been destroyed, and the shaman was sitting on his throne. Above his head towered a huge dragon head that shot out. The shaman began to tell me that I dared to act so arrogantly with such useless puppets, but I answered him that he was the arrogant one here, not me. I told him that until my mother is exhausted, my soldiers will regenerate over and over again, but the shaman did not share this point of view and declared that it makes no difference. Sooner or later my mother will disappear and it will happen before I can destroy all his warriors. However, I jumped up and flew straight at the shaman, telling him that he would lose his life already at this point. But the shaman used his skill, and a barrier appeared in front of him that I couldn't break. The shaman told me that the more time I wasted on him, the faster I lost my soldiers. I knew I had a couple of strong guys on my side, so he didn't have to worry about my mana. And at this point, the shaman told me that he simply needed to destroy the master. Chaos erupted in the room from the explosions of his techniques. I realized that he was stronger than the two bosses I had destroyed when I did the floor quest. And although Methus was subject to a legion of several thousand dead, his defense was extremely weak. But the opponent in front of me has incredible skills, both in defense and attack. And what to say about the horde of high lessons blocking my way? This is different from the class change quest, and I realized that here I can use my inventory, and potions are available to me. So mana can be restored, and to avoid overflowing my stomach with the contents of these bottles, I'll finish off the shaman very quickly. And it will be a fascinating show. It was time for me to show him my true necromancer power. And as soon as I drank the potion from that bottle and uttered my catchphrase, "Arise, all dead orcs," they began to rise and turn into my shadow soldiers. The shaman was surprised that his warriors had become undead. I began to tell him that there were still quite a few of his warriors here, but that soon they too would become my shadows, and when they were done with them, the same fate would await him. At this point, however, the shaman began to get nervous and couldn't figure out if it was possible that I was the overlord. At that moment, the higher orcs met my shadow orcs, and a battle must have broken out between them. The whole hall rumbled with the sound of blades and axes. The shaman, who was sitting on his throne, didn't understand why they hadn't already stopped fighting. When they finally woke up, there was an echo in each of their heads. Destroy the human race for no reason they should follow the order? The shaman stood up and ordered everyone to go and tear the hunters apart. And after that, the commanders and my shadow commander Iron skirmished with the orc commander. The fight was assertive, and Iron easily held off the high commander's attack. When he struck, Iron blocked him and pinned his sword to the ground. Iron struck him with his head, causing the high orc's helmet to break apart. After that, Aaron's hardest blows to him continued. At the same time, Igris was reflecting against the two high commanders. They decided to surround him. Igris blocked one of the blows and sprang uphill. At the same moment he delivered a crushing blow to one of the orcs. And after that, he once again blocked the second higher orc's punch and threw it away from him. At the same time, in the back of this orc was Iron, who was waiting for something to come to him. And he struck him a powerful blow, from which he flew away to the big ferocious bear, which eventually finished him off. I looked at all this and realized that, by all appearances, my boys were much stronger, and I certainly didn't doubt my words. But my mother was still using up a lot faster than I thought, and the potions weren't helping at all. My shadows would disappear with the flow of power, at which point the hunters, who were not far away, decided to act, too. After all, they couldn't just wait to be rescued. They decided to act and help me. But the shaman noticed this and began to put his skills on them, the Song of Might and the Song of Nainty, from which the hunters began to suffer pain, and the shaman, in turn, began to say that the spectators should stay in their seats, because soon the great Karlakan will silence me once and for all. The shaman tried to put his skills on me so that I would also end up in pain myself. But at this point my skill worked, and there was a negative effect, and all of the shaman's actions were nullified. He couldn't believe his eyes that I was immune to his skills. He didn't understand how I was able to bring it all down. All his curses, but I found him saying that he'd probably forgotten what I told him. He was unlucky enough to run into me, at which point I decided to destroy his annoying shield. After all, my mage had twice as powerful a shield, and the Ma went into action. He unleashed a large fireball, which began to fly toward the shaman, and at the same moment collapsed. The shaman didn't understand how I dared to shatter his defenses. The fight continued in full force, and everyone was involved in this room, where chaos reigned. And at the same moment, the huntress began to enter this room. As she watched it all, she didn't understand what was happening, and she couldn't believe what she was seeing. For there were two armies fighting in front of her, one an army of shadows and the other an army of higher orcs. She knew that a hunter specializing in summoning magic could only hold a couple of these creatures. She could not believe who could summon so many souls. The huntress spotted other hunters who were healing their wounds. She ran up to them and began to ask if they were all right and what was going on here. But the hunters didn't understand what was going on. At that moment, the shaman began to shout at me that my pathetic abilities were nothing before his spells. He started to use his skills, but I didn't care, because I didn't feel anything after his attack. The huntress almost noticed that the worst was about to happen, and asked everyone to stand back. The shaman wanted to swat me like a fly, but giant monsters didn't bring back the best memories for me. He was right on top of a sore spot. And that's when I saw that my mom was already running low, and the shaman was getting into action, telling me to keep my nose clean, just because he decided to play with me a little. I looked at the shaman, and he began to conjure up a huge fire dragon orb. In 1 second his ball flew at me, but I was already on the other side, next to his face. At that moment, my dagger was already in my hand, and I wanted to use it. I stabbed him in the eye with full force, and the fact that he got bigger only made it easier for me. After all, the sorcerer could hardly stand up to an assassin without the help of his guards. He began to agonize in pain, but at this point I'd already launched a great many of my stealth attacks. While I was dealing with the shaman, the investigators from the association began to enter the room and saw my shadow soldiers dealing with the higher orcs. There was a huntress standing to the side, who began to tell the investigators that they had been summoned by that man. The explorer asked, referring to that man, "Did you mean Jin-Woo, who fought the boss of this dungeon?" I realized at this time that normally my dagger was useless for carrying out a critical attack against the monster giants. However, now I decided not to use my dagger. And my fists are the best means to take down such a big orc. He flew aside and fell to the ground. The investigator and Huntress Cha were watching the whole thing. She realized that not only the head John, but also the monitors knew something about her. The investigator began to say that they sensed incredible power coming from these enemies, and they immediately rushed to their aid. But they seem to be doing fine here without them, so all they have to do is watch Huntress Cha defend the dungeon alone. The investigator pondered, looking at me, that I didn't look like a typical Quran melee hunter and yet I could wield summoning magic. He was interested in how many soldiers I could summon. The huntress was also interested and asked who I was. The investigator knew that I was only a minor inheritor, and he said he could tell very little about me. They proceeded to watch as the dungeon boss was nearly defeated, and I stood before him and told him that once Mok lost his defenders, he could no longer win. But the shaman still stood his ground and began to say that it was impossible, for he could not be crushed. But at that point, my shadow soldiers finished him off, and a notice appeared that the Lord was damaged, and my level went up. And once I managed to defeat Boss Silva and the remaining higher orcs from different worlds, I watched the loot appear and wondered if I should take it for myself. I realized that I couldn't do that, since the dungeon belongs to the Hunters Guild, but as compensation I would just extract a shadow. And at that moment I began to extract the shadow from the shaman, and in an instant he began to turn into my shadow soldier. And everyone watching this couldn't believe their eyes at what was happening. And eventually they saw how I was completely able to extract the money. I already had a shaman in my army, and it was easier for me now, because he had become so quiet, not like before. I had an ordinary rank, and he had an elite rank, the rank of an Iranian knight. I had only observed these 3 ranks before, but today I got something new, which was to be expected from a shadow belonging to a dungeon boss. I had to choose a name for my shadow warrior, and I started to remember what his name was, but I couldn't remember. It didn't matter though, I already had something in mind, and I soon gave him the name Fong, and it suited him just fine. The result of this battle paid off. I got the power of the higher orcs, and I can now hold up to 127 shadows in my arsenal. I would free some and add the rest to my own, but suddenly I heard someone calling my name behind me. And as soon as I turned around, I saw the chief of the association investigators in front of me. I was so engrossed that I didn't even notice their presence. Everyone behind me was wondering what I had just done. But I didn't understand how I had gotten myself into so much trouble. At this point, however, the Association and Hunter Monitoring Department was responsible for the confidentiality of all data related to the hunter's wife. Therefore, today's incident must remain secret from the media, and all details will be disclosed as soon as we leave the dungeon. Until then, the investigator has begun to ask everyone to remain silent about everything that has happened. This is where the events take place. These investigators have asked me to follow them, and they will help me avoid possible problems. Just now, I have shown strength beyond the S rank, right in front of one of the best guilds in South Korea. Their job is to help me leave this place as quietly and inconspicuously as possible. The explorer began to tell the rest of the hunters to contact the Hunters Association if they had any questions. However, suddenly the leader of this raid asked me to wait and started saying that if I really have such enormous power, the outcome of the battle with the higher orcs is not unexpected, and he does not care why I went to the rank-and-file carrier. All that matters to him is that they are alive only because of me. At this point they all bowed and thanked me for saving them all. I went up to one of the girls and began to tell her that since she was already alive, she would take the notebook herself about that request. That was it, and we started to leave. The huntress, whose head was full of questions, stood still and could not learn anything. Suddenly one of the hunters came up to her and started asking her why she needed the pickaxe. At that moment the huntress realized that she looked strange with that pickaxe. The next day, in an establishment, Jin-Ho sat in a chair and pondered the fact that today that fateful hour was about to come, and Jin-Woo's future depended on Jin-Ho's decision. As soon as Jin-Woo entered the room, Jin-Ho immediately noticed his clothes, but Jin-Woo replied that it was because he had just returned from the dungeon. After all, he has defended the dungeon tirelessly, even when he has free time. And as Jin-Woo sat down, they began to talk about the fact that while negotiating with his father, one guy showed up and revealed the whole truth about the Red Gate incident. It was the fact that Jin-Woo had saved the members of the White Tiger Guild. That guy said something that shouldn't have been said, and it turns out that if Jin-Woo helps everywhere, then Jin-Ho can become the next head of the guild. But Jin-Ho bet everything on his mentor's decision, and there's no way he would have dared to tell him. But Jin-Woo had something important to say that made Jin-Ho tense. But that same day, just in the evening at the Hunters Guild, a guy started talking about the head that Sung Jin-Woo had come to their raid, and yesterday he was working in the ore mining group, and today he was already a porter. That guy went on to tell the chapter that he had trouble even imagining what he was thinking at the time. But he was sure it was not in his plans to interfere with their raid. After all, when the Lord of the Land showed up, they couldn't lift a finger, much less their defenses. But Jin-Woo, the hunter watching at the time, had no choice but to intervene. The head didn't understand what was wrong with that guy, because first he helped the White Tigers, and now he can summon countless mystical creatures, and his fighting style is that of a hunter-killer. And on top of all that, he can summon newly held monsters into his army, and this is not all new information. What if he's hiding something? And the head decided to ask the guy who came to him, if this young man was so strong, which one he thought would be stronger. So this guy started to answer, to compensate for the weaknesses of the members of the raid, each of us has a certain role in it. And such is also the role of a tank or a support role. The lack of something to put the third one in danger of one of all and all for one is basic, but it's not beyond the realm of reason. So the guy decided to ask the head if he thought he could clean up a high-level ranked dungeon by himself. The head wondered, because it didn't matter how strong he would be, being surrounded by a myriad of monsters. He was unlikely to be able to hold down defenses, and such a thing was impossible, and the nickname Universal Soldier sounded ridiculous in this situation. That guy went on to say that he was in no position to tell him how or who to accept into their guild. However, they just have to recruit this man. The next day, a bunch of reporters were standing around waiting for those stars who had been re-evaluated to come up to them. One of the guys was already sitting in his car near the entrance, watching as many people gathered. It was the best thing for him. His driver began to say that this news would be front-page news in all the media tomorrow. The man Min-sun, who has conquered myriad peaks, has been given a power beyond humanity, and this article was perfect for attracting attention. At this time, the reporters noticed that someone else had arrived, and two people, Baek Hong and Jong In, the head of the White Tiger, got out of their cars. But the head of the White Tiger did not realize that something was wrong with the reporters today. They snapped like they were off the chain. And at that very moment, one of the reporters started asking questions. What was the purpose of their visit to the association? Do they want to recruit Min-sun into their ranks? As representatives of all hunters in South Korea, how do they feel about Min-sun's decision to leave show business? What are their suggestions regarding Min Sun's possible rank? The White Tiger had realized that they were here because of Min Sung. He didn't understand why they chose the association to hold the press conference. He wasn't here because of that guy and told the reporters that he wouldn't comment. The head of the hunters in line started to say that he was sure many of them already knew that Min Sung had a contract with the Reaper Guild, but he himself was here on other business. At this time, the reporters were upset because they thought they were in for a big surprise today. It turned out that the head of the White Tiger began talking to another head about whether he had heard the news about the unpleasant incident in the Hunters Guild that happened yesterday. However, that chapter replied that it was nothing compared to how the White Tiger Guild had lost its hunter and rank. Either way, Jin-Woo supported each of them, and without him, their team would have been destroyed. The two men followed their moral convictions and wanted to attract this man into their ranks by any means necessary. They suddenly started arguing, and one of them said that his guild had suffered huge losses and he didn't think it was necessary to recruit Jin-Woo. The other guy told him, "What are you up to if you're so eager to invite a ranked hunter to join you? Is that why you're willing to declare war or something like that?" The man then told him that he was talking some nonsense and generally when he began to follow moral convictions. At this point their argument was interrupted by another guy who was walking right toward them and started to tell them, "Do you really want to fight for their Min Sun?" That was the head of the Reaper Guild. But the two guys started shouting in their voices that this fool thought something, because that Min Sun, or whatever his name was, they had no interest at all, and the head of the Reapers didn't understand what happened to the two of them. The guy they were gathered here because of was sitting in his car and they were fighting with each other over him, but the driver told him they were ready to start the interview. And at that point he got out of the car and all the reporters started taking pictures of him. But at that point Jin-Woo already showed up and he was standing behind the reporters and didn't understand what all the fuss was about. Jin-Woo wondered if the media was already on top of things. Although, it seems that they are here for a different reason, and besides, because of all the hype, it is unlikely that he can get into the association now. But he didn't wait long and started waking up among all the reporters who were standing around filming themselves reporting. And just as Jin-Woo walked on, some man met him and asked him who he was and why he had come here, and if he could see that there were cameras everywhere and you couldn't block their view like that unceremoniously. But Jin-Woo started to say that he had business at the association, and he got what he was told in return, that he wasn't up to it now and needed to leave. For a minute Dream looked at the whole thing, didn't understand what was wrong with this empty-headed man. He should have understood the situation he was in, and that guard kept yelling at Jin-Woo to leave, because there was no road further. At this point, the president of the association appeared and began to ask them who had so decided that he was not allowed to come in here. "This man is our guest," he said, "Min Sonu, and he must be aware of who allowed them to have a press conference here." Shortly thereafter, Jin-Woo made his way inside with the association president, but Min Sung was annoyed by this, for he did not like the way he had dared to spoil his presentation. He ordered his guard to find out all about that guy, and once the guard left, Min Sung wondered how he could get the crowd's attention back now. He decided to go with the script, enter the building first, and then start the rank evaluation. Min Sun began to talk to the reporters to give him a minute to discuss with the association some details about today's evaluation. But suddenly 3 men blocked his path, and he did not understand what had happened. However, the investigator from the association began to tell him that the association was currently busy re-evaluating another person, and that the approximate time of the end of the session was 11 o'clock in the afternoon. No outsiders would be allowed in until then. Min Sun didn't understand why this was happening, because it was still a full half hour until 11 o'clock, and he realized that it was about the guy who was now personally president. He started to tell the investigator that his evaluation was scheduled for 11 o'clock, and practically all the reporters were already there, and they should let him in because the association president had already been introduced. And why are they refusing him? Min Sun began to quietly tell the investigator that he should be aware of who he was, because his name was Min Sun. But the investigator didn't care and started to say that he could wait until it was his turn. But Min Sun continued to stand his ground and told the investigator that he should be in the know, because the biggest sponsor of the Hunter Association is the Eugene Construction Company, and his father is the vice president of that company, and radio shouldn't support him completely, considering the amounts they donate. Also, the investigators should take a look at all these people. Will they ignore him in the eyes of reporters? And they should realize what consequences are expected for the association. But the investigator replied that it didn't matter. And Min Sun started shouting back, how dare he, because he wants to say that that hunter is better than he is. But the investigator began to take off his glasses and asked if Mr. Min Sun would be able to deal with the consequences. At the same time, Hunter Sung Jin-Woo walked down the hallway inside the building with the president of the association past two S-rank hunters who bowed to them. The association president realized that these two had most likely come here because of Jin-Woo. The association president began to say of the hunter Jin-Woo that he was the first hunter to achieve S-rank in just 2 years. It looks like Hunter Chong-in must be more worried than the rest of us, because he learned about Jin-Woo's power from first-hand accounts. A little later, they were already inside the big building, and some man came up to him and started saying that before they started the reassessment process, they would like to see his basic abilities to establish class and what he specifically uses. And at this point, Jin-Woo began to show how he was summoning one of the shadow soldiers. Soon after, the guy with the glasses was surprised that he could summon a spirit and control souls. But the president of the association began to say, isn't that all he can do, and Hunter Jin-Woo realized that he'd already been burned. Now he had no choice, and this time he managed to get the higher orcs. And as soon as they began to appear, everyone present could not believe their eyes at what they were seeing. Jin-Woo, the hunter, began to say that he could summon about 100 of them. But the man who had tested his skills could not imagine such a thing, for this was the first time he had ever seen anyone summon so many souls. The head of the White Tiger realized that this power came from Jin-Woo, and his power was incomparable to what he had felt when they first met. He realized that Jin-Woo had become much stronger. And just as Jin-Woo began to walk out of that room, he held a card that said he was an S-rank. The head of the White Tiger began to question whether Jin-Woo could stop, because he needed to take some time. But Jin-Woo began to say that he didn't have much time now, as he had some business to attend to, and he had to leave for the exit. However, the two hunters with him were not so hasty, but Jin-Woo understood that they were trying to interest him in their contract terms. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw many reporters standing around taking pictures of him. As soon as I got out and was surprised to be taken outside by reporters who immediately started taking pictures of me, and I was soon on the front covers of all the headlines today. At the same time, my sister and her friend began to be shown that it was her father and he was on TV, but she thought it was some nonsense and what the heck he was up to. But 10 minutes ago, Hunter Min Sun stood in reporter to show his grade, which may not be entirely successful, and he will get a low ranking. Nevertheless, he will fight the monsters to the last drop of blood to repay them for their love, care, and despite the overall result, he will stand up for the residents, as befits a true hunter. But reporters didn't understand why he's ending his career, because even though he is the #1 pop star, and based on the above, he wants to claim that he is ready to give up his #1 pop star title and become a low-ranking hunter. But Min Sun has been plotting everything so that he will only get attention, because he is the #1 star. He started to announce his departure, but the last question he was asked was whether he really wanted to give up everything, even if he was destined for the fate of a low-ranking hunter. He knew it was all a pure lie. He had already been evaluated and ranked. And in 2 years he plans to make a huge amount of money as a hunter. All he has to do is raise the social status of the Reaper Guild. I know the best way to eliminate unnecessary rumors and resolve issues with the army with 2 birds with 1 stone. It doesn't take long for him to drop from heaven to earth and become a hunter, risking his life for the common people. It was a wonderful first-person role, and his zeal is also present here. But suddenly he began to hear the series go crazy and start shouting new news from the association. They couldn't understand why they were being told such news right now, that they had a 10th S-rank hunter. Hunter Sung-in picked up his phone and realized that the association's main page had indeed just been updated, and that guy was the 10th S-rank hunter. The reporters went crazy and started to turn around, because they didn't know that they had previously reported that this morning the rank evaluation room couldn't be used, because it wasn't meant for Min Sung. So, it turns out that the evaluation room had been blocked for the new S-rank hunter, and they now couldn't pass up such a chance to capture the spectacle. All the reporters started leaving the association en masse and started asking the investigators questions. Haven't you heard that there's a new high-ranking hunter? Shouldn't the association investigators have alerted them immediately? They wanted to move on, but they were detained by the investigators near the entrance to the Hunters Association. However, Min Sun, who was sitting on the ground, did not understand why this particular hunter appeared now. At that moment, one of the reporters was beside him and began to tell them to change the headline of tomorrow's article to "From Sorrowful Tears to Happy Tears, a Ranked Hunter." And as soon as I appeared on all the social media platforms and all the news channels, the miners watching the news couldn't understand why they were showing it. It was unclear to them on the news what he had done, since there were so many reports about him. As soon as they started reading the headline that this was the newly minted 10th S-ranked hunter, the guy who had only been talking about him immediately started to pale. Everyone I knew, who was now minding their own business, saw me on TV. At the same time, Jin-Ho's father was reading the news that he had been declared an S-ranked magical class hunter. And shortly after that, my father began to speak. Jin-Ho had time to recruit him, but Jin lowered his head and began to apologize to his father. He began to say that he could not go against his mentor's decision, and decided to start his own guild, inviting him as his deputy. After these words, his father smiled and began to say that his son should know why his father had founded the Eugene Guild, and it was not because of money. After all, as far as money was concerned, he had plenty of it. And did he really think he would create such a huge guild just to make money? It was all about protecting his family. The power and influence of hunters grows daily, and there are even such giants whose power and influence can match that of an entire country. But that's not all. There are monsters known as the strongest hunters, surpassing the strength of S-ranked hunters. They are called national-level hunters. There are already countries where hunters are extolled as kings. And how long does he think the government and the law will be able to protect them? When he created the guild, he had only one goal: to gather reliable hunters in one place, hunters independent of kinship, whose beliefs are tied to making easy money. And it seems his son had already found such a man, and his father began to tell his son that he would leave the guild to him and he should take care of it. And he should make deals only with strong and trustworthy hunters, for they would soon be worth more than any riches. But Jin thanked his father and began to say that he didn't think he could do it. After all, he would join his mentor's guild. I stood in front of the reporters and didn't understand why they were filming me and not the star before me. But the reporters started questioning me. I am an association hunter, and I managed to be part of a very rare group of reawakened hunters. I told them how I was feeling right now. At this time, the head of the White Tiger Guild came up to me and asked me to smile, for the whole country was looking at me only. I realized that it would be rather tedious to indulge the desires of the journalists. The head decided to take me home without further ado, but suddenly I quickly beamed behind the reporters' backs and told them I was fine. The reporters in this line couldn't figure out what had happened. The head of the Hunters Guild started talking about the magical class hunter and how fast his movement was. His eyes didn't even have time to keep track of him. The head of the White Hara, of course, knew he was strong, but that wasn't the problem. His movement just then and there, the magical power emanating from him filled the room. He had become so strong, the current Jin-Woo on an entirely different level. His reawakening must have happened long before that, and the fact that he has become even stronger is not surprising. But maybe it's not a repeat awakening, and maybe he's a hunter, able to continually build up his strength. In the United States, it began to be televised that the first awakening to S rank had taken place in the last 2 years. Hunter Dong-soon, who was watching all this, could not believe his eyes, for he thought he was dead, but it turned out he was alive. At this time, I was showing one of the buyers on one of the floors, and he looked at it and realized that for how many years he has been evaluating artifacts, but in all his life he had never managed to see a live blood-red sphere. He began to ask me if he could really use it to increase his magical power by as much as 100%. And the most skilled artifact masters will only be able to achieve such results with a 50% increase. But they would have to sacrifice their hearts and souls to do so. If Chong'in saw this orb, he would give everything just to acquire such a rarity. He asked where I got it from, but I told him I found it in a dungeon. He could not believe his ears that I could find such a thing in a dungeon, and asked me if I would be willing to put the orb up at another auction house, where they would do everything to satisfy me in price. But I answered him that I would still think about it, for at the moment I needed to clear the demonic castle and create the sacred water of life as soon as possible. Artifacts that could protect me from fire would come in handy. I started to ask another man if I could get resistance artifacts here. After all, I thought they would be hard to get, but that man replied that it was okay. Now they are going to try to find something, but I was surprised at that, since I couldn't find anything online. But the man said that artifacts with resistance to various elements are quite expensive, so they tend not to be put online. Nevertheless, they have something for me that will suit me, since fire magic is the most common among the other types of magic. He asked me to follow him, and soon we were in one of the rooms, where he asked me if I liked anything. I didn't understand if it was even safe to keep such expensive artifacts behind such thin glass. After all, I don't observe any security devices here. The man began to say that this glass was enchanted with magic, and even if a hunter of rank struck it, it would hold. But I didn't believe it was that strong, and the man said that if I didn't believe him, I could check it myself. If I could break the glass, I could pick out any artifact. But I did feel some kind of magical energy enveloping the glass, but I didn't know if it was enough to withstand a hard blow, and in that moment, I wanted to try. Gaining my strength, I took a swing. However, the man started to stop me and told me it was a joke. He warned me that if I had really broken the glass, elite hunters would quickly come running. After all, the auction house had a security contract with them. When I calmed down, I asked him if I could see the daggers here. The consultant who approached me began to show me the weapons that were here. At the same time, another man who was looking at the glass saw cracks in it. I didn't understand where they had come from, but it soon became clear to him that I had managed to damage the glass without even touching it. A little later I started looking at the blades and wondered how much they were worth. However, the consultant replied that one of them cost 30 million. I realized that this blade was worse than the Night Killer, and I wondered why the price was so high, since its characteristics were, at best, comparable to the fang of the basilisk. I decided to take my blade out and show it to this guy to see what he would say about such a weapon. He started looking at it and said that you could see some great craftsmanship here. He also pointed out that I had bought it in a store. After hearing that the price for it would be around 100 million won, I couldn't believe that a blade bought in a store for 2.8 million gold would be worth that much. But I remembered that Kim San's sword, which adds 10 points to a gurney, was worth almost 3 million won, and Jinho's armor was valued at hundreds of millions of won. If I had put the sword and armor up for auction, I wouldn't have had to sell the Sphere of Greed. At this time, in the White Tiger Hunters Guild, the head was sitting and pondering whether it was even possible that a hunter who could build up his power without limits could accurately determine the abilities of others. But Sung Jin-Woo had been much weaker during the Red Gate incident, and now he was much stronger. If he has that kind of power, he should have no trouble creating his own guild rather than joining another. The head wondered what was in store for South Korea's strongest guild if this man continued as he did. He would become the most powerful wherever he was. The next day, the subordinates of the White Tiger chapter watched the news and learned of Hunter Jin-Woo's reawakening. He was able to jump from the C rank to the S rank, while still possessing magical abilities. One of the guys started screaming, saying that his head was going to recruit him. However, that hasn't happened yet, and if he can talk to him again, he can definitely recruit him into his guild. A little later all the reporters were already outside my house and wanted to talk to me quickly. At this time, my sister was looking out the window at all the reporters who surrounded our house. As soon as they noticed her, she crouched down in terror. I went over to her and started to say that I was going to go down and disperse them all, but she asked me to stop, because she knew I definitely shouldn't do that. There is a lot of negativity online related to me, but I didn't understand what I had done wrong. My sister started telling me that I was just ignoring the reporters and not paying attention. She assured me that she was fine, but I should ignore them. Suddenly we heard knocking on our back door. I began to get angry at the fact that they had already come to the brink of insolence and started knocking on the door. I decided to teach them a little lesson. But as soon as I opened the door, I saw Jin-Ho in front of me, who was in tears, and he started saying that his father had kicked him out of the house. But I began to ask him, doesn't he live apart? And he began to say that the villa in which he lived was registered in his father's name. Since that was the case, he began to ask if he could stay with me for the time being. But I closed the door at the same time, and my sister came up to me and asked who it was. I answered that it was the first time I had seen him. Soon after, Jin-Ho started knocking on my door to let him in. But at the same time, Jin-Ho's father was approached by his wife and started asking him if he thought he had gone a little overboard. But his father replied that he deserved it, because if he wanted independence, then let him achieve it himself by inheriting his mentor. It was strange, but suddenly his father's eyes began to twinkle, and soon he fell to the ground. Sung Jin-Woo sneaked into his sister's room while she was sleeping. Watching her sound asleep, he realized that he cherished her very much, even though that annoying girl was keeping him alive. That was why the boy was worried that while he was gone, someone might sneak in on her. The only right thing to do was to summon the shadows. Behind him appeared 3 of Fang's personal guards, huge and intimidating monsters. One of these guys would be enough to handle even an A-rank hunter. But why were there only 3 of them? And then Sung Jin-Woo remembered that the last one couldn't be turned into a shadow because he was stuck in the ceiling. 2 of them he ordered back, because he was going to attach 2 more guards to guard his sister. At that very second, they all hid in different corners of the room. Besides his sister, the boy also wanted to protect the neighbors. Ideally, he should have kept his entire compound, but he could use them more. Climbing to the top of the building, Sung Jin-Woo sat down comfortably to hand out his final instructions. From now on, the 5 knights from his arsenal would be the sentinels of the area. He ordered them to be careful not to be seen by other people. After that, they disappeared into the small streets under the cover of night. Even if assassins did show up, unless they were high-level hunters, they couldn't handle his shadows. Of course, it won't make the city 100% safe, but it will still help the world to be a calmer place. The next morning, as before, Jin-Ho picked up his mentor by car. Sung Jin-Woo was worried about the boy's sleep, because he was the one who kicked him out the door. But in fact, Jin-Ho was delighted with the services of motels these days, so he had no trouble staying there until he found an office for the guild. Sung Jin-Woo was completely disconnected from the conversation and thought about the fact that he was initially skeptical of him, but the fact that he gave up his position as head of the guild and gave up everything made Sung Jin-Woo feel. Lest the driver feel this tension, Sung Jin-Woo leave the car right now. The door wasn't locked, so he just pulled the handle, said goodbye, and got out. Before Jin-Ho looked back, he was gone. So Sung Jin-Woo entered the demon palace again, but now the difficulty would increase dramatically, so this time he came prepared. Before he returned, the Shadow Lord had acquired new items that would protect him from fire. In his bag was now a wind cloak and a nameless ring filled with the power of water. Today his outfit was flawless and his attitude was combative. This time, the system again offered to collect the souls of demons and take the soul of the demon lord on the top floor. For this they offered a rune stone of the highest quality, a performance bonus, and a hidden reward. The reward was much better this time, because the rune stone gives you a new special skill, and you can also get 3 professional skills in such a short time. The system now unlocked floors 1 through 76 and asked where Sung Jin-Woo was going. Without the slightest doubt in his voice, he said the last number. Like a wind, some magical wave picked up Sung Jin-Woo and began to carry him upward. While he was in flight, this incredible world of monsters opened up before him, filling everything he had not destroyed. The first thing he noticed when he finally arrived on the 76th floor was a ball of greed. The demon lord was looming over him and demolishing everything in his path with crushing force. It was hard even to imagine such a sight, 2 impossibly large beings in the midst of a blazing world. But the spectacle didn't last long. It was followed by a massive attack, and as the flames enveloped the entire last floor, the system sent a notification. You have defeated the supreme ancient demon. Sung Jin-Woo guessed that he had previously unseen power in his hands, but until this moment, he didn't even think that he could instantly overpower such a creature. Although the demon now holds the orb of greed, its ability should weaken after it becomes a shadow. This object changes size depending on the strength of whoever uses it. The guy wasn't going to control it himself, so he decided to leave it to Fong. A second earlier, Yumenhan had woken up in the urgent care center. He immediately jumped up on his bed and asked how long he had been asleep. The doctor answered with absolute calm, 2 days. He couldn't believe what was happening, because this had never happened before. He thought he was probably just tired, but he still wondered if the tests had revealed anything. The doctor pretended not to hear the question and immediately asked his own. It was important to him to know if anyone he knew was a hunter or an awakening. Yumenhan didn't like the way he was abruptly interrupted, but after the next question he forgot what he was talking about at all. Have you ever heard of eternal sleep? Everyone knew of the existence of eternal sleep, a disease that arose after the gates themselves appeared and now kills people who cannot withstand magical energy. Under such circumstances, the patient falls asleep and consumes his life force at an incredible rate. Thus, he needs a life support apparatus that uses magical power. Patients who suffer from this disease will feel drowsy and then fall into an uninterrupted sleep. But Yumenhan did not understand even now what this had to do with hunters. The doctor went on, ignoring his wife's frightened look. He asked to be careful with monsters and mana crystals and people emitting magical energy. The fact that the symptoms appeared suddenly meant that someone had stimulated such a condition. So the man in the white coat once again asked if anyone in his family was a hunter. As much as he didn't want to, he had to admit here and now that his son was indeed a hunter. So he realized he was behind the times. He could not lose, for he still had something to lose. At the same time, on an island in Japan, a monster washed ashore by the sea, which everyone had been discussing for the past few months. The mutant ant had managed to make it to land. Until recently, Japan was considered to be the calmest and safest place. Every day the island was patrolled and checked for gates. But it wasn't hard to guess from the active patrol lineup that an old grandfather or two frail low-ranking hunters were unlikely to ever go down into the dungeon. On Nogawa-san's shift today, he was to introduce the newcomer to the basics of their work. Of course, the new guy thought memorizing faces from the villagers and patrolling every day was a mere trifle. But if the gate appeared on this remote island, all humanity would be in great danger, and the two of them would surely be killed. Nogawa-san also revealed a long-established plan. After someone discovers the gate, using the magical energy sensor, they must first send a request to the hunters from the mainland. And since help will arrive in 3 days, accordingly they must find the gate within 3 days. During this useless briefing, the guy noticed a strange creature coming towards them. The two of them were numb, and their tongues became cotton candy, so that it was difficult to utter a single word. What was it? Meanwhile, on the 76th floor, the fire was getting worse and worse, and the dead carcasses of the monsters were getting more and more numerous. Fortunately, the number of shadow soldiers that Sung Jin-Woo could maintain had increased after increasing his intelligence. And if only he could gather those non-demons, his army would be the largest in the world. The Shadow Lord knew that a large army in one group would be very inefficient. That's why he decided to distribute his shadows into groups and start controlling them more expeditiously. He had enough to choose the bosses for his 6 teams, Team Fong, Team Igris, Team Iron, Team Tank, Team High Orc A, and Team High Orc B. Now he could simply order them to spread out according to their groups and destroy the enemies they would meet. But in addition he also asked them to notify him if they found permission to enter. Done, now he paid no more attention to anything and strove to reach the last floor. The system began to send him notifications of new experiences. Such efficiency he didn't even expect, since he sent them not too long ago. Sung Jin-Woo thought this was the height of comfort because he no longer had to wander around and simply waste his time. But more importantly, the guy wouldn't even waste mana until they were all outgunned. He pulled out a bottle of blue liquid and began to drink greedily. His shadows outlasted all the low-ranking demons pretty quickly, so now he needs to drink the potion constantly. A few days later, Sung Jin-Woo had a high-ranking team in front of him, all of his soldiers had leveled up, and hunting in teams was really proving to be many times more effective. So since the last meeting, Tank has gone up 10 levels. After all this fighting he had so little left, only 20 levels. Even though Sung Jin-Woo had made it to the 80th floor after 2 days, he was still worried about the fact that not a single shadow had found permission to enter so far. That meant only one thing: there was a powerful enemy ahead. His mother was flying away at the speed of light, which meant someone was destroying his shadow soldiers. And that enemy must outnumber them, since regeneration was not happening. He looked around and found the place where the loudest screams came from. That must be where Aaron's team is. To think, there is a demon stronger than Aaron. Sung Jin-Woo had no choice but to call off the shadows. But the situation repeated itself the next day because of the constant ambushes. The guy kept scooping up his teams one by one. At that point, he had lost the High Orc A team and the Igris team. The whole situation was rather strange to him, because according to his calculations Fong's team was next in line, but it wasn't the team that was attacked. If his theory that the demons aren't strong enough to overpower Fong is true, then victory is already in his pocket. But this information also implied that the enemy is quite intelligent if he carefully selects his opponents and looks for weaknesses. If he has indeed figured out this cunning plan, the next target will be Tank. On his left side, just the opposite direction this team was moving, and behind them a little farther on horseback galloped a huge column of demons. Even from this distance, Sung Jin-Woo was able to make out the demon helmsman and the 3 demon knights. The situation clearly could not be called controlled, so he simply decided to watch to see what would happen. Gathering all his strength, the knight lunged straight at Tank and cut him in two without the slightest complication. Now everything was falling into place. Now Sung Jin-Woo understood why the soldiers' regeneration could not cope. There were only pieces left of them at one blow. The shadow monsters had no chance against them. The knights swung their spears like wooden sticks, leaving behind a clear battlefield. One of them risked a match with the Shadow Lord, and he even let him get close, but no more. Now it was Sung Jin-Woo's turn to put his enemies on the ground with a single blow. He wasn't even going to waste his strength on them, so he stuck to 2 points, duck, put down. Notifications of victory over the Demon Knights began to come out of the system one by one. And it could safely be called one of the best fights ever, if the guy wasn't outclassing them just by speed. The other Demon Knight had already been seeing him off for several minutes and was scrutinizing his tactics, but he could hardly draw any conclusions based on his opponent's speed. The system sent a notification mentioning his title and third. Although he instantly decapitated 2, the last one was not so easy to defeat. He really wondered if monsters could smell fear. He had often asked himself that question, but now he knew exactly the answer. Finally, something interesting began to happen. Finally, Sung Jin-Woo got an opponent of his level. The whole action resembled some kind of exam, where the students were demonstrating their sword control and quick movement skills. Sung Jin-Woo was already used to high-ranked armor, now he knew that he just had to find the weak areas. It seemed that today it was definitely the forehead, the heart, and the neck. And while he was aiming at these places, he had time in his head to classify the levels of the demons in the tower. He didn't even have to try very hard, because unlike the armor, the knight's weapons were clearly not pleasing. With a quiet crack, the demon lord's sword snapped in two and it was his turn. The boy grabbed his helmet to control his movement and swung sharply. He wanted to end this contest once and for all, but a sound was heard from beneath the ton of iron. It was not the first time he had heard monsters speak, but the first time he had heard them beg for mercy. The knight really raised his hands and froze. Sung Jin-Woo found the voice itself strange, it was gentle and high-pitched. With one sweep he threw his helmet off his head and saw the girl in front of him. She began mumbling something about making a mistake in a panic, begging for her life. There was a look of bewilderment on his face, so he questioned if she was really asking for forgiveness after attacking his soldiers. But she was understandable, too, for it was their clan's duty to protect the area. As much as she cares about life, she can't just take it and let some man kill other demons like bugs. Sung Jin-Woo didn't know how it worked with demons, but he would never ask for mercy from a man who killed his men. The girl made a very valid argument. A knight's duty is to protect his master. If she survives, they will be glad. The hero had never met such a selfish person before, but the fact is that she was not human at all. Sung Jin-Woo thought about her request because he didn't really want to kill her in human form. And while he was busy thinking about it, the monsters saw her chance and rushed forward with her sword. But the shadow that guarded it arose from the ground, as it was supposed to. Again she threw herself on her knees to ask forgiveness. This girl seemed bereft of mental faculties, it was necessary to make the most of her. So Sung Jin-Woo decided to ask if she could get permission to enter. The demon lady told him that the entry permit was guarded by her clan, and if Sung Jin-Woo could get her home safely, she would give it to her. Sung Jin-Woo didn't expect the demons to protect the entry permit, it had fallen out randomly before. But the question was whether or not he could trust her. He leaned toward her and asked quietly, "Can I trust you?" It was as if it embarrassed her white and fluffy. With an angelic look and excitement in her voice, the demon began to prove that she always told the truth. There was no choice, so he set her conditions. If she would give him permission to pass, he would leave the place peacefully. The hunter already knew she was no match for him, so there shouldn't be a problem. And on the remote island of Japan, the demon ant quietly made his way to the center of the city. People who had never dealt with such creatures could not even decide in panic where to run. This creature was as ruthless as it was supposed to be. The ant in human likeness didn't even try to attack stealthily, it was quick and brutal. It stripped its victims and instantly disappeared into the sky. Meanwhile, in the tower, a girl finally decided to introduce herself. Her name was Lady Essel, and she was the eldest daughter of the Raider clan. That was all she had time to say before she was interrupted because no one was interested in her life story. Apparently, Sung Jin-Woo was trying to talk to the demon who was giving her orders, the only way he could find out the truth about himself. The Lord of Shadows asked if she could hear voices in her head calling her to kill people. She was a little surprised, but still answered that they had other voices. In short, they were orders to protect the area they were in. So Sung Jin-Woo learned that the goals of all the monsters are different. The king of the monsters is to kill people, and the goal with the dungeon is to protect the dungeon. It comes out, then, that he indirectly belongs to the gate monsters. Now it was important to know when they began to hear these voices. The demon helmswoman recounted that it happened when she found herself here. Apparently these demons had lived elsewhere before, and this might be a clue to understand the nature of the system. Her answer brought him closer to a clue, but it wasn't enough, so he asked where they were before they were here. It turns out that they are all in the demon world first, and then they are assigned to locations. But the worst part is that in the demon world, everyone is preparing for war. It annoyed him terribly that he had to pull all the information out of her. Sung Jin-Woo was curious as to who exactly they were being prepared for war with. Lady Assel was behaving very strangely, as if the system was in charge of her. From her lips came a clearly generated answer: war against an enemy so powerful that all demons had to unite. And at the most interesting part, their dialogue broke off. The pulses sent a signal that the amount of information allowed had been exceeded. She repeated it over and over again. The same thing happened to Baruka. The system forced a blocking of the dialogue. Sung Jin-Woo began to scroll through her entire history in her head, leveling up, gates, rewards, penalties. Since everything is like a video game, it makes sense that the monsters would have some sort of backstory. Who would be your powerful opponent? The guy asked. At this point it was as if the system began to consume her and Lady Essel was turned off. Sung Jin-Woo barely had time to catch her when she passed out. The system reacted harshly to the identity of the opponent. If this enemy has abstract powers and is trying to affect the hunter or Earth for some reason, then the enemies fought with the demons are the key. Meanwhile, the ant with his wings continued to divide in two people and everything that came his way. The knights valiantly fought this unusual monster. It became clear that this was a clever creature when it attacked the weakest Irang hunters first, and then the healer. The hunters were weakened, for the monster realized that it would get into trouble if the battle dragged on, and it followed a crushing plan. It's worth noting that this whole miserable battle was caught on DVR, as almost no one survived. Needless to say, the guild leaders gathered for an unscheduled meeting and discussed how the mutant ant had infiltrated the island. Wu Jinchul addressed everyone and recounted that the monster had first been discovered on a small island not far from that spot. Furthermore, it had been destroyed and it was not clear how it flew away from there after the hunt was over. The Arang hunter played a decisive role in eliminating the threat. But they lost 4 Irang hunters, a D-Rang healer, and a C-Rang leader. But that was not all, for 294 civilians were killed in the attack, and a total of 108 hunters were dispatched. Since the mutant ant can fly and has the ability to sense danger, the Japanese Hunters Association does not consider the numbers sent to be excessive. This information sent everyone into a panic, because Japan is one of the countries with the most extensive hunter system. Everyone wondered what would happen if mutant ants came to South Korea. On top of that, South Korea has many islands and the guilds can't keep track of every one of them. The head of the Hunters Association reached a verdict: if an ant could fly 150 kilometers to Jeju Island, then they could at least make it to Mokpo. Unfortunately, South Korea doesn't have enough human resources compared to Japan to send hunters to each island. And if they send 1 or 2 low-ranking hunters, they will quickly become fodder. Dark times have come for South Korea, for no one from the big nations will agree to defend them. Earlier, the United States refused to help when the S-Rang gate first opened. Wu Jinchul decided to have a private word with Chairman Goguni after the meeting. He withheld from everyone that someone over secretly contacted them and promised to join the upcoming raid on Jeju Island. It was Huang Dongsu of the Cleaners Guild. The chairman stunned on the spot because this was definitely not a gesture of goodwill. It did not take long for the man himself to reveal his real target, Sung Jin-Woo. Apparently, because of the conflict during the Red Gate incident, they sent a request for denial of entry into the country. But fortunately, Hunter Huang Dongsu was not the only one who contacted them. The chairman changed his face again and raised his eyebrows questioningly. It was the national-level hunter he was about to meet. After a while, Lady Essel opened her eyes. She did not understand what had happened, and so she asked as she fell asleep. Apparently, demons aren't very friendly with each other, her savior replied. Behind Sung Jin-Woo lay a pack of interrupted monsters that tried to attack her. The girl was stunned that he was protecting her while she slept, after all that had been done. After making several attempts to let her down, Essel narrated that the irrational demons didn't consider them as one race, and she thanked him. But that wasn't on the list of useful information, and the guy wanted to know how far away the place was with permission to pass. The demon palace was right above them, so it wasn't hard to get there. They entered through the front door like the guests everyone was expecting. Lady Essel immediately asked the guard where her father was. Although the guard was supposed to observe so-called etiquette, after the phrase "he is in the throne room," the demon ventured to ask what the man behind him was all about. Without pausing for a moment, Essel asked to show some courtesy to this important guest. As soon as the servants opened the door to the throne room for them, the girl said hello to her father and set the fact that she had brought a guest. Sung Jin-Woo's mind was full of thoughts. He realized that if he had made his way here himself, it would have been a battle with the boss. The throne stood against the sun, and so the palace owner's face was hidden in the shadows. But he did not wait long and immediately rushed forward to ask who she had brought here. The hunter began to back away slowly, and Lady Essel continued to introduce them. "Father, this man is our guest," so, she did not finish. He was not at all interested in who this guest was who came to someone's house with an entire army. The boss knew Essel couldn't see it with his own eyes, but countless soldiers lurked in the shadows of this man. The guy didn't expect to have such good insight, just as he didn't expect all the guards to point their blades at him. The truth was on his side, and he explained that he had promised to leave the place peacefully if they would give him permission to enter. Apparently, all the demons around realized that this man who was killing demons at a terrifying rate, and their clan was one of the weakest among the 20 demon clans. It was also rumored that he had defeated Vulcan and Metis, which meant they didn't stand a chance. Father Essel questioned whether permission to pass was the only request. But Sung Jin-Woo was not going to stand on ceremony and asked to take his daughter away for a while. Essel knew where the other permits were and could have led him to each of them. This could not please the master. Their tense conversation moved from the throne room to the cozy table where they were served dinner. Nervously cutting off a piece of steak, the boss wanted to clarify whether they had settled on a permit to pass and a guide. Sung Jin-Woo set aside the cutlery and began pondering how to properly present that it was Essel he wanted. This awkward silence clearly described the mood of everyone present. The deal with the man hurt the monster's pride. But if he had known that this monstrous man was the leader of those shadow soldiers, he would not have fought him from the start. Overcoming his anger, he squeezed out one last question. "You wouldn't put my daughter in danger, would you?" It was quite strange to hear such words from the monster. But Sung Jin-Woo dryly replied that he kept his promise. At this moment, on the golden spread, a footman brought up some kind of scroll and offered it to the guy. It was indeed a pass to the upper floor, and it was in his hands. Without touching the food, Sung Jin-Woo let down and offered to let Essel leave with him right away. Immediately after her agreement, the system sent a request for an invitation to the Demon Nobleman group. This was something new. The group system implied that its members had access to a magical movement circle and could share experience depending on their contributions. But if the amount of experience depended on the contribution, the Shadow Lord was not going to share it with a team member. So without moving away from the starting line, he warned that he would handle himself during the battle. And it was to her advantage, too. A huge pillar of fire lifted them to the 81st level. It was only now that Sung Jin-Woo thought to ask if the girl was okay with going without a horse. But she had no choice, as she said only members of the group could access the movement circle. But in return, she asked to stop for a moment to check if all the contents of her briefcase were intact. Her father had prepared an inn that each of the chiefs would accept, and she was going to show Sung Jin-Woo the bottle of liquor that the head of the Garshur clan loves. Really, he didn't understand why she was dragging it all. "If we take them with us, the negotiations will go more smoothly," Essel mumbled. He turned around slowly and threw a look at her that made it clear he wasn't counting on any negotiations. The hunter reminded her that their clan was unfriendly to other clans. And while clans have always clashed over rankings in the demon world, the Garshur clan is not one they are feuding with. Sung Jin-Woo wasn't going to take her with him, so he ordered her to just wait there and hide. It shouldn't have taken long. It was only a few minutes before fire erupted along with screams from the castle of the Garshur clan. On the other side of the system, a national-level hunter was being interviewed by the Hunters Association. He felt his power over the association, for they needed him more than anyone. The only thing that interested him out of the chairman's entire speech was the fact that the whereabouts of Korea's 10th S-rank hunter was currently unknown. Gwa Gunhee tried to explain that he was very elusive, so their surveillance department was having trouble locating him. Still, the guy dressed as a beachgoer wanted to mock and asked how he could believe them. Certainly the Hunters Association in South Korea was not stupid enough to lie right to the face of a national-level hunter. When the torture was over, the hunter reported that their Hwang Dong-soo had made a little noise in Korea, but because of his title, they were unable to push him. The chairman's eyes lit up angrily. In fact, this guy completely appropriated his Hwang Dong-soo's status as a United States hunter. Well, Sung Jin-Woo was only this stranger's first request. He also came to them to ask them to reject Hwang Dong-soo's entry, which they had done even before he arrived. Thus their conversation ended earlier than it should have. In addition, the tough guy promised to call again if he needed to ask anything else. When he let him down, his companion appeared to have a low complex, though he had no small package. As he said goodbye, he smugly added that he had heard about the Jeju Island situation and would like to help with the raid, but that he was a busy man. In fact, it would be different if South Korea had enough money to hire him. Chief Jin-chul offered to escort him in the form of a hunter from the oversight department. Certainly, he didn't care. And he asked to make sure their conversation stayed between them. Wagunhee's last half hour seemed like an absolute lie, and his offer of help on the upcoming raid seemed like a sham. His subordinate tried to reassure him with information about the confirmation of cooperation with Japan. A hunter from a high-profile Japanese guild is scheduled to visit South Korea today. The castle of the Garshur clan was ablaze and shaking from the terror that Sung Jin-Woo had inflicted. In one fell swoop, he defeated all the demon knights on the ring wall. And just as easily, he silenced the demon nobleman forever. Apparently, the system gives a lot of experience because of their high level, and there was also an unlocked increase in the level of the shadows, Igris and Tank. The monarch returned to Lady Easel and told her the good news. And at the same minute a request for a promotion came in and he approved it positively. The shadows swirled in a whirlpool, intertwining over their heads. Knight Igris was promoted to the rank of Elite Knight, and Tank to the rank of Knight accordingly. Needless to say, Tank didn't officially have a name until then, for he was just a shadow monster. But now the system itself suggested calling him Tank. Igris's aura was so strong that it was visible to the naked eye. Undoubtedly, he gained S-rank power, while at the same time his new knight gained the power of a higher A rank. The girl interrupted his admiration to ask how many clans Jin-Woo had already destroyed. Since this is the 89th floor, excluding Lady Essel's clan, it must be 9. She was horrified. After all, starting from the 9th floor everyone would be controlled by high-ranking nobleman clans, and that's a whole other level. She even had the idea of negotiating with them the same way she had before, with the Raider clan. Apparently this made Sung Jin-Woo laugh, because he replied that if he were weaker, her clan would not negotiate with him. Lady Essel had no idea that he would turn out to be so smart. Stretching his arms before the new fight, Sung Jin-Woo babbled on about his plan. You said there has always been a fierce fight between the clans for wounds. Then I'll raise the Radis clan to the top, he exclaimed. Apparently, at first she was bothered by the misnomer of her clan Raider. But then she blushed when she realized that he was going to spare them. Besides, the girl was curious to know the reason. He looked back to gaze into her lying eyes, and then said quietly, because I liked you. That threw her off. It certainly wasn't something anyone expected, not even him. Just like with Jinho, Sung Jin-Woo was good at getting off with awkward people. On the 9th floor, the difficulty suddenly increased, as did the number of monsters and their levels, which are much different from the lower floors. Despite the increase in my intelligence, this seems insignificant, considering the rate at which I am expending mana. This is just an indication of how often shadow soldiers recover from destruction. On the 97th floor, the fact that I managed to get there quickly means nothing. Even the 4th-ranked Pistols clan and the 5th-ranked Rikadu clan. That girl asked me if other people are as strong as I am. But I told her that Gongyi and Cha are definitely stronger than mere S ranks based on their aura. They are clearly taller and lighter than my Chong'in, who is known as a super soldier. In other words, S ranks are very different from each other. Considering the S rank strength is not limited to winter, the gap in strength is likely to be stronger than the others. At the time, I was comparable in strength to Gongyi, but now that I have ascended to the upper floors, things can change a lot. I asked that girl if she could go back to her floor and I would take care of the rest myself. She was surprised that I didn't need her anymore. This girl was so funny to me until the very end, because she did a great job, and I was very grateful to her. But after a little thought, that girl started telling me that she wanted to come with me to see the outcome of our battle. I didn't change her mind, and eventually we started going into the portal. I told her to do as she knew how, and at the same time 2 hunters, one of whom was an S-rank hunter named Ruji Koto, came out at the international airport. He started talking to the girls who were walking with him, that there was definitely someone strong in that airport, stronger even than Koto-san. Hunter could not believe it, for he knew that such a person would never appear in such a place. But suddenly one of the men came up to them and started apologizing, for he was late because of the huge crowd. But the hunter told him that it was all right, and asked if something had happened at the airport. That guy started to say that hunters from neighboring states had flown to South Korea on a personal matter. So there was nothing to worry about. Ryuji wondered, and then realized that the hunters were from the United States, because it had something to do with the unnecessary situation that was soon to occur. Ryuji met with the president of the association, looked at the man, and realized that he was the only hunter capable of competing with Jinam from Asia. But the association president in turn looked at Ryuji and realized that he was an unusual man. After all, there are currently about 21 S-rank hunters in Japan, and 11 of them are members of Ryuji Kota's guild, called the Naked Blades. Unlike South Korea's structure with 5 different guilds that compete with each other, their one guild holds all the power. And there is no doubt that Ryuji Koto holds the most power in Asia after the guild in China. The girl who came with this hunter began to tell the president that she would be their interpreter, and from then on she would relay Ryuji's words. Because of the disaster a few days ago, they have decided that they can no longer turn a blind eye to Jeonju Island. Consequently, they pledged their full support to South Korea. In general, the reason he came here was to form an alliance of elite warriors. The president was unclear about what he wanted to say, which was to unite to destroy the ant colony. Now that's the best idea ever. And all was right, but the president began to talk about how he knew that the Japanese elite hunters were excellent, but that entering Challenge Island was too dangerous. Ryuji waved at his interpreter before he began to speak, since he was good at Japanese. He began to talk about how, since this was an S-rank gate, they had prepared a proper plan and the data they had collected in their study of the ants. Each ant is equal in strength to a hunter above the Garong, but they have a fatal weakness, their lifespan. Ants live only 1 year. In other words, if they kill the queen, the other ants will die after 1 year, and the island will be free of their presence. The president has thought about eliminating only the queen, and that might seem more realistic than destroying every ant on the island. But getting rid of the queen is no different than destroying an entire swarm of soldier ants. The president began to ask if they didn't know that the ants were willing to give their lives for their queen. But the hunter understood, and they know it. But they would have to break through the defense line of 1,000 ants, but the current would change if they left their anthill. But the president didn't understand if that was possible. But the hunter began to say that this had happened 3 times in the past when South Korean hunters had landed to raid the island. On all 3 occasions, the ants left their tunnels and attacked the hunters. And these were just the results that were confirmed with the magic scanner, and we must now pay attention to the details. 10 of the 11 S-ranked hunters in his guild, including him, are planning to take part in the upcoming raid on the island. And they will take on the role of decoys. In the meantime, the Korean hunters will take care of the queen, and the rest of the guild members will be arriving soon. That's 10 hunters S-rank, including himself. But the president understood that if the 10 S-rank hunters drew attention to themselves, only the queen and a couple of hunters would be left in the tunnel. But Ryuji knew that their hunters would split into teams and launch attacks from all sides, and the ants would rush to the site of their attacks, putting the queen in the tunnel unprotected. The South Korean hunters would infiltrate the island by helicopter and destroy the queen, then leave the island by the same transport. It turned out to be quite possible for the president, but he wondered why Ryuji was willing to indicate support for all but one of the hunters. After all, every hunter in the country has a record of clearing S-rank gates. If you look at their stats after the raid on Jeonju Island, he would need to rise to the point where he would be ranked as a national-level hunter. It won't be weird for him, and there will be a lot of interest in the appearance of a national-level hunter from Japan, since it's an S-rank gate. There will be 10 guild members participating just in case, to minimize the danger to both Korea and Japan, and there is no reason to refuse. It's not exactly the right way to go, but you can't become a national-level hunter without it, and the association president understood that compared to Japan and Korea, he only had 8 S-rank hunters, if you exclude Min Bin, who had retired. In fact, only 6 hunters could participate, and this tactic from treatment would be impossible to execute with only the Korean hunter's strength. The only problem is whether they can successfully destroy the queen and whether they can do it, because no one knows for sure. Perhaps if Hunter Jin-Woo, the man who single-handedly defeated the boss of the A-Rang dungeon, cooperates with other hunters and the ants evolve at an accelerating rate. The president of the association doesn't know exactly when the entire ant swarm will gain the ability to fly, and they can't wait now. The president then began to say that he had it all figured out, and they would present a specific operational plan after reviewing the data. At the same time we climbed to the 98th floor, and at this point my level was 93. Soon after, we were able to reach 100 floors and began to continue on our way. At one point, however, I noticed some strange creature flying above us in the sky, and a terrifying energy was emanating from it. As soon as I looked up, I saw a knight sitting on a great white dragon. It was the Demon King Baron, and I felt his unusual aura. After reviewing this data, they will present a specific operational plan to eliminate him. The girl who came with me felt an incredible thirst for blood, and she had never seen the Demon King in person. But her whole being literally responded to the fact that it was him, the ram. I realized that his terrifying aura could be felt even by Yesel, who stood there shaking with fear. Still, this flying monster would only get in the way, and I looked at this dragon and realized that this was the first time I encountered demonic creatures of this type. So there are other forms of transportation here. I realized that since it wasn't a demon, I could get another shadow. And at the same moment the Demon King, the ram, began to use his army skill. Out of nowhere a huge number of portals appeared, from which demon soldiers began to be summoned. There were extremely many of them, and they were approaching from all sides, surrounding us. I realized that these demonic knights and generals were at least of high rank, and there were at least 100 of them. I realized that a whole horde of demons had gathered in front of us, and they were finally acting. Alice asked me what we were going to do, but the monsters were getting closer and closer. Alice began to get nervous and yell at me to do something. But I told her it was too soon, we needed them to get even closer. As soon as they had us in the ring, she began to activate her Overlord Monarch skills, and with a shout, my shadow soldiers began to appear and destroy anyone who stepped into their shadow. All the copies they had in their hands began to attack the demons that surrounded us. At the same moment Alice couldn't believe her eyes at what was happening now, for this was the first time she'd ever seen such a battle. My shadow soldiers kept killing them. But the three demon generals began to move right at me, and at the same moment a large bear and my shadow soldier appeared and launched their attack. Igris, who appeared from behind, jumped on one of the demons and managed to kill it. One of my supreme soldiers, Fawn, began to activate his skill, Song of Annihilation. His wondrous aura appeared in front of him and began to destroy everyone in his field of vision. It was incredible for Alice, because she was beside me and had reached the top floor with me. But only now does she see me actually fighting. However, this area belongs to the demon Kurals, and Fawn is an intruder, someone who must be destroyed. She didn't understand and began to wonder which side she should take. But at that moment her thoughts began to get lost, because the demon lord, Baron, activated his skill and thunder erupted in the sky. Lightning started coming from the sky, striking all of my shadow soldiers, and I realized that it wasn't just lightning, but a massive spell with a stun effect. At that moment, however, I was able to activate my buff, and the elemental damage effect was nullified. Thanks to my immunity skill, I began to realize that if it wasn't stopped, all the shadow wars would turn to nothing, and my mother would immediately dry up. At the same moment I jumped on the building next to me and was able to get closer to the dragon. First I need to get rid of its wings, so I launched an attack. At that moment, however, the Demon King, Baron, blocked my strike and threw me back to the ground. I landed forcefully on the ground, my bike slid across it, and all the rocks started flying apart. I looked up and saw the Demon King Ram begin to spew lightning from his mouth, which flew straight at me. I managed to turn away in time, however. I realized that he was very fast, and that he would soon get to me. It was a good thing my cloak absorbed damage, but only within its limits. Suddenly I saw flames flying toward the Demon King. That flame used a Fong to cover me. Well, as the Fong and the Demon King began to diverge in different directions, because a collision of such terrifying power could not go in a straight line, and I, sitting on the ground, watched it and realized that I had not given him the orb for nothing after all, which increases the attack by 100%, and it was worth it. With that Fong attack, I was able to knock down the dragon, which fell to the ground toward me, and I saw the Demon King begin to get up. But I was relieved that he was already on the ground. After all, I was tired of watching him from the bottom up, and now there would be a battle between the two strongest bosses there are on the 100th floor. But there are actually skills that do not consume mana, and the Lord's Touch and Shadow Wars are just that. The Lord's Touch controls and affects physical objects, but the effectiveness depends directly on the weight of the object. Although this skill does not consume mana at all, the same is true for warriors, as those I save in the mist no longer need to be recalled, but things change when they are destroyed by the enemy. Soldiers begin to consume mana to regenerate. If A's mana supply runs out, they go back to my shadow. This is why it is so important to increase intelligence to maximize your mana supply. This monster has huge ones. I can say the same about his fighting power, as he controls his warriors. Given the fact that they do not regenerate, he needs a lot of mana to summon them again. When the Demon King was already on Earth and walking in my direction, he used that punch again, which was aimed directly at my subordinate, Fang. However, the Fang activated his Song of Protection skill, and I realized that I was gradually losing my mana, and he wasn't giving me a chance to recover it. Now I need to think about how I should fight next. And besides, it takes a lot more mana to regenerate high-level fighters, and yet I can't give them up. I need to finish this fight before my strength runs out. In the meantime, while I was pondering, my shadow commander, Iron, began to fight the Demon King. However, the Demon King's strength was 10 times greater than Iron's, and as soon as Iron wanted to strike him, he threw his axe aside and began to attack him, resulting in Iron's defeat. There was a player who flew to the Demon King and started to attack him, but the Demon King grabbed his big sword. Just like with my previous commander-in-chief, he was able to overpower him. After that big bang, the player dissolved into small pieces. At the same moment, I realized that I needed to act while my commanders-in-chief distracted him. I immediately activated my skill, Deathstroke. However, the Demon King was suddenly able to parry it. As he parried my blow, he grabbed my head with his other hand and lifted me into the air. And now the Demon King wanted to finish me off and swing his big sword. But at that moment, the swords of my commanders-in-chief were able to parry it, and at the same moment, I inflicted mortal damage right into the heart of the big Demon King. Something strange began to happen. The Demon King began to lose his mind and shout, "You're all around." From this his aura became so powerful that it threw us all aside, and all my shadow soldiers began to disappear. I was able to shield myself from the aura emanating from him. When I opened my eyes, a Demon King appeared in front of me, holding 2 large blades in his 2 hands. He wanted to fight me, but I wasn't that easy either. I had 2 deadly daggers, which I was going to use right now. We stood looking at each other, and at the same moment, we clashed in a vivid battle. The Demon King started to attack me first, but all his attacks were in vain. I had a good grip on my daggers, and I could easily parry all of his attacks. So I decided to activate my Deadly Strike skill again and started attacking him back, but he also parried my attacks. At this distance I was faster, and with my quick attacks I was able to wound him, but suddenly he used his strange magic again, and the attack enclosed in lightning bolts went off. I parried this attack with my blades and threw it back into the sky. But with that attack, my daggers also flew away, and the Demon King was ready to strike me one last time. However, I was able to grab both of his arms and realized that his power was very great, and he had an endless supply of mana again. After all, he used it to attack me with this strange blow from his mouth. But suddenly I saw some kind of blade come and smash right into his head, flying off to the side. I couldn't figure out what had happened, but it was Alice, who was standing nearby and threw her weapon right at him. As a result, the Demon King began to pay attention to her by turning his head. And then I realized that this was my chance. I would put all my power and strength into my skill, the Lord's Touch, and strike him one last blow. As soon as I swung, I started screaming that I would end him with a single blow. I hit him on the head with full force. So I inflicted critical damage on him, and at the same moment the Demon King was destroyed. Alice was very excited about the way I destroyed him. As soon as the Demon King fell to the ground, the notification system showed me that I had collected all the demon souls, and my quest was complete. After that, I fell to the ground, and Alice was excited about it. She started to run to me, but I asked her to go and tell her father that the Radio Clan was now the very first. And as soon as I defeated the Demon King, all the clouds cleared, the sun began to shine, and at the same moment my shadow soldiers began to collect mana crystals that were lying everywhere. I also managed to find the Demon King's ring and the Demon King's half-sword, as well as the Demon King's blade. And last, and most interesting, was the Demon King's purified blood. With the Demon King's ring I finally unlocked all the effects of the set, and no doubt the items in the set are quite useful. This is the item of greatest value right now. I was able to discover the ingredient, the purified blood of the Demon King, and I finally got it. This blood has incredible magical energy. It persists even after purification. To offset the negative effects and use it for medicinal purposes, you need to mix it together with other ingredients, such as a fragment of the world tree and spring water. Alice didn't understand and started to ask me if everything was okay, because she was watching me start to do something strange. I tried to create the holy water of life and began the process of creating it. The successful creation of items, as well as their quantity, depends on the intelligence of the creator. I understood that the higher the intelligence, the better the result. Knowing this in advance, I would have spent points on other characteristics. Alice began to ask me what I was talking about now with regard to the way I created the item, and she was sure that I would succeed. Time began to run out, however, and there were literally seconds left when the item was successfully created. I was very happy, for I had finally succeeded. It took only a small portion of the Demon King's blood and a fragment of the world tree to create the item. But the spring water of the forest was completely used up. I realized that I needed only the extract, not the whole ingredient. And holding the holy water of life in my hand, I now understood what it really looked like. It was a mysterious potion that, because of its magical power, could cure any disease, and it would only work if you drank the entire contents. I hoped that it would really help my mother. I wanted to go to the hospital right now and check it out. But suddenly I saw Iron dragging the dragon, which was lying nearby, toward me. I was intrigued by what he was doing. And when I saw the dragon, I knew that he had finally wised up. And as soon as I uttered my word rise, the dragon turned into a shadow and became my shadow soldier. I knew I couldn't collect the souls of demons, so the wyvern option seemed quite possible. I had to choose a name for my soldier, but I began to remember what his name was, but I couldn't remember what it was. But Alice realized that I had a bad memory for names, so I called him Kaisel anyway, hoping that he would give us a way to get to her clan in no time. But I didn't think we'd have to traverse every floor to get out of here, and it would take too long. Or perhaps we could have reported back at once, and Alice's father would have thrown a banquet at once, with untold joy. But what bothered me was that I hadn't even collected the rewards for the assignment. I saw that my rewards were high-grade runes and extra characteristic points, plus 30. And the last reward turned out to be a hidden one. I was interested in the rune exchange stone. It was an ability that swapped the user and the selected shadow soldier. The ability would not be able to be reactivated until 3 hours after use, and the wait time would vary depending on the level of the ability. This was a pretty cool ability for me. Even if the shadow soldier was on the other side of the world, I could still switch places with him. There was teleportation. I turned around and started saying we did a good job, apologized to Isil and told her that it looks like she'll have to go back to her clan alone. The radio clan is on the 8th floor and she won't have to go far. I started activating my Neva exchange ability and started teleporting. And as soon as I evaporated, my shadow soldier was left there, who also didn't understand why he was abandoned. As soon as I appeared in my world, I realized that I was in the vicinity of my neighborhood, and this ability really worked. But the next time I would not be able to use it until 3 hours later. I knew I had to get to my mom in the hospital as soon as possible, so I summoned my dragon Kaisel and started flying him straight to the hospital. At the same time, the investigators from the association began showing video footage sent from Japan, and it was recorded by a magic camera found on a Japanese satellite. These were recordings from the association president's first, second, and third attempts, and they showed, as Ruji had said, that all the ants, except the queen and her guards, were leaving the nest during the attack. Initially, the fact that the appearance of ants is constantly changing is evidence of their evolution with each generation. However, the sentinel ant is concerned about their lifespan, which is about a year. On the other hand, high-ranking dungeons always have several bodyguard monsters protecting bosses. The question arises as to the likelihood that they will not return to the nest before the scheduled time. The researcher began to answer the president of the association that they could use a frequency jammer. These ants are capable of communicating with each other on a special frequency, and the Rugrats planned to confuse them with the jammer. The president realized that they should only worry about the queen and her guards. Suddenly, however, the association president suspected something strange. He began to say that he had just felt a magical wave reaching him from such a distance. He wondered what it could be. The association president then asked if they had contacted Jan-Woo the hunter. However, the investigator began to say that they were doing everything they could to find her, not the other way around. In one of the tents, the head of the White Tiger Guild began to ask his interlocutor if he felt the same way he did now. But Min the hunter began to say that even though he was retired, he still had his wounds with him. They wondered what was going on now, but Hunter Min began to say to forget about it, and most likely that the other hunters were tearing each other's throats out for guild shares or something like that. Then the head of the White Tiger Guild said, "One time like that, then let's have another drink." Hunter Han sat drinking with the hunter healer. He looked at him and realized that this guy was unusual. For he had an equally peculiar sense of humor. This hunter was the first S-ranked hunter to resign for no apparent reason. More accurately, he was not the first, but the only one of his kind. How could he give it all up, considering how much an S-rank hunter could earn? He did not look like a rich man, but the hunter healer began to ask the head of the White Tiger if he was going to go to that island. And even after he saw that hunter die, that bitch, he said that's why he should go. If they let it go, then fate would befall the courier, too. But the hunter healer wondered since when he became so patriotic. But the head of the White Tiger answered that it was nothing of the sort. He had simply decided that with such a beautiful pretext, he would go where he was going anyway. But the hunter healer began to say that he refused and would never go there. If he came to persuade him, it was in vain. The head of the White Tiger replied that he just wanted to see him, for there was no telling when they could meet again. But the hunter healer began to say that he was now preparing for his teacher's exam and, so to speak, planning to become typical. He's meeting with a construction company that's recruiting outstanding hunters to start their own guild. And he gets an invitation, too. They offer him a position as head of the guild. And since he retired, he's received many similar offers from other companies. And even so, where everyone is drenched in blood, it's not for him. That's why he wants to qualify as a teacher. He was interested in subjects like Korean history. Do you need teachers for such a position? But in his mind he wondered why, of all the subjects, he chose Korean history. And he answered that he already knew that, because he loved historical dramas. The hunter healer began to say that it would be wonderful if wars only went on in history books. But the head of the White Tiger answered him that he was right and that there was nothing wrong with him, and that the hunter healer didn't seem to have it in him. Although, when you think about it, there really aren't many hunters who don't like to fight monsters. There are some among healers, too, but they prefer not to heal instead. And is it possible that only those who are skilled in battle can reawaken? In the meantime, I was finally able to get to the hospital. Through the window, I made my way to the room where my sick mother lay. I realized that if nothing else, there was probably nothing I could do. Whether she would drink the holy water of life or not, it would not guarantee that everything would be okay. But I had seen just how miracles were accomplished through a system of stories that other people wouldn't believe in for anything. And even the fact that I've been able to get this far isn't scary. If I trusted her again, I leaned over, pulled out a vial, and began to approach my mother. But at this point, my hands began to shake with worry. Would it all work out? I exhaled and started pouring the healing water into my mother's mouth. That's when I noticed the scar on her face and remembered that my goal was only to wash her hair. I had accidentally doused her with boiling water, and it was my fault that she had that scar. I sat there reminiscing about the past, but at that time my mom started to change. I noticed that her skin color had become normal, and I wondered why she was still not awake. I started to ask her to open her eyes, because we only had one reason to get stronger, and she had to wake up and let me take care of her, all the hardships she was going through. I hoped it would make her feel better. At this time, my sister was sitting in her apartment, unable to concentrate. But soon she went outside and started walking somewhere. She noticed that the air in the evening was so warm, and it was because summer should be starting soon. Soon I was sitting next to my mom, hoping she would wake up. Suddenly I heard her start to talk to me. Once she was fully awake, she asked me, and I told her that it had been 4 whole years. She kept asking me how my sister was doing, and I told her she was fine. But at the time, my hands were shaking incredibly with happiness that she had finally recovered. My mom started thanking me for keeping my promise, and because she was sick it was a hard time for me, but at this point I couldn't hold back my tears and started crying holding my mom's hand. A little later, the head physician learned that the patient with the disease of sleep deprivation had woken up. It was a real miracle for him. The assistant who came up to him began to say that the patient's guardian was demanding immediate discharge from the hospital, and they didn't know what to do. But the doctor began to say that he disagreed, because her condition was still unstable. Besides, she had been unconscious for 4 whole years, and it was premature to say anything about being able to move around on her own. But the assistant began to explain that her condition was stable and it was as if she had not been sick for 4 years and her health was not in danger. She could walk unaided. The doctor didn't understand how she could be okay after being in bed for 4 years. Well, the assistant suggested that it was due to the life support machine. After that, the doctor wondered, and even if that was true, such a hasty release was not good for them and they needed to tell the whole world about the case. But the assistant said the same thing, but the guardian refused. He was an unusual man and started talking about an S-ranked hunter who had recently come to South Korea and his name was Jean. At the same moment the doctor turned around and began to say that they had no right to hold healthy patients against their will. And so, of course, they will let her be discharged. At the same time, my sister came into the room to meet my mother. My mom looked at her and realized that she had grown so much in those 4 years. But my sister started crying and went to hug her mother. None of us could hold back our tears. I watched the whole thing and realized that my efforts were not in vain. I think this long-awaited reunion is like a reward for all the hardships and trials I went through working as a hunter. I've often wondered if I'm constantly drifting away from them just because anxiety is eating away at me from the inside. A little later, I went outside, sat down on a nearby bench, and forgot all about my phone. While I was in demonic confusion, I had a lot of missed calls, but I figured that whoever needed to call me back would. But suddenly I saw a news story about yesterday that said that a monster had been spotted in the sky, but there was no sign of a breakthrough. I didn't want to lie, and everyone was wondering where this monster was headed. The Hunters Association gave no comment, and people began to wonder if they could live safely in Peace City. I realized that even the slightest stupidity of mine could become the most talked about event. But suddenly I got a call, and when I picked up the phone, I realized that the chairman of the association himself was calling me. I began to ask what had happened, and the chairman began to explain that he was already sure I had heard the news. But I didn't understand what he was talking about. I immediately began to say that it was probably about my dragon, because rumors spread very quickly. I apologized and said I would be more careful in the future, but he didn't know what I was talking about. I realized that he wasn't calling me because I'd flown the dragon the previous night, so I started to ask him what had happened. After all, I had just arrived, and I was out of touch. The chairman began to say that I really wasn't up to date, and it would be more convenient for them if he came and we discussed everything face to face. But I said that I would come and see them myself. A little later I was already at the main association building, and the chairman started telling me that the raid would begin in 2 days, and they would go to the island of these ants once and for all. And they would need my help to do it. All the citizens want to go back to this island, and the chairman suggested to me, would you like to join them? I started to think about how I would definitely have said yes before, since this place is just crawling with high-level monsters. But now I got to be with my family, and suddenly I felt an incredible magical power. The chairman asked me what was wrong. I told him there was nothing wrong, but there must be a guy passing somewhere between the hunters. The chairman smiled and realized that, as expected, I had good instincts. I could sense the power of the hunters at that distance. He began to say that the S-Rang hunters were actually warming up in the gym, and they only had 4 days left before the raid on the island. And the Ryuji, his Japanese hunters, are there, too. And as soon as I heard that name, I asked the chairman again about that Ryuji guy. He's talking now, and the chairman replied that I got it right, and it's the name of the strongest Japanese hunter that even the most ordinary citizen has heard of. And I must see for myself that this is where he is. At this time there was a sparring going on between 2 hunters who began to wrestle. One of them was definitely stronger and in an instant threw the other hunter over his hip and he fell to the ground. One of the hunters began shouting that young men like theirs had to put in a lot more effort. They kept fighting over it. The aura inside the room was terrifying. At this time I was watching the whole battle, and it was unusual for me to see all the hunters of such a high level in one place. The magical energy I had felt earlier was emanating from them. At the same time, a hunter called Absolute Weapon started walking up to us, and he started saying that we hadn't seen him in a while. I started asking him, watching this fight, what he said. It turned out that Hunter Baekhyun wasn't using all his power, but why was he hiding it? After all, Hunter Dongwook is clearly not the kind of opponent to relax with. But he replied that it would be rather impractical to show off all of his abilities when there are so many eyes around. After all, President Beck turns into a real monster when he fights, and I realized that the rumors about his transformation were true after all. And the people who were gathered there, they were hunters from the Glory Guild, one of the top 5 guilds in the nation. With assets in Khan territory, they are sure that the Glory Guild ranks 4th, while the White Tiger and the Reapers are at the top. I looked up at Ryuji Goto and realized that he was that S-ranked Japanese hunter. But at the same moment, other hunters took notice of me, and one of the girls started asking me who the hunter on the balcony was. Another girl, associating me with Hunter Jin-Woo, who had recently obtained S-rank status, also paid attention to me. But he didn't realize if I really had the assassin class, because he started to feel my power even though I was trying to hide it. So he wondered, is it possible that I am an excellent hunter of the assassin class? The translator girl who was near Ryuji started telling him that I belonged to the magic class, and it was officially confirmed information. The other hunters also started to look in my direction and guessed that this was the guy who had thwarted Minsung's debut. Hunter Cha looked at me and realized that this was why the air had changed so much. And it was all because of me. Another girl who was wearing a special mask started telling a guy who looked like an S-rank hunter that she looked like him and was standing Korean Hunter 10, Orang. But that guy started replying to her not to talk to him, because he's about to throw up from all those hunters. This masked guy noticed the Cha hunter and started guessing that there are people in South Korea with the same sensitive sense of smell as him, and she uses a regular handkerchief to neutralize the smell, so her sensitivity level is much lower than his. If he suddenly walks up to her and starts talking, wouldn't it look like he has a crush on her? He would if he knew Korean. Hunter Ryuji stood with his translator and she started asking him if it was really better to be in South Korea. They didn't seem to be their equal, but Hunter Ryujin started to ask her why she thought that, and she started to say that she had witnessed Gata-san sweeping the dungeons many times and other S-rank hunters didn't interest her anymore. But Ryuji started telling her that that wasn't true at all, and there was still one capable hunter here. Her name is Cha, and she's another fire hunter. He, and only these two can be compared to their best fighters. But suddenly the head of the Knights Guild started talking, and the translator just said that she thought he wouldn't understand what she was muttering there in her Japanese. But for this guy, Japanese was a second language he had learned in high school. However, the translator decided to ask who he was, and it turned out to be the head of Jiangsu. But this was the first time she had heard that name. It was all because he was a Ranka hunter, and because of that, she might not have known about him. However, the Night Guild was one of the top 5 guilds in South Korea. The translator didn't understand who Jong-sun, a rank hunter from South Korea, was and decided to ask him if he would join the raid on Jeonju Island. She had heard that only S-rank hunters would participate. However, Jong-sun was part of the defense squad responsible for blockading the island, and it was a very important role. But the translator didn't care about that as it was a relief for her. After all, they can't rely on A-rank hunters for such an important task. Ryuji started telling the translator that if she was causing trouble, she should stop right now. Soon after that, Jong-sun turned around and left, saying that after all, what could a girl translator know? But she heard that and started telling him that he wanted to see with his own eyes what she was capable of. The interpreter girl was very serious and decided that he could not say that he could defeat the hunters who had only come here as an interpreter. Jong-sun started to tell her to stop looking down on him. But as soon as she told him that he was of the non-combatant hunter class, he started to get angry. At this time, I was standing on the balcony watching along with a hunter called Absolute Weapon, and I realized that South Korea and Japan would be fighting orange hunters amongst themselves, and it would be quite entertaining. Things got heated downstairs, and Jong-sun started saying that we should set up a couple rules to start with. It would be much better than the usual pugilism. The rules were simple: the first one to grab the other's wrist wins, and if he grabs her first, she loses. The translator realized that if she started attacking, she would be caught and he would lose too, and she needed to think carefully about every move she made, because this rule implied mental activity as well. Jong-sun was already ready, but the translator didn't like what he saw. Jong was ready to fight her in that pose. However, he replied to tell her not to worry, because he wouldn't need to use his hand except to grab her. She realized that he was very confident in his speed and decided to start. She rushed with all her speed straight at him, but he dodged every attack she made. At that same moment, she decided to prove to him that she wasn't bluffing and was ready to decisively end this sparring right now. And as soon as she swung her arm, she saw that Jong-sun didn't want to just attack like that. He decided to make just a light thrust and was sure that she understood it herself. But she replied that she didn't fully understand his dialect, and more importantly, it wasn't cool at all to stand in that pose. After all, his entire crotch is literally visible as his pants were torn between his legs at this point. And at that very moment, she sprang into action and took a swing at him. But Jong-sun grabbed her wrist and started telling her that she was too slow. And at that same moment, the sparring was over. She didn't understand how this could happen, but Jong-sun started to say that she was the kind of person who follows the tank, and it was incredible not to see that her experience in fighting people was extremely low. After all, stuff happens in Korea, and sometimes you have to fight people, and in the worst case scenario, you have to kill them. And she'll regret it if she doesn't take that into account. Unlike monsters, people's movements are much harder to read, and if she had a knife in her hands, it would have slit her throat instead of grabbing Ruji's wrist. Watching this, he started to say that it was a pretty good sparring session, and he asked his translator if she could relay the message that she wanted to address everyone here. And she began to translate that he had an idea that he wanted to propose to the Koreans in the name of strengthening their relationship. How about we spar using the same system as the S-rank hunters? I started going down with the president of the association, and he started saying let's exclude magical and unusual classes because they would be harder to evaluate. We also decided to add a couple rules. Whoever grazes their opponent's back or knocks them to the floor will be considered the winner. Instead of a one-on-one duel, we are offering a group competition. In other words, it doesn't matter who their opponent is. When the translator conveyed all of this to Ruji, he began to realize what it meant that the team that was the first to knock out a member of the other team would control the move. The hunter-killers would have a huge advantage if they followed the previous rule. He replied that he agreed to have South Korea fight against Japan's 4 hunters. I stood there watching and realized that Ryujin didn't seem to have decided to participate. He wants to observe them, and anyway, it's not every day you get to see a fight between S-rank hunters. And it's a good thing I came here today. One of Japan's hunters started to speculate that he could draw some conclusions about their strength based on their recent fight, but it seemed to him that this guy had an ace up his sleeve. The girl from Japan's squad was also watching and realized that this was a 4x4 battle, which meant her opponent would be the other girl across from her, and so they had already decided to start sparring. One of Japan's hunters realized that his opponent was capable of transforming into a giant, and he would surely enjoy the battle, relying only on pure strength. It would be great, just great. That's what a real man should be like. They clashed in a fierce battle and decided to see who would be the stronger of the two. At the same moment, the other hunters also began to fight, and one of them noticed that the other was very fast and confident in his speed. If he got even a millimeter closer, he would be finished. But luckily for him, he specializes in long range and attacks. He threw his magic arrow that flew at the opponent. They continued to fight, but some had an advantage in strength. The president of the association looked at all of this and realized that this training center had been built and fortified with powerful magic stones. Average hunters wouldn't be able to leave a dent here, as these guys had made a mess of the place in literally seconds. Letting these youngsters participate in the battle is a rather unfortunate decision, as their opponent is the strongest S-rank hunter. They must be wary, as he can not only grab their arm, but also break it. At this point, one of the Japanese hunters realized that his opponent was using cheap tricks, and no one said he would follow the rules and only aim for the arms and back. After all, he decided that only the strongest would survive here. And at one moment he approached his opponent. He wanted to deliver a bloodthirsty blow, but he backed away and threw himself aside. His opponent realized it was bloodlust. I wondered why he had retreated. And most likely, he was just scared. But the masked guy started to say that he was overexcited again, because being a hunter was not for him. His opponent started to reflect that he wasn't wrong, and his name is Kumamoto. He doesn't even know if he is a great tactician or just a coward, but still, he decided that he is particularly aggressive. Ruji seems to want to see the level of their abilities with this guy, but the Korean Association hunter has decided that his opponent is ready for what's about to happen. After all, if he's going to treat him like a guinea pig and just a little bit, he's going to get a lot more serious. His masked opponent realized that his eyes had changed, and to him it was horror. For he no longer wanted to be here. The hunter from the South Korean Association started moving straight at him with amazing speed. And as soon as he threw one punch, the man dodged, and he realized that he was more cowardly than he thought. His awakening was going to put him at the top among all S-rank hunters. The spectators who were watching all of this realized that they were even bigger monsters, and compared to them, his battle was just child's play. But suddenly, there was a loud sound and everyone saw that the big guy from the South Korean Association was toppled to the ground, and he couldn't believe his eyes because it was the first time for him. At the same moment, the other South Korean Association guy was also pinned against the wall and his hands were grabbed. Now there was a battle going on in which four were fighting too, and the Japanese Association was in the majority. However, the hunter from South Korea was unwilling to give up and began to tell them who would attack him next. He knew that whoever fought him would regret it. At the same time, a battle started between the two girls. Huntress Cha attacked with amazing speed, and her opponent didn't expect her to be so fast. But it wasn't just that. The opponent couldn't find a gap in Huntress Cha's defense. She used to be called a dancer, and she earned this nickname due to her agile movements that resembled a dance. This trait allowed her to incapacitate her opponent very quickly. However, due to her guild leader's ban, she no longer used this nickname, so only a few people know about it. Huntress Cha swung, and with that speed, her opponent's cap flew to the side. At the same moment, the huntress moved behind his back and touched his back. Once she was done with that girl, she decided to hurry up and help her partner, Baek Yun, who was fighting against the two. But at that moment, the third hunter approached her and started to say that he knew that those two could not be bothered with, so he decided to deal with Hunter Cha. As soon as he approached her, she reacted and started attacking him with quick movements right on his face. Those who were watching all of this couldn't understand what had happened. After all, it looked like arrows shot from a machine gun. They didn't realize how many times she had struck her fist, maybe around 10 times, even more. Such a large number of punches in such a short period of time made it impossible for him to block them. At this moment, the huntress realized that she had overdone it a bit, and Hunter Kumamoto was covered in blood from those punches. From that moment on, he began to get angrier and angrier, and being in that state, he became completely different. And it wasn't even a change of personality, he was just losing his mind. And at the end of the fight, he didn't remember anything. He could use not only forbidden techniques, but also attack even his allies. And in the end, in a ranked dungeon without outside help. But if he's involved in conquering rank gates, then him waking up as an S rank doesn't make any sense. Ruji started talking about how if anyone from the Korean team was in danger, they should be stopped immediately. He only wanted to check on them, but the translator started telling him that if he wanted to restore him, it was best to do it right now. After all, they wouldn't be able to afford compensation for the damage done. And as soon as that guy got angry, he was already standing there looking at Hunter Cha with his terrifying gaze. The huntress realized that he was too fast, and his punch was already flying straight at her. As soon as he hit, he was surprised that his foot was stopped and there I was, covering the huntress. I started telling her that it was just a competition and his bloodlust was going over the top. I asked the huntress if she minded if he interfered. But that guy got even angrier and started attacking me. In an instant, I was able to grab his arm and twist him, putting him on the ground. Ruji, who was watching all this, didn't realize what kind of move this was and asked his translator if she was sure he was a magic class hunter. He started to say, "Hunter Cha, I think the best solution right now is to accept the Korean team's defeat." And I agreed, because it looked like Hunter Beck had also been caught. However, I realized that the gap in their skills was quite large, and even if he reincarnated, it wouldn't change anything. Suddenly, I heard someone start talking to me, and it was Ryujo. The translator started translating that he wanted to fight me one-on-one. I looked at him and realized that it was an aura permeating everything around him. Even without an interpreter, I can understand what he's trying to accomplish and what he wants. On his own, he wants to find out what I'm capable of, but I don't know what his motives are. But this is just a way to find out how strong I've become since the demonic castle. Ruji looked at me and didn't understand why I was smiling, and at that moment, the translator started to tell him that Jin-Woo accept his offer, but only on one condition. He said he would accept his offer if he fought at full strength. The other hunters didn't understand what was going on here, but Ruji was curious since they had a high-ranked healer with them now. This fight shouldn't lead to serious consequences. He started to say that he liked that suggestion and asked the healer to take care of the wounded, especially himself, and pointed a finger at himself. At my place, the other hunters with the Korean Association started speculating that this was the little-known 10th hunter. And one of the hunters couldn't believe that this youngster would fight the very Ruji go-to, the Cha hunter. She started to ponder that nothing would happen since he had single-handedly cleared the rank dungeon and killed 100 higher orcs. But suddenly Hunter Beck started telling her that she was doing pretty well despite having so many hunters around. She replied to him that she couldn't be constantly distracted by her charms, especially when they arrived on the island. In response, she started to ask him that he had said that he was already familiar with the hunter Jin-Woo and maybe he should stop this fight, but he replied that it was logical since it was about Ruji himself personally fighting. However, for the same reason as herself, he wants to watch this fight, so he won't interfere, because the very thought of this fight excites him. If Jin-Woo can build up his power, then perhaps he has become much stronger than he was in their last encounter. At this same moment, I decided to start our fight, but I didn't expect my opponent to act before I decided to start. His hand was already near my face, but I successfully dodged it. I was also very fast and as soon as I gave myself away from him, he attacked me before I even finished speaking. But Ruji was sure that I wasn't magic class, after all those nimble movements and silent gait. He began to ponder that I wouldn't be able to fool him, and decided to reveal all my secrets, continuing until he knew everything I was hiding. I looked at him and realized that he wasn't like the other hunters at all, and there was a much greater power lurking within him. But his so-and-so wasn't a hindrance to me at all, and as I smiled after dodging his attacks, my opponent began to get angry. The Japanese hunters, while watching this, pondered, should they stop this fight? After all, Ruji took this battle with complete seriousness, and he had very intimidating attacks. The other hunters could barely keep up with them. But Hunter Jin-Woo was holding up quite well, and not everyone could dodge so many blows from Japan's best hunter. Hunter Cha pondered on the fact that Hunter Jin-Woo was not holding back despite the endless attacks from Ruji. It was as if he was taunting him, thus provoking him. At the same moment, the hunter called Absolute Weapon returned and he noticed this battle and realized that something interesting had happened while he went out for a smoke. Ruji kept attacking and didn't realize if he could even dodge this attack or if it was just a fluke. He realized that as long as he wasn't fighting at full strength, there was no positive outcome to this battle, so he changed his mind and decided to just kill me. And at that moment, I received a notification from the system that I began to feel someone's overwhelming bloodlust in the immediate vicinity. I realized that if I played for even a short while, the system might give me an emergency quest, like it did in the battle with the warden in one of the dungeons. And after his last attack, just a little more and I would have lost an eye, but he didn't realize what a crazy power that was. After all, he might as well have caught my wrist, but before he started, grabbed my arm instead. He got mad and thought I was messing with him. But at this point I wasn't sure I had him right. But if I had grabbed his wrist, our fight would have been over immediately. But I knew he didn't want that either. As soon as I got serious, we swung, and the earth beneath our feet began to tremble from our swings. The other hunters didn't wait and decided to stop us. And as soon as they got close, they started holding our hands, and one of the hunters built a wall of ice. One of the hunters declared that this was enough. After all, this man would be leading the Japanese hunters in a few days, and they could not take responsibility if he was suddenly hurt. As the duel went beyond the bounds of reason, one of the hunters asked the interpreter to end the practice battles. Hunter Beck came up to me and started saying that maybe he shouldn't have gotten involved, but I replied to him that it was fine. Another hunter smiled and said that not only did I manage to stand up to Ruji, but I only got away with a single scratch on my cheek. He went on to say that my body is very strong and I have a great physique like magic class hunters. But they are short on fighters. He suggested to me, if I haven't joined anywhere yet, why don't I join their hunters? But another hunter who was standing on the balcony started yelling at him that Jin-Woo's hunter was also magic class. I stood there and realized that I had gone a little overboard. I now know the strength of all the hunters gathered here. In addition, I noticed something else. Most of the hunters among them, none of them noticed my shadow soldiers, and that's despite them being high-level hunters. I was even surprised that Ruji couldn't sense anything. I started talking in the head of the Hunters Association about what he was asking. Would I participate in Shinju Island? The president of the association couldn't believe what he just heard, but at this time, the interpreter started asking Ruji if he was alright. He felt strange somehow and was looking at the ground, because something happened after that battle. The next day in the White Tiger Guild, Hunter Beck sat in his chair and pondered whether it was possible that being twice awakened had limitless growth. Also, how much a Jin-Woo hunter would cost them. But he realized that it was useless to try to invite new hunters into the guild right now. However, there are still ways to contact them. And now it was time for Plan B. As soon as his phone rang, he saw the final list of participants, which would take place in 4 days. And there was no Hunter Jin-Woo in Tomsk. Which he couldn't believe his eyes. Well, at the same time, Hunter Ruji was on the phone and told Hunter Matsumoto that there was a pretty capable hunter in Korea too. But he heard back that he was probably weaker than him, and Ruji started to say that he didn't even know his name. Matsumoto asked what his name was, and Ruji replied that it was Hunter Jin-Woo. And he had reawakened and had just recently gotten his rank. But Matsumoto first said that it was kind of weird because there was no such name, and Ruji didn't know what he was talking about. And he started to say that the final list of Korean hunters participating in the raid just came in, and these 6 people will be leaving in 4 days as part of the Korean team. Ruji couldn't understand why the president couldn't form a team without an artificial hunter with an orangutan. But it didn't matter anymore, because there are 16 hunters participating this time and there shouldn't be any problems. Ruji realized that he was worried for nothing, and would call again when the raid started. But at the same time, on that island where the hunters will be going in 4 days, the queen of the ants was saying that they should leave that island because there is no food here and the ants are eating other ants. There is no food on this land now to feed the people of the kingdom, and it can't go on like this. They need an even stronger army, the strongest soldiers, to protect the people of the kingdom and the kingdom itself. They will make the enemy tremble in fear of them. That ant, who was in the egg and was the biggest, began to say that he would make the enemies tremble with fear of him. He must make his enemies tremble with fear of all the ants, for he must become much stronger than anyone else and become the strongest. And as soon as he emerged from his egg, streams of strong energy began to erupt on this island, accompanied by a terrifying aura. But a little while later I went and got my mother and my sister and we arrived at the apartment. However, the apartment was a huge mess. As soon as we walked in and I saw it, I realized that while I was in the demon castle, the place had turned into a mess. But my mother started saying that household chores after 4 years are no big deal. After all, they would clean up all together. We started to clean up, and my mother told us that this house was already quite old, and a lot of dirt had appeared in places that weren't really visible. I answered her that we had been living here since we were kids, so it was no surprise. But suddenly my mother asked me, and while she was sleeping, I happened to hear nothing about my father. I answered her that I hadn't heard, because if I had told her that I had also become a hunter like my father, I wondered how she would have reacted. There's a reason why it's taking Mom so long to leave this apartment. Even though I've already made more money than people usually realize, and there's a reason why we still live here. My mom is still waiting for my dad, who is missing, and suddenly he'll be back here, in this house, at the same time. One day one of the guys started talking about ants and their terrifying rate of development. Each new species of ant especially dominates all the previous ones, and they call this evolution. What everyone sees on the screen now are the ants from the first and second raids. When they first appeared, they were crawling around like normal ants. If you look at them now, their appearance is different only because they are huge. Now this is the appearance of the ants filmed during the third raid. These ants can walk upright like humans, and the huge head is noticeably smaller, allowing them to move nimbly. They can use their 4 legs as arms. In just 2 years, the specifics of their species have changed dramatically. A recent image of an ant that caused a lot of damage in Japan raises concerns. They have become even more human-like, but they now have huge wings on their backs. They are now able to fly, and that was one of the reasons why the Korean team joined this battle. Of course, if the opponent is such a monster, most hunters would want to run away. However, there was a hunter who dared to participate. Even though he had retired, I was walking down the street and reading the comments on my phone. It said, "Why is Jin was named missing from the Korean list?" And just because he became S rank doesn't mean his character has changed. There are ranks that will forever remain within a person. Some people started to scoff that I had wet myself and ran away, but I didn't care. However, I realized that Jin would be worried, so I decided to call him and ask him if he was still living at the motel. He replied that he had found a new place not too long ago, and luckily his mom had contacted him. He suggested that I walk with him and see the place. As soon as we met, he started telling me that the first thing I needed to start a guild was an office, and he chose the best one near my house. I asked him if it was too big for the 2 of us, but he didn't understand what I was saying. After all, a guild head, a deputy guild head, and a staff member, there should be at least 3 hunters to make a guild. I realized that we needed to hire 1 more person. And I wondered if among the hunters I knew, there would be someone who would join us so we could start a guild. But suddenly Jean told me that someone was looking for me, and it was a man who spoke English. He said he would be in Korea until July 17th and hoped I would contact him, but I didn't realize who it could be, a foreigner speaking English. After all, I am not familiar with such people. And at this point I made some obscure joke and started telling Jean that I needed to go home, and at that very moment I, being in my seat, saw my shadow soldier in utter horror. I sensed that some man was threatening the girl with a knife and yelling at her if she peeps anything she will die immediately, because she has no idea how many people died here. She was crying very loudly and begging him not to kill her, but he looked at her with a horrifying look and said that this neighborhood was just the way he liked it. But I was already behind him and started telling him that I liked this neighborhood too, and I was wondering why he was doing this. I asked him, but he turned around and started asking me why on earth I decided to teach him. I realized he wasn't in the mood for a friendly conversation. He started moving right towards me with his knife in his hands and saying it was all so much fun. And just as he was breaking a sweat, he touched me with his shoulder. He wanted to throw body blows at me, but he ended up failing. I started telling him that I think I understand these feelings. However, if you give in to that temptation even once, it won't be easy to go back to your old life afterward. I took his knife and stabbed him in the leg so he couldn't run away. I started to tell him that I was still hoping to get home before it got too dark. As soon as that girl ran away, I started telling him that if he would turn himself in before midnight if he wanted to live. I ordered my shadow soldier to follow him. If he didn't voluntarily surrender by midnight he would be killed. I started to leave with the words that I hope he survives. I don't know how much patience this orc will have. I was leaving and realized that finally tomorrow would be the beginning of paradise on the island. The next day, the helicopter with the hunters headed towards the island. Hunter Ruji sat on his chair and watched his phone, but he couldn't hold back the trembling in his hands, for at that moment, he felt the aura of death that was approaching him. When he fought Jin-Woo, he took his hand to his face and began to tell himself that he had become too sensitive. There were 2 destroyers and 4 frigates sailing behind them on the coast of China and on the coast of Taiwan, near Chinju Island. In addition, there were 12 frigates with hunters stationed in the north of the island. One of them, even if you let them weaken for even a second, would attract the attention of the ants, who would immediately attack them. The other hunter started to ask his mentor if he thought it would work against them. But he replied that if they didn't try it, they wouldn't know. The Knights Guild was here for that very purpose, for their defense team must take care of any creatures that might get to the mainland by flying past them. Elsewhere, one of the hunters started saying that he would leave the rear on the other guys since they are all from the guild and are staying here. The deputy guild master could take care of the combat training, but he didn't understand how to envision it. After all, he is only a guild deputy master in words. But the hunter began to tell him that their successes had only increased because of him and his knowledge, as well as the expansion of their scope of work, all of which were his merits. However, he felt very fake sending his head to the front lines and asked him to return unharmed. At the same time, some hunters started yelling over the phone how they could send their star who had recently joined them. After all, if anything happened to her, the guild would not be happy with them. While hunters from each guild were distributed throughout the south at the request of the Hunter Association, if Right is successful, no one wants the surviving ants to infiltrate the mainland. The head of the association with a hunter in rank A, 10 hunters in rank D and below protect the state's territory. Hunters who have retired and awakened hunters who have decided not to be hunters have also stood up to defend. Their number is about 5,000, which corresponds to 1/10 of all awakened hunters in the country. There were other hunters flying in one of the helicopters, and the guy who was a cameraman from the official press started saying that his title entailed broadcasting the hunters professionally, and this raid would be broadcast live across the country. They don't have to worry about possible mistakes because the broadcast is on a 10-minute delay, and at that time the editing team cuts everything out. But some hunters didn't understand why a cameraman was accompanying them in such a dangerous place, and what the president was thinking. However, another hunter who was sitting next to him started to say that their direct duty as hunters is to protect the people. However, they need to realize that they need to be extremely careful. But the videographer began to say that even if they perceive him as a weakling, he is actually a hunter with experience and qualifications like the rest of the hunters. There are many awakened who have chosen a life without such endless raids, and videographers with hunter qualifications are an example of how the two jobs can be combined. This isn't the first time for him, he has participated in dungeon sweeps several times. However, he doesn't know if his experience will help him this time, because he was scared. But another hunter started telling him not to worry so much, because the Hunters Association approved this broadcast. So, there is hope that the fourth raiding will end successfully, and this will be the first and last time the public will see the S-Class raid. Besides, they've already failed 3 times on the island, and they've decided that this time they will, because if the speech ends in failure, they will most likely disappear from the face of the earth. It was time for the world to need a hero, but one of the hunters turned his attention to another and asked him what he was doing here, for he didn't expect him to join as well. It was an S-rank healer. But he started to say that without his healer gift, Han would die in the first one, because he is the one who gets hit in the head first. But Han started to get angry and yelled at him, asking why he would be the one to get hit in the head first. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Hunter Cha and asked the guildmaster for the video of Ali and Sung Jin-Woo. But he replied that no, he hadn't seen it. But at that moment, another hunter started saying that the show was already starting, because they were flying up to the island, and the healer's hands immediately started shaking, because he was scared. At this time, the hunters were already on the island, with Ruji at the head. They were walking through the streets of a neighborhood, but they didn't look around and realized that this city now looked like a ghost. On the ground were the remains of ants that seemed to be eating each other. Ruji realized that there was a predator among them. Ruji started to contact Bravo's squad and asked them to respond in order. All the other groups were ready and they decided to start this raid. Suddenly explosions rang out all over the island. The hunters who were on the helicopters nearby started looking out the window at this power that was coming from the island. At that moment they realized that the Japanese had already started their operation, and all the ants flew out of their hiding place. The first thing they did was to chase the helicopter flying next to them. However, a hunter named Absolute Weapon came out of the helicopter and said that he would now take care of his pursuers. He began to use his fire skills and his fire arrows flew straight ahead, destroying the ants that were chasing their helicopter. Another hunter watching all this was impressed by all this power. However, that hunter said that it didn't impress him yet because he thought that such power wasn't enough to really hurt them. Of the 3 ants that flew after them, only one was hurt, and the rest continued their pursuit. He ordered the man who was driving that helicopter to hold the helicopter firmly steady, for it might shake slightly from his attack. He started to use another skill, which made the fire fly straight at the ants, and they all instantly burned. These ants had evolved a lot, and they used to be hunters that he had just destroyed. They seemed to be resistant to his magic, similar to the monsters from the ranked dungeon where he had to focus on his firepower. And at that moment, he jumped out of the helicopter and decided to find out their skills. The hunters watching him saw him descend to the ground. They didn't know if he was going to be okay. But the girl sneered and was sure that nothing would happen, as his fire magic was aimed at fighting several enemies. And as soon as he landed, he started burning all the living things that were near him. All the ants started to burn and disappeared at the same moment. This hunter wondered, for it had been a long time since he had last played with ants. Now he could hear the same cracking sound, but it was like deafening explosions. As soon as he finished massacring the ants on the ground, he shouted to his companions who were on the helicopter and asked them to come down to him. The man who was watching all of this realized that the current plan did not include any retreat options. This meant that they would find themselves completely isolated while inside the nest. For about an hour, the Japanese hunters distracted the soldier ants, during which time they would attempt to kill the queen. And once everyone was ready, they decided to make things happen quickly, because it was them, and so there shouldn't be any problems. They all started to descend to the ground to begin their journey to the queen's nest and destroy her. Even on the second aircraft carrier, the guys who were on board started the operation and activated the jamming generator. Once the jamming generator was activated, the signals from the queen and the hunters who were cutting down the ants stopped reaching the island. Some of the ants were able to adapt, while others were unable to recover. One of the huntresses was chopping the ants with her large daggers and started telling her comrade to hurry up and adapt or they would die. Team Bravo started saying that at this rate they would kill all the ants before the Korean team killed the queen. Another hunter asked where their comrade Kong was, but he was in the meantime playing catch-up with the ants, tearing off their wings that allowed them to fly. He was old enough, but he was still acting like a child. Suddenly, the Delta team saw an explosion on one of the volcanoes, and a guy named John was there. He used his ice control ability to freeze all the ants that were there. So he wondered what would happen if they started fighting his ice and flames. After powerful explosions, the squad descended straight to the queen's lair, which was inside the volcano. Their goal was to destroy the queen. Once they were inside, they realized that the place used to be a fiery prison that held enemies. But now it only worked with ants, and the lower-ranked hunters decided to figure out how to get the queen. There were many passageways around them that looked like mazes. One of the hunters, whose name was Absolute Weapon, started using his skill and decided to try and find the entrance. He launched his fireballs into those very passageways, and suddenly the sound of explosions came from all the passageways. He realized that all these paths were all tangled like a maze, and if they went randomly, they would come back as his fireball. He began to assume that the deep place where no explosions could be heard was in the nearest passage he saw. The hunter from the White Tiger Guild hesitated, for what was expected of a hunter had happened. Janina's presence was already reassuring, and while they were looking for an entrance, I completed my daily task. After that, I ran 10 kilometers. And as soon as I stopped, I realized that the area where I lived hadn't been this crowded before. But today there was no one here at all, and that was probably because the broadcast of the raid had started. The rank hunters from Korea and Japan undoubtedly have a lot of power. I realized that there was no point in watching them now unless something unforeseen happened. Meanwhile, inside the volcano, a hunter with a bow was destroying the approaching ants. The hunter John started to say that barring some individuals, everything was as expected. But the other hunter saw such ants for the first time, and they were the queen's guards. If so, they are not weak, because they have poor eyesight, and they are only able to protect the inside of the nest. If so, there would be no difficulty, and their firepower is more than enough to destroy them. But the healer realized that the queen was indeed here, and he speculated that she might abandon her people and escape to another. Hunter began to say that from this island these things have nowhere to run. The video reporter at this time realized that it was very dark and he couldn't get a good shot of everything, but he was confident that his headquarters would tweak things if needed. They continued on their way and passed through a large cave. At one point they noticed that in front of them was a clutch with a very large number of eggs. If the clutch was here, the queen must have been nearby. I didn't realize that these ants were guards after all. One of the hunters decided to burn the whole thing, but Hunter Cha noticed that there was one huge one among the eggs that had hatched. They couldn't believe their eyes that it was also an ant egg. What else could hatch from such a big egg? Their main objective now was to destroy the queen, and everything else was unimportant. They understood the danger, but the current situation was beyond expectations. The monster that hatched from the egg with me is most likely still here somewhere. At the same time, outside, the hunters were fighting the ants that attacked from outside. One of the hunters turned her attention to her comrade and told him he didn't look well. He stood there covered in the blue liquid that was also with the ants, and there was nothing he could do about it. The guys were more annoying than he thought and came at him with great force and coherence. He thought he could handle them in one fell swoop, but ended up getting hit in the shoulder and under the rib. The healer who was supposed to heal him started saying she wanted something in return. It's really true that she really wants something in return, and this time it wasn't money. The other hunter who was injured started asking her what she wants then, since she earns more than him anyway. Even though she's still a child, she's so greedy for money. But suddenly they noticed that a swarm of ants was flying at them again. And just as one of the hunters turned around to ask what she wanted, he saw someone finish off the healer with one powerful blow. He couldn't understand what had happened. But at the same moment some monster appeared and started running straight at him. That hunter wanted to avenge his partner, but that monster also did it to him in one blow. It destroyed him and he fell to the ground. The third hunter started screaming and waving his big sword, but eventually he too was destroyed. They all lay on the ground, still not knowing what had killed them. A hunter with a large shield stood in front of the ant, and as he looked at it, he realized that this was the royal guard. Each of these creatures is comparable in strength to a ranked hunter. However, this animal does not only live in Africa, but unlike humans, who cannot predict their movements are much easier to understand. At the same moment, Hunter Cha stuck her sword into the ant's back. By doing so, she stepped on it with her feet, and the entire sword began to slash the large ant. However, as soon as she stepped on the ground, another ant was behind her back. She reacted in time, turned around, and began slicing it to pieces. Although she was able to destroy it, she realized that they were damn tough guys, even tougher than she could have imagined. The Queen's Guardsmen are different from normal ants, and yet, it's even good that there aren't many of them here at all. One of the hunters who was standing behind started telling the others not to worry. That way, if anything, he would have their backs. The head of the white tiger turned his attention to him and realized that he was completely daring today. But that guy started telling him to watch himself and not to make any mistakes of the new recruits. And as soon as he finished off another ant, he realized and started telling the others that just chopping the skull was not enough. After all, these critters would live for a few more minutes, so they needed to be cut and their limbs slashed so they couldn't move and ponder the fact that the queen wasn't at rest just yet. And from the looks of it, they are of the previous generation. The first generation doesn't seem to be part of the guard. There might be a whole bunch of hunter ants belonging to the second generation ahead of them, in which case they need to prepare carefully. None of the hunters who belonged to the mage class started making spells with their book. By doing so, he had cast reinforcements on all of his hunter friends and the energy he had given them. It was literally rushing through their bodies. This spell was a support for physical enhancement. Some of the hunters felt like they were about to rip through whole ants moving straight through. Eventually the healer stood behind and started saying that he was so invulnerable. So he would stand behind and if anything, he would take on a couple ants if there weren't enough for everyone. But the head of the white tiger started saying that no one in their right mind would rely on a healer, and regular support would suffice. So he should stand behind and just watch them. Outside, however, the atmosphere had boiled off and some of the hunters were moving towards Charlie's team, for she hadn't made contact in a while and they had to find out what had happened to them and what they were doing there. Suddenly they saw the same place where Charlie's group had last been. They stopped and noticed the footprints, realizing that it looked like they had cleared that part of the island. However, they still didn't realize where they had gone. Suddenly, one of the hunters saw glasses that belonged to the hunter himself. As soon as they looked in the distance, they saw their comrades who were lying on the ground. They couldn't believe their eyes. What could have happened to them? They were so destroyed. The masked hunter couldn't help himself, for what he saw was beyond normal. He dropped his mask on the ground and bent over. His partner didn't realize what was happening to him, but some kind of disgusting stench was permeating his nose. It was a very creepy odor, and he had never smelled anything so foul in his life. He couldn't help himself. So, he started to use his power towards that stench, and that whole part of the forest that was enveloped by that smell started to turn chilling from his power. In the queen ant's lair, the hunters fiddled with those ants for too long. But they were wrong. One of the hunters said it was actually the other way around. Long is when you spend more than 5 minutes to kill an enemy. But with the help of this spell, it was as if they now had wings behind their backs, and the hunter had killed twice as many monsters as the head of the white tiger in such a short time. It would take about 15 minutes to reach the royal chambers, and it wouldn't take them long at all to get out through the tunnels they had already passed through. But altogether it would take about 30 minutes. Now the most important thing was the destruction of the queen. At this very moment, the huntress joked about the scent and the queen was most likely ahead of them. The head of the white tiger decided to find out and started relying on his senses. He realized that there was a queen in the distance along with her soldiers. She was at the back of the cave and there were about 8 guards around her. But if she is the huntress, can take them on, then the rest of us have no choice but to destroy the queen. One of the hunters asked the huntress would she be able to handle the guards while he fought the queen, and she was agreeable to such action. One of the hunters began to do his fire spell, and he had held back before. But today he decided that it would be a waste if he didn't go all out, and a huge fire dragon spell began to move towards the queen. But at that moment, one of the ants got behind this hunter, but he was lucky to be blocked by the others behind him. The hunter with the bow began to tell him not to worry, for he would provide them with the head of the white tiger. At this time, he decided that he would also not self-limit himself. And to hell with all these restrictions, even if he had to turn into that ugly monster. He would exterminate those damn insects. Hunter Cha was surprised, for this was the first time she had seen this beastly appearance. Suddenly, one of the hunters shouted for her to spring into action. She took that as a signal and activated her skill, Provoking Wave. All the ants in the area turned their attention to her. Once the other hunters realized that it worked, they immediately started heading towards the ant queen. The hunter realized that with the weather all the guards would leave their positions, so he would do his best to hold the queen. And now this hunter had decided that the opponent for the queen would first and foremost be himself, standing in front of her with his large shield and spear. The hunter, who was apart from the association and filming everything that was happening in this cave, could not believe his eyes. After all, he thought it was a dream, and just now the number of onlookers had increased by 80%. And he realized that he had to get closer, because the spectators should see everything with their own eyes. But just as he started walking forward, someone grabbed him by the back and ordered him to stop. They are now in Boss S's territory, and so they can't vouch for his safety. So it's best to keep a low profile. And now the game is over. Now it's a serious fight. That hunter with the camera on his head couldn't understand. After all, had that hunter lied when he said that his combat skill level was comparable to Airang? He began to think that it wasn't. After all, he and his Airang weren't even a match for him. At the same time, in one of the apartments in a town near the island, Grandma turned to her husband and said that hunters would be on TV today, and asked if he would watch it with her. But he replied that he was not interested. However, his grandmother continued talking, interrupting him, for they had just said that today all the enemies would be defeated. But he replied, after all, they always say that. It's nothing new, though. Grandmother filled with hope, for these hunters were the only ones who could avenge their child, and they were bound to watch, even if the whole world collapsed. But Grandpa didn't dare to get up, and Grandma went into the other room and sat down in front of the TV and thought about how stubborn he was, like a sheep. The TV started saying that the South Korean hunters had just bravely engaged the queen in battle and were right now in her chambers, and the very ant that everyone was so eager to see appeared before their eyes. The queen and the hunter Ma Dong are holding up just fine. However, the rest of the hunters need to hurry to help them. And just now, Hunter Beck eliminated one of the queen's guards. Grandma was very scared and felt as if the whole world had gone crazy. Other people were also watching on TV. There were only 4 ants left to guard the queen, and they had already wiped out half of the royal guard. Soon there were only 3 ants left protecting her, and then only 2. The hunters decided to destroy them and make their way to the queen. By the end of the raid, there were none left, and everyone heard on TV that all the guards had been exterminated. Suddenly, Grandpa walked in and, slime in his eyes, said that this was the 4th round and they must win, for there was only one enemy left on the horizon, the queen. By destroying her, they could finish off the ants in the studio. At this time, the man started calling his director and telling him that they had just increased their audience reach by 85%, breaking the previous record. The US, China, France, Ukraine and Korea will soon join the list of countries mopping up the rank S-gate. The hunters skillfully restrained the queen, and the attacks came right at her. The other hunters stood behind her and delivered long-range blows to her large head. I continued to close in on the target, at which point the beast-like hunter began to maul her with his sharp claws, realizing that without her guard she was nothing more than a defenseless insect. But suddenly the queen began to use her venom, which began to flow out of her large muzzle and towards the hunter in front of her. And as soon as I reached the hunters, they began to agonize in pain. But Mok, the healer who stood behind them, began to use his skills and thus restored their health. He realized that if she wanted them not to die, she better aim for him. The queen seemed to hear his words and started to move towards him, but the tank hunter who was holding her back became in front of her. He was standing right next to her huge tentacles, but he realized he couldn't let her get any closer to the healer who was standing behind her. Suddenly one of the hunters shouted for everyone to quickly move away from the queen, and he began to use his fire ring skill. The queen began to burn from all sides. And at that moment, the other hunters realized that the queen was finished. The queen of the metal wagon, and it seemed that the outcome of the battle was predetermined. However, something began to happen. For the queen was screaming in pain, and this scream began to go beyond her cave. The hunters realized it was a death howl. The other hunters, however, guessed that she was calling for someone. The hunters who were outside realized that the ants had started to return to the nest and the frequency jammer was no longer affecting them. They didn't understand what was going on here. Huntress Cha decided to end this battle and chopped off the head of the large ant queen. Eventually, this battle was finished. Some of the hunters realized that they had become the 7th team in the world that was able to sweep the S-rank dungeon. However, all of a sudden, the beast-like hunter began to sense something, and it was just reported that the ants had started to return. The hunters made the decision that they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. However, some of the hunters said that they still had time, as the Japanese could not defeat them so easily in just an hour. Other hunters knew nothing about this, and right now the association is trying to find out the situation. One of the hunters realized that his fire barrier had been broken, and suddenly all the hunters in that cave began to feel fear running through their entire body. And suddenly they saw some ant begin to come out of the darkness and approach right towards them. This ant stood nearby and started howling very loudly. His screams spread all over the island. The beast hunter could not believe his eyes, for he saw that this power was coming from him alone. Hunter Cha couldn't breathe normally. It was like she was suffocating from the odor that came from that monster. She fell to the ground and started to cover her nose, but she was under a lot of pressure. Such monstrous power was in him, for he was just an incredible individual. And she realized that that monster was far from an ordinary individual. He appeared so suddenly, each step echoing loudly in her head. Some of the hunters wanted to destroy it, because there was no way to hesitate now, but this monster walked past them and approached the head of the ant queen that was lying on the ground. He just passed by all the hunters, and as he approached the head, he looked at it. The hunters watched in horror as that monster began to build up strength at the sight of their dead ant queen, and his terror spread throughout the cave. This meant that he was about to act, for he was very angry with the hunters who had done this. The hunters, in turn, began to fall to the ground. That ant was a terrifying force, his gaze was very frightening. And in an instant, he moved from his spot as if he had teleported, and found himself behind the back of Hunter Cha, who couldn't even imagine him moving so fast. He kicked her in the side, causing her to fly off to the side and crash into the nearest wall, with the impact creating a hole. The force of the blow was so powerful that she began to feel a terrifying pain coursing through her entire body. As soon as the other hunter shouted her name, that ant was instantly at his side and with a single blow, pierced a hole in his large shield he was holding in his hand. But the blow not only broke the shield, it completely destroyed it, and the wave of impact traveled to his arm, which broke. At the same moment, with his other hand, the ant wanted to damage him with his spear, but he was so fast and strong that he severed both of his arms at the same time. Then the ant slowly moved away from him, and the hunter, standing behind him, began to bleed. The beast-like hunter, as soon as he saw all this, turned around and wanted to finish off such an ant. However, the ant was too fast and dealt heavy damage to him in an instant. The next hunter, who possessed strong flame magic, was also hurt by the ant. It slashed him from head to toe, and now he couldn't move from his spot. Another hunter who had a large bow started shooting at it and thought that the ant wouldn't be able to dodge. However, the ant turned around and began to take his attacks. That arrow that flew towards him couldn't do anything to him, for he simply caught it and broke it. The skills of such an ant were great, for he simply stopped every attack that was made towards him. And as soon as he broke that arrow, he approached the best and hit him with all his might, and he flew aside. Suddenly, the tank was hit by an ant who had recently had his arms cut off. However, he started to say that he let it decide how much he could fit in, and as long as the healer was with them, it was just a trifle. Using his healing properties, he began to repair the wounds that had been inflicted by the horrible monster ant. The healers behind him applied their self-defense skills, using camouflage to hide and completely suppress their presence. However, this skill had a single drawback: one could not move while using it. Nevertheless, it is perfectly acceptable for a healer, so if he wants to get rid of it, he needs to find a healer first, and the ant cannot break them as long as he can heal his team. But as it turned out, that wasn't a problem for Ant. He grabbed the tank by the leg and started beating it against the ground in different directions. Eventually, the tank was thrown aside, and it couldn't move. The healer who was watching all this could not understand what had happened. After all, the ant was paying attention to him at the same moment, and he realized that his camouflage skill was still active. However, he wondered, did that ant really notice me after all? Suddenly, something happened, for the beast-like hunter began to shout to them, "I am a hunter healer." But the hunter healer himself could not understand how this was possible, for he was, roughly speaking, invisible. However, an ant was at his back and made a hole in his chest with his big hand. As a result, all the spells began to dispel from the beast-like hunter, bleeding out. Was stunned that his comrade had been killed. This terrifying monster stood behind the slain healer. The last thing the healer could say was, "Run away, Hong, for you won't be able to handle such a terrifying force." But the beast-like hunter couldn't believe his eyes. The hunters who watched this horror could not say a word. In the end, the healer was killed, but the saber-like hunter couldn't just sit there and watch as his comrade was slaughtered. He lunged at the ant, but the ant stopped him with one hand and lifted him into the air by his neck. And so this ant began to say that he was running away from something that all the hunters could not believe that he was talking. For they realized it was a bastard, it had consumed him and, along with his life, taken all his strength and memories. This ant started saying they were weak and killed the queen and even put down the soldiers, but they miscalculated. He started to ask who their king was, but Hunter Han didn't understand what he meant. For all the hunters who were in that cave were badly wounded and lay on the ground without moving. And suddenly this terrifying ant monster started turning his head the other way and started saying that there was a very strong guy outside. And a moment later he started moving towards him. And as soon as he flew away, the hunter who was being held by the neck was on the ground, and he started to realize that there was a Ruji hunter outside, and he flew straight towards him, but it didn't matter now, he had to get out of here before he came back. But as soon as the hunter started to rise, he saw that a huge number of ants were moving straight towards them, and outside there were several hunters running through the forest, and for them there were. It was strange that first Charlie and now Delta, and with their team too, lost communication. Ruji began to realize that radio frequency interference. There's no way to damage them. They're not that far away. He started contacting Bravo team, and Bravo team started contacting him. He started asking if they could contact Charlie and Delta team, and the girl said that there is a connection only with the Alpha girl from the Bravo team started to say that they can go on a reconnaissance. But Ryuk replied that there is no need because he is on his way and they need to deal with everything at once and they have to go to the place of the meeting. And suddenly he received a call. It was Gato, who was the head of the Matsumoto Association. And at that time on the waterfront of China they started saying that it looked like South Korea was in turmoil, and although the ants at least couldn't fly to China, they thought that Japan was only helping them because Yuriuji wanted to get the title of national level hunter. And it is possible that all national level hunters have cleared the dungeon of such a high rank, and Yuriuji, despite his many feats of such a record, is not. But suddenly, one of the men began to guess that this performance is just a diversion. Because Yuriuji is still too weak, and the captain of the ship began to say that he thought his colleague would understand if he were lucky enough to meet him, and however one of the countries involved in this rig would suffer a crushing failure. And as soon as Ruji reached the place where his part of the team was, he saw that his comrades had been killed, and the other man he was talking to on the comms started asking if he had any casualties, and Ruji replied that yes, more died than they thought, but that's why they sent the third rankers. To avoid too many casualties, and they're just weaklings and don't need to pay attention to them. It was too ruthless, according to Ruji, but the man on the comms started to say that for now he's alive, it doesn't matter, even if 100 of them die, because the chicken team is now trying to destroy the queen, and since the frequency jammers are no longer working, all the monsters are now heading back to the nest. And Ruji started to say that he's worried because it wasn't part of their original plan, but he doesn't think that this kind of thing can stop them. And the man who was talking to him and started to ask him what the odds are that the Korean hunters will survive, and Ruji started to answer that based on their fighting together on the training ground, and the composition and fighting ability of the current members of the raid, they don't stand a chance for that man. This was great news because despite the fact that Japan provided all outside help in clearing the dungeon, all the raid participants had to retreat as the Korean team was destroyed, and Ruji's aspirations to reach the national level unfortunately did not succeeded for him. It will be a great headline in their plan to destroy the team's ranked hunters. At the same moment Ruji began to tell everyone to start retreating. And as soon as the order came from above for them to start retreating, the Ruji was attacked by that ant that had massacred the Korean hunters. The Ruji looked at it and realized that it was an unusual ant, and immediately ordered his comrades to leave the area because they would be in the way if there was a serious battle. And at that moment the Ruji began to realize that this ant was emanating a rather murderous aura, but the ant asked a counter question, he or that king who was among these hunters. The Ruji was excited that such a monster. He drew his sword and said, he's what? He is the king. And the ant started to mock, but the Ruji didn't understand. When such a great power is coming straight at him, and he had a feeling that something like this he had already experienced, but could not remember when it was. But suddenly his sword was broken, and the ant took him down with a single blow. At the same time, inside the cave, some of the hunters who were not seriously wounded began to resist the onslaught of ants that flew straight at them. On others were seriously wounded, and even despite all their efforts, their condition left much to be desired, and now their only hope for salvation is the skill of a hunter who, using his powerful fire, but it was still not enough. And they realized it was the end, but suddenly a shadow began to appear at their feet, holding back those ants. It was a shadow soldier. The beast-like hunter couldn't understand where the black soldier was coming from, and at that very moment, I was standing in the city and I realized that now was the time to come to their aid, and I blotted out the word exchange with which I could teleport to the part where my shadow soldier was. The videographer, who was filming everything that was happening, was looking at the huge ants that were flying around him. He began to remember that during the last conversation with his father he had said something wrong, and if he had only known that things would turn out this way, he would not have been so stingy with his words. He was already ready to die, but suddenly those ants that had gotten close to him suddenly became the targets of a huge sword that slashed through them. At the same time, the guys who were in charge of the broadcasts, all of them were horrified by what they saw. Some ant had managed to kill all the high-level Korean hunters. They didn't understand how this could even happen. But suddenly, Chief's girlfriend started screaming that their lines were about to break, and there were many calls from viewers. The chief told her there was nothing they could do. After all, they can't broadcast a bloody meat grinder to the world. The chief was already despairing that they had lost, but suddenly one of the guys started saying that someone unknown had just appeared on the scene. When they looked at the screen, Chief couldn't believe his eyes and started telling them to resume the broadcast as soon as possible. One of the guys said that it would already be live and they wouldn't have time to announce prices in case of an emergency, but Chief didn't care about that, because they had already stopped the broadcasts and it was unlikely to be worse than it is now. And they have no choice but to turn on the broadcast right now, because now the fate of the entire humanity depends on one person. Inside the cave, Jin-Woo appeared with his commanders-in-chief, who were shadow soldiers. Behind them stood a large army, ready to fight for him so that no one would be harmed. Now the fate of all the hunters and all of Korea depends only on one guy who somehow appeared on this island. Jin-Woo asked his commander-in-chief Aaron to start using his provocative scream skill. Suddenly all the ants paid attention to him. It was a good job, and Jin-Woo thanked Aaron for such a great skill. He then took out his big blades and began to deal with the armored ants, for they had no place to run anymore. A huge shadow work stood and covered the badly wounded hunters, but the hunters in turn looked ahead and did not realize what was going on here and who was fighting for them now. But the main thing was that their partner did not worry, because from now on everything would be fine. After all, a very strong hunter is fighting now, and his wards are as strong as we are, but they have one peculiarity: they are immortal. The battle only lasted a few minutes, but Jin-Woo realized that he needed to speed up. Thus, he began to resurrect all the dead ants and thus replenish his army. The videographer couldn't understand what was happening, because all the ants that were dead and started fighting against their own videographers started talking over the comms and asking why he was frozen like a statue. After all, he had to do something, and fast. But the videographer didn't understand what was going on, because he saw the ants start devouring each other for some reason. And at that moment, Jin-Woo approached the badly wounded hunters and pulled out his potion that healed wounds. He realized that this was no time for bargaining, and began telling the hunters to hurry up and drink what he was giving them. And as soon as the bottles were finished and empty, the hunters began to rise. After all, their wounds had all healed, but for some reason, Hunter Chai did not regain consciousness. After all, her wounds were serious, and Jin-Woo's skills were not enough to heal her at the moment. She was barely breathing. And just as Jin-Woo started to say that it was time to get out of here before the others came, they wanted to do so, but suddenly that ant who was the strongest of all appeared. He went inside the cave and started saying that there was no king outside and it was just a fake. Then he turned his eyes in our direction and began to say that there was a man among us who called himself a king. The other hunters realized as soon as they saw him that he had returned, and were surprised by it. After all, they realized that Ruji was turning out to be completely independent of him. At this time, Jin-Woo stood up and started talking to the hunter who was near him to take care of Hunter Cha. He stood up and started walking, pondering why the connection with Ruji's shadow had broken off. And here was the answer: it was because that ant had finished him off. When Jin-Woo approached him, the ant started to ask him if he was a human king. But Jin-Woo was a little surprised that he was speaking his language, and it was amazing to hear the insect talking. They met gazes, and their aura began to rise up towards the cave. The ant stared intently at Jin-Woo and realized that a dangerous aura of baldness was emanating from him. It began to emit a terrifying sound with full force, which caused Jin-Woo's clothes to shiver. But at the same moment, Jin-Woo realized that after that scream, he looked more like an insect than someone capable of speaking his language, and began to resemble a human more. The hunters who were in town 5 minutes before were watching the broadcast on their phones, and it said that the broadcast was being prepared and technical work was being done. By improving the quality of the signal, they apologize because of the cause of the inconvenience. The hunters didn't understand what was going on there and where that horrible ant was coming from. Other hunters started to get nervous, because they couldn't understand why they had ended the broadcasts. At such a moment, the television began to broadcast breaking news from the scene, and during the broadcast it was reported that the hunter Ben-gu had died, and it was not yet known what had happened to the other hunters who were also in the cave. Some hunters who were watching the broadcast initially guessed that an unknown hunter had just appeared in the Queen's chambers, and right now the broadcast would be resumed, and what they saw shocked them. They saw an ant start talking and asking about some king. But when the broadcast disappeared, all they heard was that the connection was immediately cut off. After all, the ant was speaking in the human language. Furthermore, he had even killed Ruji. He was incredibly strong. One of the hunters was watching the motion sensors, but the chairman started asking him where the creature that killed the hunters was now. It was the president of the Japanese Hunters Association. His ward started to tell him that he had just returned to the Queen's chambers, but the chairman couldn't believe what he was about to say, that the Korean hunters had survived. He replied, "It seems that way. In addition, an unknown source of immense magical power has appeared there, one that surpasses even the power of an ant. From the looks of it, someone else has arrived." The chairman began to speak so that they would turn on the broadcast as soon as possible. At this time, Jin-Woo's sister started to ask her mom what she was doing there, but she apologized and said that if she wasn't bothering her studying, she wanted to turn on the TV, because they were showing the broadcast. But it suddenly turned off. The sister started asking her mother where her brother had gone, and she said that he had left in a hurry and said he would be back soon. The mother couldn't understand why young people always rush to go somewhere, but at that time, the sister was watching the broadcast on her phone. At the same time, the president of the Korean Association shuddered from his seat as soon as he heard that a young man named Jin-Woo had appeared on that island. The president was so excited that his assistant asked him to calm down, for he broke the chair with his hand from excitement. All the spectators began to watch as the TV showed that a large ant swung around and tried to hit the hunter who had just appeared on the battlefield. In reality, this was exactly what happened. He hit the hunter Jin-Woo's face with all his strength so hard that the ground moved from its place. And the wave of impact was so strong that all the rocks that were lying nearby started flying in different directions. The hunters who were standing behind began to cover their faces with their hands as the air was so strong that nothing could be seen. It seemed to them that Jin-Woo and the ant were equal in strength. But they seemed to have underestimated the ant, as it started its attack with a direct kick. And as soon as all the dust settled and the ants fell to the ground towards me, one stood up and started saying that he too was weak and not a king. But what the hunters saw was like Jin-Woo, who stood up to such a powerful blow. And at this moment, he became angry, and hunter Jin-Woo spat out the blood that was left after that punch. Excited, he activated his ruler hand skill, and all of his power started to accumulate in his left hand, after which he struck back. As soon as he swung, Ant realized that he wouldn't be able to dodge, and he began to prepare for this strike. Jin-Woo couldn't stop anymore. He hit the ant with full force, and the ant started flying several hundred meters backwards, crashing into the wall behind him. The sound was even more powerful than the first blow the ant had taken. The hunters behind could only watch this with their mouths open, for their surprise was written all over their faces. One of the hunters started asking the other one, "Is this guy definitely magic class?" And the one replied that he had certainly thought so, but he didn't expect him to be that strong. And at this moment, the ant started to move towards him, but hunter Jin-Woo realized that he was quite strong and probably had an exoskeleton, and this started to annoy him even more. He prepared for battle and raised his right arm to block the ant's attack. And just as he blocked it, the earth shuddered again from the backlash. Right back at that ant. This battle was so incredible that they fought at such a speed that no one could see them. In the end, Jin-Woo was able to hit him right on the head, and at the same time, the sounds of the blows came to the videographer, who realized that this was an incredible battle. Compared to them, he was just an ordinary hunter who could only stand and watch from afar. He realized that he would go so crazy just from the sheer power of their magic alone. Ant realized after being hit on the head that he was losing in strength and couldn't understand who he really was and where he got such power from. The battle continued, and they fought at full strength. When they clashed blows, both of them bounced aside from such force, but it was the hunter Jin-Woo who was stronger. Indeed, his punches were doing a lot of damage, and Ant realized that his exoskeleton was starting to crack. He couldn't understand why, because his body was so strong that no one could hurt him, but then this guy showed up and everything went downhill. He was taking more and more damage, but suddenly, and wounded Jin-Woo. But it wasn't a serious wound, just a scratch on his face. When Jin-Woo realized that he had been bitten by a fawn, he jumped back and realized that it was a poison that was penetrating his body. It was a paralyzing poison and the ability was obtained after absorbing the cone. It is one of the deadliest poisons in the world, and its effects are increased tenfold when mixed with magical energy. The ant started to say that he was in pain, despicable man, and right after saying that, the ant wanted to strike one last blow and destroy the hunter. Jin-Woo lowered his head and was ready to meet his blow, but at the same time, the Japanese hunters who were the last of the surviving houses appeared in the city. One of the hunters was cowardly with fear, realizing that they wouldn't be able to defeat this monster that was very strong and not by human standards. However, the girl did not want to hear this and took him by the scruff of the neck, trying to bring him to his senses, since according to her he was starting to go crazy. But that hunter kept saying that they were no match for him, considering that that ant was very strong. She tossed him aside and started saying he was nothing. She looked at the helicopter that hovered above them and started to say that there were much bigger problems ahead of them. But at that very moment, Jean blocked the last punch that this monster ant wanted to throw, and he couldn't believe his big red eyes how he managed to do it. In response, he only received the strongest blow on his muzzle. It flew off to the side with great speed and crashed into a rock. At this moment, Hunter Jin-Woo was completing her action and realized why she was so excited. With the increase in perception, the hunter became better. Jin-Woo noticed that this ant was now clearly anxious, just like those guys behind Jin-Woo. Looking at the hunter lying on the ground, she realized that he needed to finish him off as quickly as possible. At the same time, the ant watched Jin-Woo as he jumped up the mountain and wanted to strike his foot right into its torso. But just as Jin-Woo got close to him, there was an explosion from the hunter's kick, and the entire ground shook. He missed the hunters who were watching and couldn't figure out where he disappeared to, but Jin-Woo noticed that the ant was hovering in the air, for it could fly. While in the air, the ant realized that even poison had no effect on this hunter, and tried to compete with him in strength. He realized that he would achieve nothing. As for him, a battle with an enemy that relies on strength for the most part is completely pointless. He realized that his advantage was speed, and if he shrunk his body, it would be easier for him to move around. The ant realized that the game was over. However, the hunter who was standing on the ground began to pull out his daggers, for he too wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. And finally the final battle began. Ant lunged towards Hunter Jin-Woo with all his speed, but he suddenly noticed that he had dodged. At the same time, Jin-Woo was in the air and began to strike with his blades. However, the ant repelled them. The ant threw him aside and Jin flew into a wall, but he was able to gather himself and push himself back from the surface or the walls towards the ant. They fought so fast that no one could follow them. The ant realized that he lacked speed and no one could catch up with him, for he was a hunter. Gradually he became faster. He didn't understand how this could be, but Jin-Woo realized that his rank was somewhere at the level of a demon king and perhaps even higher. However, back then, he didn't have such powerful weapons as he did now, and besides, after defeating the ram, his skills had improved markedly. He was more than certain that his exoskeleton was about to collapse, and this was his chance. Jin-Woo began to deliver the final blows, causing the ant to start twisting in pain. At this moment, Jin-Woo realized that he needed to act and activated his critical strike skill. He ended up landing several blows on the ant's torso, creating several holes. As soon as this happened, the notification showed that the last stage of the critical strike skill had been upgraded to a maiming skill. The ant started to run away, realizing that it wouldn't be able to deal with the hunter. But Jin-Woo didn't want to just let it go, and activated his skill again, which was already stronger. As soon as Jin-Woo approached the ant, he began to slash at it from all sides like a blade. After the heavy blows, the ant bounced to the side and realized that he had no way to remove this man. But suddenly he realized that he had one last trump card left up his sleeve. He started making a loud noise, attracting all the ants that were in that cave. Then he directed them all at the hunters. Jin-Woo looked at him with an unwavering gaze, and the ant began to say that he should prepare to die now, for his army was coming straight for him. But Jin-Woo was ready for it and started smiling. And as soon as he said his crowning word "rise up," his monstrous army of shadow soldiers started to appear behind him. They clashed in a vivid battle. All the shadow soldiers fought against the big and terrible ants, but most of the ants couldn't handle the soldiers who were stronger. Jin-Woo decided to call in the heavy artillery. It was a huge orgma that appeared behind him. He turned around to him and started telling him to aim at the ants. If he hit the humans, he wouldn't call him out again. Their commander-in-chief waved his large fang, thus showing that he understood. At this time, he began to use his giant song skill, followed by the fire dragon song skill. A large fireball began to move to the side. Such a huge explosion caused a hole to form in the volcano. The hunters who were watching this couldn't believe their eyes that he had summoned such a terrifying monster. Some of the hunters realized that it didn't even smell like summoning here, and rather the devil himself deigned to Ant, who was watching all of this. He could not believe that this was happening, for he himself was the strongest and destroyed anyone who dared to go against him. He stood at the top and evolved repeatedly, for he was the king on this island. But now everything had changed. And as soon as he saw his opponent, that hunter named Jin-Woo, begin to emerge from the fire, he realized that now all he had to do was run to survive. And he began to heal. By doing so Jin-Woo noticed it, and he couldn't understand. But soon it was Hunter Min Ben's healing skill, and it was the first time he sees a monster appropriating the skill of the opponents he had devoured. The ant started to fly as far away as possible to get away from this hunter as quickly as possible. But, come on, at the same moment, Jin-Woo started to activate his ruler hand skill and thus swatted that ant straight to the earth. The ant began to bleed orange blood, but Jin-Woo was already beside him and began to say that he would not leave at any cost. And at that moment, he activated the mutilation skill. Eventually, he was able to destroy that ant, and the notification system showed that he had killed the enemy. His level was raised, but suddenly, the head started shouting that Hunter Cha was very unwell. Jin-Woo realized that he had been messing around with this ant for too long and began to think that he needed to find a healer as soon as possible. Shadow exchange wouldn't help here, and his skill hadn't rolled back yet. Moreover, he had never tried traveling with other people, and even if they flew castle, Hunter Cha wouldn't last that long. And on the side of the bared fangs, there's at least one healer left there, but that wouldn't help anytime soon, and he began to think that he would have to find another way. Jin-Woo started to tell the videographer if he could turn off the camera for a minute, but he didn't understand what he needed to do. Jin-Woo's hunter started to tell him with a serious face that he'd better hurry up and turn off the camera or he would break it. And that's when he realized and took his camera off his head, but the videographer couldn't understand why he was clinging to his camera. Jin-Woo started ordering his shadows to hurry up and find the corpse of the hunter healer. Soon, one of the higher orcs began carrying the healer's body, and as he laid it on the ground, Jin-Woo realized that his head had been bitten off. He didn't know if extracting the shadow would work. The head of the white tiger started to ask what he was going to do, but at the same moment, the system showed that he could extract the shadow. And with that, Jin-Woo rejoiced, for this was the last chance he could use to save the huntress. As soon as he started to tell the shadow to rise, the shadow extraction failed, and he couldn't understand what was wrong. He commanded it to rise a second time, but the shadow extraction failed again, and he began to ponder that given his ability level, he could easily extract any shadow. But it seems that his soul is desperately resisting and doesn't want to become a shadow soldier. In fact, Jin-Woo was unwilling to take people into the army to be his subordinates. However, the living must live, and Jin-Woo ordered him to rebel for the last time. At this moment, the head of the white tiger came closer and closer and placed his hand on his shoulder, thus asking him what he was doing. Suddenly, he saw that he had a special ability, and that was what his power was: he could control the dead. The other hunters did not understand how he could summon the souls of the dead. Thus, Hunter Jin-Woo found himself not just a mage, but someone capable of manipulating souls and harnessing their power. The shadow he retrieved from his spellbook began to approach the hunter, and he used its power to heal her. The head of the white tiger realized that her friend who had recently been killed had turned into a shadow and began to heal the huntress Cha Jin-Woo. She started to say that he seems to be starting to realize what kind of person he was when he was alive, and he didn't even have time to give orders and he had already started treating huntress Cha. He was incredibly kind and compassionate, but White Tiger's head started to say that now he wasn't the man she knew. Jin-Woo replied that he was. The videographer at that moment couldn't believe what he saw, for he had never heard once that it was possible to summon the dead. He understood why he had asked him to turn off the camera, for such power was best not to broadcast to the world. Some of the hunters realized that the stronger his opponent was, the faster he built up his power, and they wondered how terrifying that ability was. And the head of the white tiger at this point began to say that he knew that he would be given many more times to engage in battle, and at this point, the healer's abilities would come in handy. However, he had never liked combat and so he began to ask Jin-Woo not to force him to do something that would hurt him. Jin-Woo thought about it, but at this moment, he threw back the arm of the head of the white tiger and began to tell him what he needed to do. Grabbing him by the shoulder of the one coat for the second time, yes, that was an order. And now the very thing was a sincere request. Besides, he had similar thoughts himself. Jin-Woo began to cancel the summoning, and that shadow healer turned to the head of the white tiger and smiled back at him. In the blink of an eye, and now, for the moment, there was silence in this cave, and such silence had never been here before. Everyone watched in silence as the shadow soldier disappeared. A little while later, the hunters started coming out of that cave, and the helicopter that had come to join them started hovering above them. Those on the helicopter noticed that the hunters were coming towards them. Jin-Woo started to tell them to go without him, as he had unfinished business here. The head of the white tiger realized that the battle wasn't over yet. Jin-Woo started to say that he would go and clear the way, deal with the remaining ants. And at that moment, he summoned his shadow dragon Kaisel, and as soon as he sat on it, he said to the head of the white tiger, "See you later." And he began to fly up into the air, and his huge wings began to slash in the air those ants that came in his way. At this time, on one of the cruisers sat the hunters who were from the Japanese Association. One of the hunters kept saying that this monster is a real terror and they just haven't seen him. Therefore, they can't realize how terrifying he is. Their leader, Ruji, was killed in such a brutal way. He starts saying that they can't defeat him and this raid is doomed to fail. The hunter who was destroying that monster didn't have time to finish his sentence. At this time, another man standing above him started to tell him not to worry. That hunter thought it was a lie, but it was the official information they had just received from the Korean headquarters. And that man began to reflect that it seems that Korea also has a rather capable hunter. However, he's probably weaker than Goto-san, but suddenly the staff started saying that the ants were running away, and the cruisers started making preparations, but at this time, the battle continued on the island, and Jin-Woo continued to exterminate all the ants. He began to realize that once he destroyed the ants that hadn't hatched yet, he could gain some experience. This was incredible luck, and when he called up his inventory, he saw that he could restore order with the sword he had gotten when he passed the demonic castle. He started pulling this sword out of his inventory, and as soon as he saw it, he realized that he had completely forgotten about it. He then began to look at its functionality, swung the sword, and a huge electric wave began to cut everything around him. He marveled at how powerful this sword was, and couldn't understand how he could have forgotten it existed in his inventory. Still, he decided to deal with the remaining eggs with this tool. On another continent, the director of the Hunter Management Bureau was watching a tape on television and realized that while they were watching the broadcast, morning had imperceptibly come. He started talking to the man who had barged in on him at such a late hour. A hunter who can summon hundreds of souls is actually a very talented guy. Not taking advantage of his abilities within South Korea is a big miss. The other man was also in agreement with this. In addition, he had heard about a high-profile case that happened a few months ago in the Hunter Management Bureau. This case is known as the Sun Il Hwan case. This is the same prisoner that Hunter James captured when he was cleaning up the orange dungeon that emerged in the east of America. They didn't really know whether he was a monster or a human. However, he claimed to be a Korean hunter. Fortunately, all the information was kept in the bureau and the investigation revealed that the man was Sung Jin-Woo father and son. Other countries don't even know who Jin-Woo is, so they should take advantage of this. And the case of Hwang Dong-soo is a different story. After all, Korea is their ally. However, if they appropriate two S-ranked hunters at once, it might seem as if they decided to turn their backs on them. The other man started to say that if he could arrange it, it would be fine. However, at this time, Jin-Woo's level was raised, and thus he had reached the 100th level. As soon as he approached that ant, he realized that there was a rather powerful aura coming from that guy, and ordered him to rise up. Correct the text for errors, but suddenly nothing happened and darkness started appearing everywhere and he didn't start feeling anything. Because he had used the shadow extraction skill on himself, everything suddenly went dark and he realized that he had failed. But suddenly, the shadow returned, and he appeared behind him. At the same moment, the notification system showed that he had successfully retrieved Jin-Woo's shadow. Rejoicing, because he thought he had already failed, a terrifying shadow soldier stood in front of him, and the general was beside him. Jin-Woo, looking at his new shadow soldier, realized that a new Iran had opened up. An ordinary elite knight no longer means the next one. Here comes the general, and it turns out he's a head above the rest of the soldiers. Not surprising, though, since his abilities are incredible. And now it was the queen's turn to rebel, but suddenly the shadow ant started talking and addressed Jin-Woo with the words Lord, for the master to give him a name, and Jin-Woo realized that he too had contracted the absolute loyalty syndrome like all shadow warriors. He wondered how he learned to talk, but he replied that he already knew how to do it. And then Jin-Woo realized that he knew how to talk because he originally had the ability, but that wasn't the point. After all, Iron was a human, just like Hunter Min Ben and Fong, and it was all about rank, not the impossibilities he couldn't give. Jin-Woo pondered, what will happen if the others increase their rank? Will I be able to talk to them too? He started to talk to the ant about killing him, and still the ant wants to obediently follow him. But the ant replied that he was not killed but resurrected by the king's power, and now his soul is overflowing with joy. Henceforth he would follow only his king forever. He bowed once more and asked the king to give him a name. For Jin-Woo hesitated for a moment. After all, if he just called him Ant or Ant, it wouldn't be very good. He started to think of a name for him, and then the name of a writer who became famous for his novel Ant came to his mind. He remembered him and gave him the name I to this Ant Br. And as soon as he got his name, he thanked the Lord. But now Jin-Woo needed to awaken the queen's soul. And once the queen's soul started to rise, he saw that she also had the rank of a general, but suddenly all the ants started acting strange somehow. After all, they were somehow connected to the ants, and suddenly that connection weakened. He started to ask Br what happened, but the latter told him that controlling the legion of ants was an ability, and as long as she was alive, then the reins would pass to her. Jin-Woo realized that despite her rank, he wouldn't say that the queen had a lot of mana. He wondered what that was due to, but Br started to say that most of her mana was for reproduction, and since it was impossible to lay eggs without a physical body, in other words, the queen was unfit for battle. And Jin-Woo realized that one leader would be enough for him, so he cancelled that summoning. But suddenly, he noticed his shadow soldiers starting to collect magic stones, and he ordered them to stop. After all, they should go to rebuild the island and pay compensation for the damage, and they shouldn't be touched, because he had enough of this stone he had retrieved from Br's corpse. In addition, they need to destroy the remaining ants. Jin-Woo wondered if his combat power would improve to deal with everyone with his current strength. But suddenly, Bear began to say that he felt that the enemies without a leader were in a predicament and, unable to gather in military units, they had scattered into smaller groups. Jin-Woo began to speak, Br, can he figure out how many ants are left? The one began to explain that before the battle started, there were over 8,000. But now, among the survivors, there were just over 4,000 left. But Jin-Woo found that he had already wiped out many of them, but there were still quite a few left. So Jin-Woo began to ask his general if he could deal with them, to which he replied, if that's the order, I'll do it. At this time, one of the hunter ships saw the ants flying in their direction, and they began firing at them from the ship's cannons. The magic that was there also began to use its power and attack the ants. The hunters realized that the ants were flying north and if they flew there, they would run into the camp. Now it was their time to prepare for battle. They saw a great many ants flying straight at them, and one of the hunters first says that Glory must also prove herself in this battle, and they must cut down everyone that catches their eye. At the other, however, the hunter starts yelling, what is he doing? After all, each ant is comparable to a hunter in rank, and he might get hurt if he doesn't stick with the rest of the hunters. They all decided together to restore the reputation, but one of the hunters started to go crazy, for he felt incredibly powerful and didn't understand how they could fight them. But the other hunter noticed this and began to reflect on the fact that he seemed to be of high rank, but in reality he was nobody. And once the ants had already started to reach the island, the hunters who were on the shore could not believe it. After all, they didn't know if they could beat them. All the hunters wanted to group together quickly, for the ants were coming faster and faster. But suddenly a bright light appeared in the sky, and all the ants began to scatter into pieces. They saw that some creature had just killed the ants, and it was too fast. They didn't even have time to see it. They wondered what it really was. And for 2 days now, the ants have been actively exterminating in the south of Korea. After that, they were discovered on the coast of the China Sea, and they had already reached China. The men who were on the ship began to discuss the fact that they had not been able to sleep a wink for 2 days. But at that time another man began to say that the Second Legion had already entered the firing zone and started fighting. The Chinese hunter on board was already ready to show himself in all his glory. He saw that the ants were very numerous and there was no end or edge. He began to draw his great swords and tell them to submit in peace and let the sea be their grave. He used his skills by taking out his 2 large swords, and used them to send 2 large magical waves towards the ants that flew at them. Corrected text, and at that very moment, all the ants were destroyed. That hunter realized that they were just little things, pot-bellied. And so, if that ant that Jin-Woo had fought had survived, it would have gotten really hot in here. But he realized that what's to come is what's to go. At the same time, in a house in America, a girl who went in to see the hunter asked how he thought that Jin-Woo and Mr. Huang had something in common, and perhaps Huang Dong-soo had killed Hunter Soon specifically. Therefore, his brother, Mr. Huang, would most likely take revenge. And as soon as someone wanted to tell the girl that he said all the right things, she agreed. Thomas Andre, who was the master of the scavenger guild, started to say that he had some kind of disorder, because now it wouldn't be so easy to meet Jin-Woo, and he was so eager to meet him after all. The girl started to ask if he would give them the opportunity to fight, how he would do it. But Thomas started to answer her that it's not like they've known each other for days, and since Mr. Huang belongs to the Scavengers Guild, which is his guild, he doesn't forgive those who touch his property. Yeah, even if it's the US government itself. On the 3rd day of the raid on the island, the military and the main forces of the Knights Guild landed to collect crystals and deal with contingencies. They were walking along the shore, and one of the hunters was talking about how there was one person in the world who almost never had any luck. However, this guy would not give up, as he really wanted to get a gold medal, and hard training for perfect self-hardening and dropping down a weight class. He had endured it all, he only had to take one step towards his dream, because it was literally in front of him. All he had to do was reach out. All doping tests showed a positive result, and the day before the momentous event, he even had a good night's sleep and felt just fine. However, due to the sudden awakening, magical powers appeared in him, as a result of which he was no longer able to participate in the Olympic Games. Another hunter who was walking behind realized that he was talking about himself and kept saying that this guy had to give up his screw. But he found a new dream to start the best guild in the country. They finally found high-grade crystals and started saying that by collecting them, they could become the best in all of South Korea. The Korean girl who was standing behind them started to say that this was wrong. Next, they saw a lot of ants and realized that they seemed to have done a pretty good job here and everything was clean, there were no traces of mana anymore. Suddenly one of the hunters noticed an ant hiding behind a wall and he didn't wait long, he started chopping it down with his big sword. As soon as he killed it, he started telling the guys not to worry, because there might still be ants here, but they came here to eliminate them. Suddenly one of the guys started calling out, he saw something. Suddenly they saw some strange man heading straight towards them. I didn't realize that there was supposed to be no one on the island except the military and associations. After getting them this assignment, the leader started telling that man to immediately confess who he was. He began to tell his companions not to shoot yet, for he did not look like a monster. And he began to tell the man that he was in forbidden territory, and if he followed their instructions, and if he resisted, they would open fire. But the man began to speak in some incomprehensible language, and the hunters realized that it was the language of monsters. But suddenly some other creature snapped its fingers. This made all the hunters start to faint and fall to the ground. That man, who suddenly appeared, began to ask the other one what kind of tricks it was. But the one answered him that it was unnecessary and they had nothing to do with it. The hype just put them to sleep for a short time. He started asking his comrade if he had checked everything and the latter replied that yes, that was what was strange. They started to say why he was even helping people in the first place, but the other replied that he didn't understand the cockroaches in his head there either. They noticed ants that were lying on the ground, and they began to get sick of the rotting insects. But suddenly one of those men began to say that it was time to start the hunt they had planned and stick to the basic plan. That man opened a portal in front of him and began to walk into it, and the other man told him that one of the people they were hunting was here in Korea. Since they are already here, they can straighten him out since he is nearby. But the other man began to say that they should entrust the matter to someone else. And as soon as one of the men started to go into the portal, the other man started telling him that he didn't want to mess with that man to get even. But another time he told him, lastly, that it was okay to say that, because in general he could think as he wished. The portal closed, and that man, who had stayed on the island, began to say that he was a coward and began to look at the hunters, who were lying under his feet, for nothing. He swung his large hand and some sort of portal opened in front of him, into which he entered and disappeared. A little later, reporters took pictures of Jin-Woo going in to say goodbye to the dead who died on that island. When the raid ended on the island, the whole world began to discuss the event vigorously. and it was his first assignment after he obtained the S rank. Some opinions hardly changed even after his debut, and everyone's interest was fueled by the talk of the raid. Due to this, Jin-Woo's name had become practically on everyone's lips. A little later, reporters took pictures of Jin-Woo going in to say goodbye to the dead who died on that island. When the raid ended, the whole world began to discuss the event vigorously, and it was his first assignment after obtaining the S rank. Some opinions hardly changed even after the debut, and everyone's interest was fueled by the talk of the raid. This was the reason why Jin-Woo's name had become on the lips of almost everyone. As soon as Jin-Woo started to leave, he met the head of White Cur, and the latter began to tell him that he always thought that the hero would not be able to end the war with his actions alone. However, after everything that had happened, he began to think that this was not the case, and he began to tell Jin-Woo to hold his head high, for he had put a stop to this tragedy. The head of White Cur thanked him in front of the people, and as Jin-Woo stepped a little further away, he met his gaze with the Huntress Cha. She turned away with her gaze and blushed slightly. Jin-Woo didn't realize what had happened. But as soon as he looked at the pictures of the dead, he realized that the fifth raid on Jeju Island had a total of 4,800 participants, including hunters and ordinary awakened ones. 64 hunters and 32 citizens had died. It was a tragedy that ended in wasted sacrifices. However, this particular raid claimed fewer lives than the previous 4 attempts. A little later, Hunter Jin-Woo sat down at the table with the president of the association, and the latter began to tell him that it wasn't him, in words, who was planning to start his own guild. In that case, since he is a high-ranked hunter, he doesn't need to have his guild master's license with him at all. It would only be enough to make one call to the association and they would handle it themselves. Jin-Woo thought that he needed to find out what other privileges high-rank hunters had. However, the president asked if he had accidentally set up barriers or something on the island, but Jin-Woo didn't know what he was talking about. The president went on to say that a small group of people had gone to the island to destroy the surviving ants and collect the crystals. However, they were found unconscious, and they were all hunters, both in ranks and guys from the Knights Guild. He started to ask if he could have put up a barrier and forgotten about it, but Jin-Woo told him that he had done no such thing. Jin-Woo wondered what these guys were saying. But the president replied that they didn't remember passing out, and they couldn't even tell if the technique belonged to magic or not. Jin-Woo thought about the fact that there might be some ant traps in there, but suddenly a man came up to the chairman and said something to him. The chairman started to tell me that it seems their non-ghost had arrived earlier than he thought and he needed to leave. Jin-Woo thanked him for his time. As soon as they left, Jin-Woo realized that he had to go as well. But just as he approached his car, some man approached him, apologized and asked for his attention. He said hello and started saying his name was Adam White and he was a senior member of the American Bureau of Hunters. Jin-Woo could just call him Adam. He was in the office, but it turned out he wasn't easily caught off guard. He apologized for such an unexpected meeting in such a place, but Jin-Woo thought about what he said about looking for him in the office. If one thought about it like that, would it happen to be the foreigner that Jin-Ho was talking about? Jin-Woo started to ask him what he wanted, but the man replied that he had information he wanted to share. It was possible that there was no other country or even organization he had received such information from other than them. But Jin-Woo, why would he want to give such information to him specifically? The one replied that it was because it was only for a select few who would benefit immensely. Actually, he had planned to meet him in person from the beginning, but the raid on the island was too impressive, or something else. Long story short, his deputy at the bureau wants to see him as well. I have an important case, and he will tell him all the details by the deputy himself. He went on to say that there is a car waiting nearby, and whether he would like to take a ride with them. But Jin-Woo started to say that he didn't know if he could trust them, and he would think about it and call back. Finally, the man started to say that he had completely forgotten how important it is to keep the bar during negotiations until the very end. Then the reward would be higher as well. He also clarified whether Hunter Jin-Woo knew about the ability of awakened ones to increase the abilities of other awakened ones. After saying that, Hunter Jin-Woo thought about it and soon agreed. Along with them, Michael Connor, the deputy bureau chief of the Hunter Bureau, arrived at the site by car and was excited to meet them. He began to say that he would be the interpreter. Once they were all seated, he would get right down to business and provide the hunter with documents to immigrate to the United States. He went on to say that it usually takes about 2 years to process such documents, but in a second he would become a US citizen himself. But Gene was actually here for the information Adam had promised him. After all, awakening could help improve skills and increase abilities. He wondered, was such a thing really possible? That man began to say that honestly, such a person with such abilities was already here. And he started saying to get the Selner girl in here. And after a few minutes, she started coming into this room. The man at the same time started saying that she was the only person in the world capable of helping awakened hunters overcome their limits. That was according to Selner's norm, but as I looked at her, I noticed that she had a very different aura. She didn't look like the other awakened ones. The man got up and stood in front of her and began to ask her to tell Jin-Woo about her ability. She turned around and began to say that it must be hard to believe, and the other hunters thought exactly the same thing. However, once you experience my power, all doubts will disappear. She found herself even closer to Hunter Jin-Woo and began to say that since he already knew, every awakened person had a limit and no one was capable of overcoming it. In other words, once he is an awakened, he can never increase his rank again. It turns out that she has the power to help awakened hunters break their shackles, but she has to go through 3 stages to do so. Nevertheless, she is confident that she can call her ability forced reawakenings. The man who was standing beside her began to say that everything said to her was true. However, such a power requires a large expenditure of magical energy, so divorce through reawakening only comes to a few people, but not more. Jin-Woo reflected that he was also among them, and furthermore, if he wasn't telling the truth, such an ability was quite useful. He began to ask her how effective it was. The girl replied that it depends on the person, but after going through the 3 stages and improving by at least 20% or maybe even 30%, to Jin-Woo this was unbelievable. And now he began to understand why Hunter Hwang Dong-soo decided to go to America despite all the criticism. And who in their right mind would turn down such an opportunity? Any other hunter would want to be in his shoes. And if word of this ability spread, the man began to say that this is why she is being looked after and they have taken responsibility for her life, as well as paying some money as compensation. The risk is great, but this is the only way Mrs. Selner can help raise the level of their chosen hunters, and it can be said that her ability is their gift to Jin-Woo. Jin-Woo starts to say that it's not a gift, but more like a bargain than a gift. Or is he wrong? But the man started to say that if he becomes a US hunter, they will no doubt help him over his limit. In addition, he will be able to join any guild he wants. Thus, these were very favorable terms for the contract, but there was no need to rush. They invited him today so he himself joked about somehow being awakened again. The boys are not his gift, and Mrs. Selner was right. That man asked Hunter Jin-Woo if he wanted to try to go through with it. And he could take it as a gesture of reverence on their part. But Jin-Woo hesitated. It seemed to him that she was saying, once you experience its power for yourself, you won't be able to stop. And apparently, this woman is quite confident. She took Jin-Woo's hand and started telling him to look carefully into her eyes. And she started the first step. The man who was sitting next to her realized that this was Jin-Woo's hunter, now in their hands. I'm the one who's so cold and aloof right now, he thought. And once he experiences the power, he'll immediately come to them. And maybe even sign a contract with them right now. After all, the raid on the island where even Ruji, a hunter who claimed to be a national-level hunter, had failed and was easily completed, thanks to the abilities of this man who no one knew even a short while ago. And he wondered, what was his limit? In some dark place, she began to look around, and soon in the pitch darkness, she saw Jin-Woo's face peeking out from afar. At that moment she became very scared and started screaming in a loud voice. No one in the room could understand what had happened. The men standing behind Jin-Woo pulled out their guns and aimed them at him, saying what he had done to Mrs. Selner. Another hunter standing nearby began yelling at them to quickly hide their weapons. After all, they had probably forgotten who was in front of them now. He approached them and began to tell them that they were just outwardly idiots. If they were so worried, they should just check on her condition. He apologized to Jin-Woo and started to say that their agents had behaved a bit improperly. But Jin-Woo, sitting on the couch, couldn't understand what had happened. Well, that man didn't calm down and kept saying that if they put on such a show in front of Thomas or Jigan, they alone wouldn't be left with a wet spot. They should get that into their heads. Mrs. Selner was holding her head and trembling with fear. The man who approached her asked what was wrong with her, for she was sweating profusely. He realized that she wasn't feeling well and started to say that she didn't look well today and suggested to continue the conversation another time. Jin-Woo stood up and said it was fine. The man who came into the room heard what was being said to him and asked him to take Mr. Jin-Woo. As soon as he left, Mrs. Sellner began to say, with trembling hands, that he was the king and incredibly strong. She wasn't sure if it was just that he had reached the national level of hunter, for there was something else there. No doubt he was a king, but this young man was different from other hunters. The moment she looked inside him, a cold gaze pierced through her, but it wasn't the hunter Jin-Woo. An abyss, all-consuming abyss, surrounded his soul, and she was looking straight at him. It most likely had no limit, it was building up its strength and becoming much stronger with each passing day. At the same time, the president of the association sat in his office and pondered why the hunter Min Ben had died. He wondered why it was the hunter, since he had retired long ago. It was a terrible tragedy, and the president's heart was breaking just thinking about it. But be that as it may, there would be many more trials ahead of them, and then things would be different. Suddenly his phone began to vibrate, and he saw that someone was calling him. As soon as he picked up the phone, he couldn't believe his ears. He began to be told that right now a gateway to another dimension had appeared in the middle of the road, and the president of the association realized that Coles was there talking troops. He decided to contact a major guild and suddenly realized that if the gate had indeed appeared in that area, the hunter Jin-Woo previously mentioned said that it was near her guild office. However, at this time, Jin-Woo was sitting in her car and thought about the fact that the girl must have seen something real. She was very much startled by something, and it seemed like she saw a real monster in front of her. He began to reflect on the fact that they probably wouldn't meet again. He sat in his car and didn't understand why there was such a traffic jam. After all, you could get home faster on the subway. But suddenly he saw an incoming call from the president of the association. As soon as he picked up the phone and asked what was wrong, the association president began to tell him that a higher-ranking gate had opened in his neighborhood. He too realized that this gate was the reason why there was such a big traffic jam. The association president asked if he could settle the matter. But Jin-Woo, the hunter, asked him if he needed permission to clear it. The president began to answer him, "Where does your sweep permit come from?" And Jin-Woo replied, "Do you want to know who I am in the association?" Then the president began to say, "Then who are you?" And Jin-Woo realized that it was the president of the association, and he smiled. Subsequently, he began to say that he may not worry about anything. Hunter Jin-Woo thanked him and said that he had nothing to worry about, he would take care of everything. A little while later, he was already near the gate. The cameraman who was filming the report said that a gate appeared in front of them, right in the middle of the roadway. But Jin-Woo was approaching a girl from the association and she started to stop him, saying that where was he going, since outsiders were not allowed to enter. She realized that she had seen this face and it turns out to be the hunter Jin-Woo. The ordinary people who looked out of their car also saw that it was the same Jin-Woo and he must have come here to sort things out. Well, that girl behind the association first asked him what he was doing here, and no matter what his injuries were, she wouldn't allow AWOL. And if he has permission to sweep that dungeon, Jin-Woo was on the phone to the president of the association at this time. It seems like he wasn't welcome here with open arms, and he certainly came to the scene. But he seemed to have a little problem here. He handed the phone to that girl, or else he told her to pick up the phone, but she didn't understand. "Who is it?" she asked. And he started to say it was another person she couldn't let in. "It's the president of the association," he said. She started to get nervous and turned around. She said that of course she would do as she was told, but Jean had already turned around and started walking into the portal. She saw this and started to tell him to fall down and twist his ankle. But suddenly something started to happen to the gate. It started to change color and turned red. The girl couldn't believe how this could happen. They turned red. She hoped it wasn't because she had just said mean things to him. But Jean was already inside the portal and was starting to think about his heel. Something told him he had been tricked, and it was the red gate. He turned around and saw that the entrance was closed and getting out was a bit difficult. For his mom the main thing was that he should do what he loved, and he started to remember how she said that there was nothing to be done if he got such a high rank, he just had to save people like his father, who by the way was a fireman and saved people too. That's why she loved him, and then they got married, and what can you do if their child bleeds the same blood? And she told him not to try to jump in over his head. Jean began to smile after this memory, for he was so glad his mother understood him, and it was a relief to him. Jin-Woo had gotten a little frustrated and called these cities complicated. But today, he decided that he had to finish it quickly. He started summoning all of his shadow soldiers that had started to appear during the day. In front of him stood horrifying monsters, several meters tall. The shadow soldiers clashed in battle against these monsters. Jin-Woo watched all this and realized that a hunter was born to hunt. And monsters aren't their only enemies. The hunter must always be on the lookout to avoid being hunted, because the situation can change at any moment. For having received a high rank, people often lose vigilance. And no matter how much game is not killed by his hand, a hunter will never stop hunting. And even if times are hard, a hunter will always come to the aid of his friends or family, who are always near him. And a hunter will never stop hunting, and so far no hunter has ever thought of stopping hunting. In one of the magical ruptures, where it seemed there would be utter silence, some man started breathing heavily and didn't understand why the hell he was being attacked. There was a strange humanoid monster standing over him, trying to find some particle of light here. However, he started to say that it wasn't here, and he seemed to have scattered them everywhere. Suddenly this monster turned around and saw another strange man who appeared through a portal and started telling him what he was doing here, and that there was a hiding place to the east of here. Although he himself said he was going to be in charge of that area himself, something didn't go according to plan and he started saying that it appeared that the ruler was going to confuse them. He was heading a bit south, so he's vouching for that area. They began to speculate on this topic about the Shadow Lord following a contract. If that was the case, there shouldn't be any problems. That strange man who appeared from the portal started to say that they found the brightest particle of light in that place. And that was not a bad thing. On the other man coming to him to tell him about it. If he's going to give in to it, he's fine with it. They'd have to replace the Shadow Lord to their place, and they couldn't have that puppy prowling around the world. They wondered why he was so careless about leaving footprints. He was not an easy kid. Suddenly a strange man in ragged clothes came up to them, and he heard about the little piece of land in the east that they had been talking about. He started to tell them that they were talking about Korea. Those two turned around and started to say to him, "What do you care?" But they didn't decide to fight him, and as soon as the portal opened, they decided to leave with the words that if he wanted to stop them, he would have to act now. But that man didn't want to just leave them behind. He started to run straight at them and stop them from escaping. He threw a big ice barrier at one of those guys. After they collided, a huge barrier formed and enveloped the entire area that was near them. At this time, in the Red Gate, Jin-Woo was fighting against the terrifying monsters. Eventually, he met a leader who spoke in human language and started telling him that he was the little man who was roaming around and killing his fellow humans. And it would be even better for him, for not only had he personally traveled all this way, he was speaking their language. However, the masters believed that now his end would come. His marriages had been waiting for him for a long time, and now they should show up right now. But suddenly, nothing happened, and this monster was lost. Jin-Woo asked him, that was all he had to say. He turned out to be amused, and Jin-Woo began to tell his soldiers to come out. And at the same moment, a huge army of shadow warriors began to come out from all directions. Jin-Woo was saying that it looked like there was no one else here. That monster couldn't understand what had happened. After all of his comrades were dead, and he saw the utter destruction that reigned around him. After all the shadow soldiers were taking turns destroying all the monsters that were sitting in the bushes in ambush. And at this moment, Jin-Woo began to tell them to act, and the entire dark army began to advance towards those monsters that were facing them. They met in a fierce battle, but some monsters didn't want to fight against the shadow soldiers and started moving straight towards their main enemy. But what they didn't expect was that a huge shadow bear would appear behind them and start fighting with all its strength and scattering them in different directions. The leader of these monsters started shouting that they were dumb-headed, because they felt like they were fighting for the first time. But before he could finish his thought, my Commander-in-Chief and General Bear dispatched him. At this time, Commander-in-Chief Fong started using his giant song skill. And after the first skill, he started to do the second skill as well and use gravitational acceleration. Thus, the big monster started to press down with all its strength against the earth. Jin-Woo walked right up to him and started telling him to start answering questions. If he panicked, he promised that his death would come quickly and painlessly. Soon after, Jin-Woo realized that nothing seemed to be true here either. The system seems to be thwarting him in every way possible. But that's okay, because one day he would still find out the truth. And the item that fell out of a random cursed box during the raid on the island, he can now use this key. When his level was raised to 100, he met all the conditions and now the information about the key was available to him. It was the key to the Karathion Temple. This key to enter the Karathion Temple is available at the entrance and the location of the entrance will be revealed after a certain amount of time and the remaining time is 417 hours, 6 minutes and 52 seconds. And the key to the Karathion Temple. Jin-Woo began to think that even if he decided to look for it, it was unlikely that he would find it since it was a dual dungeon, and the system started calling him back to the place where it all began. And it was not the same now as it had been before. Since that was the plan, and if he's still waiting for it, in that case he accepts its call. Let that horrible monster that once killed him wait for him to return. After all, very soon they will meet to figure out in the end what happened then in that double dungeon that caused him to be reborn and start becoming much stronger. Jin-Ho sat in his office and started clicking his mouse on the desk. He was very much agitated, for he was very much on a case. To destroy the haters who were harming their guild, he didn't spare anyone for trying to harm his leader. And once he finished, he sighed, for he was finally able to deal with the leader's most ardent haters. At that same moment, Jin-Woo walked into the room and told Jin-Ho that he did a good job. Jin-Ho was surprised that his master had shown up so abruptly, for first he had disappeared somewhere. Now he suddenly appeared as if he had grown out of the ground. But Jin-Woo started to ask that while he was away. Nothing had happened, and his partner replied that everything was fine. But Jin-Ho didn't understand what was wrong with Jin-Woo, because he looked kind of strange and his appearance was very messed up. But Jin-Woo replied that he had just come out of the dungeon, and since he said that they needed money to provide for the guild, he showed the crystals that were in his bag, and they were top-level crystals. Jin-Ho was very happy about these crystals, because now he wouldn't have to worry about the workers' salaries. But Jin-Woo was surprised when he heard the words about workers. But Jin-Ho started to say that he had once told him that he needed another member. And Jin-Woo started to remember something that he said that 3 people were needed to start a guild, a director, a deputy director, and an employee. But Jin-Woo didn't understand what the point of that was. After all, it was best to hire people who were already proven. Still, this is a pretty serious matter, and Jin-Woo didn't want to discuss it further. But Jin-Ho said that there was one more problem that they should immediately solve, and that would be the name of the guild that they should come up with. But Jin-Woo didn't even think about it, even though it was the most important thing. So Jin-Ho asked, how about the Songyu Guild in honor of their 2 founders, or the Yusun Guild? Although he didn't particularly like this option since his last name would come before his. But he suggested taking the last terms of their names, and it would be the Wuho Guild, or the first syllables of Jin. It sounded kind of good to him, but Jin-Woo said, how about Solo? And Jin-Ho started to get nervous after saying those words. Jin-Woo is a hunter who fights alone. But Jin-Ho turned around and started thinking that this must be some kind of joke, and whether he should laugh or not. At this moment, because it seems like there are still things in the world that his mentor can't do, after all, he is a loner. But suddenly someone knocked on the door, and the 2 of them looked and couldn't figure out who it was. And as soon as they opened the door, Jin-Ho heard someone ask him that it was the office of the Hunters Guild Sung Jin-Woo. It was Hunter Cha, and Jin-Woo started to ask what brought her here. But she replied that she wanted to join the guild. And after a few minutes, they were sitting on the couches, and Jin-Woo started asking her how she knew about this guild. But she replied that he himself had asked her to join this guild. But Jin-Woo couldn't remember when he said that. And the next thing he asked, wasn't it the president or the association that sent her here? But she didn't understand what the association president had to do with it. But Jin-Woo continued to ask if it could be that Hunter Choi kicked her out of his guild. But she replied that she didn't, and Jin-Woo didn't understand what the reason was then and why she would join their guild solo. And as soon as the huntress heard what their guild was called, she turned blue with misunderstanding. She couldn't believe her ears that he had named his guild Solo. And as soon as Jin-Woo asked her if she had any complaints about the name of the guild, Jin-Ho interrupted them and started to say that the mentor had jokingly called their guild Solo, because he hadn't agreed to that. A little later, Jin-Woo turned around and began to think about the fact that he needed to calm down first. And while he hadn't figured out the situation yet, so he didn't really understand what they wanted from him, he looked at this huntress and realized that with her heartbeat, breathing and gaze she is trying to hide the true reason for her visit, but she's pretty bad at it. He wondered why this huntress wanted to join their guild, because as far as he knew, Lady Cha had awakened less than 2 years ago, and her contract with the current guild still hadn't expired. but she replied that she had the money to pay the penalty. And after saying that, Jin-Woo wondered if she wanted to join them despite the forfeit. The next thing Jin-Woo said was that they are able to provide her with a monetary reward worthy of his level, but she replied that she shouldn't, because it doesn't matter to her. And Jin-Woo asks herself what her true purpose is if she's raring to go to them so early despite the consequences. After all, for her, you could say it's a disadvantageous deal. But the huntress pondered and still couldn't decide whether to tell her or not. After all, even if she told her, she would most likely be taken for a madwoman. After all, at the beginning, she had sensed that there was no nasty smell from Jin-Woo, and she was curious because he gave off a pleasant scent. And he disrupted Lee Min-sung's press conferences, and he had so many haters writing about him. And when she found out he was an S-rank hunter, she realized he wasn't so bad. Even though she tried to indoctrinate herself otherwise, believing that he was unlikely to pay attention to her. In this pitch darkness, however, she finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel, and fear, pain, and thoughts that she was about to die washed over her current mind in a cold wave. However, she realized. And when she awoke from her long sleep, the president of the association was sitting beside her, asking her if she was alright. But she didn't realize where she was, and they started to answer her that she was on a helicopter to the Hunters Association, and upon arrival, the president would immediately send her to the hospital. And when she asked the president that Hunter Jin-Woo had also come to the raid, the president waved his head, and she thought so, because it wasn't a dream, and she really almost died that time. And she realized that if suddenly something happened on one of the raids, what would she do? And now she was sitting on the couch in front of the hunter who had saved her. It's like she's got water in her mouth and she can't say that. She wants him by her side until her last breath. She was so ashamed of what she thought. She blushed, and Jin-Woo couldn't understand what was happening to her. After all, she couldn't tell him about it. After all, judging from her flushed face, she is definitely hiding something, and he doesn't know what's in her mind. But realized that the fact that she might have planned everything in advance cannot be ruled out, and he ended up asking what her answer was. But Huntress Cha clenched her fists, and she was uncomfortable, but she wanted to say it so badly. And she wondered if she should or not. But Jin-Ho hovered over to the mentor and began to speak, to give him an idea of how hard it was in the Hunter Guild, if even Cha herself had come to them hoping to find peace. And now she's around 22 to 23 years old, and most likely being a young hunter, she feels a great burden of responsibility. And on top of that, she was badly injured during the raid on the island. Jin-Woo sighed and started to say that he was very sorry, to be honest. In order to join the guild, one must pass a certain test, which the letter didn't mention. After all, it had appeared to them relatively recently, so the vice president had apparently just forgotten about it. Jin-Woo asked Jin-Ho to go downstairs and get them something to drink and eat, and as soon as he left, the huntress started asking what the test was about. And Jin-Woo realized that she was determined, because it didn't seem like it to him, and he started to say that she needed to defeat one of her soldiers. She sighed and began to reply that he was sure that would be enough to evaluate her, for she had her mind set on who her opponent would be, and he replied that he would pick the strongest warrior especially for her. The huntress was very eager to join this guild, and she stood up from the couch at the same time and started asking when they would start. Jin-Woo answered her that they would start right now, as he thought that the Hunter Association's gym would be perfect. However, he suddenly realized that the journey to get there would take quite some time, so he decided to try using the Shadow Exchange. After all, it allows you to make an exchange with any shadow soldier, but after using it, it becomes unavailable for 3 hours. The waiting time depends on the level of the skill. And when she wanted to go out of the door, Jin-Woo started to say that they didn't have to go there, but she didn't understand what he meant. Because there was another, easier way. But really, she would have to stand a little closer to him if she didn't mind. And as soon as Jin-Woo pressed her against him, she blushed and he started using Shadow Exchange. In that same second, they began to fall under the ground as if the shadow was sucking them in. And as soon as they disappeared, Jin-Ho came back to this room with food. He was going to say that he brought them some food so they could talk in peace. But in the place of the hunters, he saw a big tall orc. He was surprised where he had come from, but that orc was not confused and reached out his hand and took the food from him and started eating. At the same time, Jin-Woo and Huntress Cha were in the training room at the Hunters Association. Once they arrived at the place, the huntress couldn't believe how he managed to do it, but Jin-Woo thought so. His assumption turned out to be correct. This skill works like a gateway, and the fact that it can move with people only confirmed his guess. After all, some sort of entrance forms on the floor, and where it points to is the exit. Moving becomes the location of his shadow soldier, and it takes about 3 hours to roll the skill. But it can be used to build a gate connecting different ends of the world, and Jin-Woo started to tell her that it was already time to start. However, the huntress started to tell him that she remembered that she forgot her weapon. But Jin-Woo replied to her that the pickaxe he saw in her hands in the dungeon where he fought the higher orcs. She blushed and started to say that it wasn't her weapon. To all of this, Jin-Woo said that it was just a joke, and the huntress started to say that it was okay, because she thought she could find something suitable in the warehouse. And once she got to the door of the warehouse, she opened it and started looking at the weapons that were there. After all, training is always going on here, so they had built a rather extensive warehouse with weapons next to the hall. And sure, it wasn't the best, but it was fine for training. And once she picked out a sword that suited her, she said she was ready. Jin-Woo started to say that it was the final version, and all like that, she had never used it, and it must be very bad in the hand, that sword. But she replied that it doesn't matter, because as long as she can fight with it, then the monster doesn't care if she's comfortable or not. That was well said for Jin-Woo, and he was afraid that with her fighting style, an ordinary soldier wouldn't be enough here, and she would tear him apart in a split second. Then he decided to summon the shadowy commander-in-chief Igris and says that among his soldiers, he is the most skillful swordsman. The huntress began to reply, "Until when will they fight?" And Jin-Woo replied that until his soldiers or she surrendered. Because although he said that he would put the strongest warrior against her, but Jin-Woo was afraid that General Ant Bear could only traumatize her even more, in which case this shadow soldier would be the most suitable. And as soon as Jin-Woo saw the huntress stand and he paid attention to her sword, he realized that any weapon could be used. He asked the huntress to turn away for a second, and as soon as she turned away, he started to pull out the Demon King's sword and handed it to his soldier, telling him to use it. A moment later, they began to fight. Igris was already advancing and headed towards the huntress with his new weapon, and as soon as he swung it, a bright lightning bolt struck the ground. The huntress was very fast as Jin-Woo had imagined, because from such an attack, normally a human would have died long ago. But she was fighting him as an equal. Suddenly at this time, the president of the association was sitting in his office filling out some papers. But suddenly he turned his gaze to the window, where he saw that there was a light on in the training room. He started to remember that no one seemed to have booked the hall today, and he started calling his subordinates, asking them to send him the surveillance footage in the training hall. Once the subordinate realized, he saw that 2 hunters had appeared in the gym, and he couldn't figure out how they got there. He began to remember when he was near the hunter and they were flying together in the helicopter. She had asked him if Hunter Jin-Woo had come to the raid. He smiled and realized how he might not have noticed it before. At that moment, he started telling his subordinates to turn off the CCTV cameras in the training room and put it on record that it was an inspection. He was sitting in his office and suddenly his picture shifted in a different direction because of the blows that were in the training room. He realized that it was youth that was the perfect match for people to unite. But suddenly in the training hall, Jin-Woo was surprised to see that Igris was thrown back and fell into the wall. The huntress began to say that this was indeed his most skillful sword master, for he had said that he would summon the strongest shadow. She was confident in her power and repeated to the hunter to summon the strongest, but he replied that it might harm her. But she replied that it was fine. After all, she still wanted to fight him again. Suddenly, Jin-Woo realized that she knew about General Bear. Video. And after Jin-Woo started summoning his shadow, he decided to ask the huntress again, "Are you sure you want to fight him?" With the shadow, Bear became weaker than he was when he was alive. However, he was originally born to kill hunters, and the advantage was clearly not on the side of Hunter Cha. At this time, Jin-Woo heard his shadow soldier Bear start to ask him, "What instructions will there be?" He told him to deal with the huntress, but in such a way that she wouldn't get hurt. And at that very second, Bear let out a huge scream, causing all the light bulbs in the training room to start cracking. The echo was so strong that all the light bulbs shivered, and darkness fell in that training room. The huntress saw that he was very strong, and couldn't believe how Jin-Woo fought him alone. But suddenly, Jin-Woo ordered his shadow soldier to stop and started saying that if the huntress hurt herself, he wouldn't forgive him. Bear at this point realized and started saying that he obeyed his king and nothing like that would happen. At the same time, the huntress was standing there, not suspecting anything, because she was just ready to fight. But suddenly a shadowy soldier appeared behind her and she realized that he had decided to attack. Just like last time, I also realized that it wouldn't work twice, and she swung her big sword, but the shadow soldier skillfully intercepted it. He didn't realize that the Lord's orders were the same: you need to deal with the enemy. I, above all, need to use my superiority to break the opponent's spirit. That was it, he decided, and the battle began. The huntress started attacking with her sword, trying to make her opponent a sieve. She realized that it was too early to land critical blows, but she kept attacking. Suddenly, she noticed that he was avoiding her attacks by being in the air, and in that very second, the shadow hunter was very close to her, emitting a bright sound that stunned her opponent. The shadow soldier skillfully grabbed him. That caused her to bounce aside. Jin-Woo realized that it was already possible to make a judgment and began to speak his thoughts. This time, he believed that it would be enough, but the huntress disagreed. After all, she could still fight, and Jin-Woo didn't understand what she was even thinking. He couldn't imagine that the huntress was the kind of person who would recklessly rush into battle despite the difference in strength. Bear was significantly different from his shadow soldiers. But even with his mind, he invariably remains a living weapon for killing, and he can feel Bear feeding off the urge to suppress his bloodlust. If he was up to something, Jin-Woo hoped it was nothing bad, but at this moment, Bear felt the instinct to yours. Once on the brink of life and death, one eventually begins to realize who is in front of you, predator or prey. And that resistance to the predator is unacceptable. He continued to attack the huntress, but she was able to dodge all of his attacks that he wanted to inflict. She was jumping from side to side, and at one point she started to use her sword dance skill and pounced on the shadow soldier. But after the greatest blow that the huntress wanted to strike, her sword broke, colliding with the exoskeleton. She realized that this was her only chance, and since she was already almost out of mana, she could only use this skill once. But it should be enough, and this skill is a dream. She stabbed the shadow soldier with terrifying speed and great force with her sword of light. Jin-Woo couldn't believe his eyes, for he saw the queen's order given to him at birth surfacing in his thoughts. Due to his instincts, he couldn't ignore those words that were forever lodged in his mind to destroy everyone. After the blow that Bear received, he became angry, and his aggression was clearly visible, for he had a bright red aura around him, and the huntress had no place to go, for he was close to destroying her. But at this moment, Jin-Woo began to shout for him to stop, but it was already too late, and the blow was struck. However, it suddenly appeared that Jin-Woo was so fast that he was able to jump up in time to block his strike. He began to say what had ordered him to stop and why he was disobeying. And as soon as the dust settled, Jin-Woo began to ask why Hunter Cha was taking such a risk. At that moment, Ber bounced aside, fell to his knees, and began to beg his king to forgive and pardon him. However, Jin-Woo simply looked in his direction and sighed. After that, he began to say to Hunter Cha, "Why are you taking such a risk? What benefit is it to you to join their guild? After all, this is just a test of stepping into the unknown for everyone. Why would you put your life at such a risk? What drives you to take such a baiting step?" In answer to all these questions, she continued to remain silent. Jin-Woo couldn't understand what was really wrong with her, so he asked, "Could it be that she is interested in me?" She asked him again, but Jin-Woo realized that it wasn't the same either, and soon couldn't figure out what was wrong. But suddenly, she answered him, "Yes, it seems that's the case. It's all about him." At this time in the American Hunters Association, a man and a woman came up to one of the hunters and began to apologize to him, for they were sorry. But he began to say, sitting in his chair, that he had not called them to apologize or for him to listen to their apologies. For they were to tell him how such a thing could have happened. According to Sellner's surveillance report, the Jin-Woo hunter was determined to be one of the kings, and the man who sat in the chair could not believe what she had to say, namely, that the Jin-Woo hunters had the power to decree my national level power. But Mrs. Sellner, who was standing in front of him, began to say that she wanted to clarify a little. One who has awakened possesses a power connected to the other side that allows him to see the channels of that connection. Sometimes the power coming from the other side can be too great. There have been awakened ones who seem to shine like diamonds. She calls them kings. However, she saw nothing of the sort in him as she looked into his eyes. The darkness looked at her, and it turns out that he is the darkness. At that man couldn't understand what she meant and asked her what she meant someone Hunter Jin-Woo evil. But the girl began to explain that she is not speculating about the nature of the strong Hunter Jin-Woo, whether she is good or evil. She's talking about where that power comes from. After all, the Hunter Jin-Woo he does not use the power that comes from outside, he does not draw power from these channels, but feeds on the power that is within himself, the channels of unlimited power. And that means that his power is infinite. And suddenly, after saying those words, that man stood up and started walking towards them, telling the girl that she had done a good job. But the other man, who was standing nearby, did not understand where the gentleman was going. But the man replied that he was going to the 24th floor of the underground and he should go with him. After a while, they entered the elevator and started to descend. In the elevator, one of the men started saying that if they couldn't use Madame Selner's power, then they should find another way. If he remembered the very first S-level dungeons, it was the most terrifying dungeon breakthrough that turned the US West upside down. And it was hard to forget such a thing if only 5 of the strongest hunters drafted by America for a huge sum of money survived. The US gave these 5 certain state-level privileges, hence the term national-level hunter. The dragon Kamesh, whose fire would never die out, single-handedly destroyed dozens of hunters. They continued to descend lower and lower, and the one man began to tell the other that he would believe him if he said that this monster had left them a small gift. As soon as they started to open the door, they saw that they had the rune stone that had been left from Reed's body. And exactly 8 years have passed since he was killed, and there is no Maha among those 5, and the stone has been waiting for its owner in the cold cellar all this time. And the stone is ready to give a valuable gift to this beautiful country one more time. At the same time, but in Korea, the hunter Jin-Woo was at his home and stood in front of a mirror. He thought about it, because he was sure that he had grown up and got stronger, but when he looked at himself he realized that this was all, because every second person on the street was like that, and it was all because of rebirth. He wondered if it was because of the rebirth of all parts of the body, all the flaws had disappeared due to this effect. At that moment he burst into his sister's room and asked her what she thought of him, but she didn't understand what he meant. He started saying like male charm or something, but she didn't understand why he suddenly decided he was worth something. But her brother, at the same time, came up to her and started tormenting her. However, her sister at this time started saying that if you think about it, he is just a freeloader for our family. After that, Jin-Woo smiled and thanked her for her objective assessment, but it was in jest. Soon after that, she started kicking him, but he started telling her that she would break her legs, because she seemed to have forgotten that he was an S-rank hunter and had some knowledge in his head. But she started to answer him that she was actually first in school in grades. Jin-Woo started to tell her that he would think about starting his own guild, but his sister jokingly started to tell him that she would now listen to the boss's words if everything went smoothly. Jin-Woo decided to ask her how she felt about what he called El Solo, but in response he heard her start to say that he was joking. After all, why would he call his guild that? After all, it sounds very strange. After all, his power summons those black soldiers. So technically he's not working solo, she told him. And then Jin-Woo realized that this was logical, and asked her what she was suggesting. And his sister started to tell him to let her name her guild Ajin, because the A is her, Jean. It's a level up, and even though it's her name upside down, it sounds cool. And once evening came at Hunter Cha's apartment, she lay in her bed and agonized over what she had said to Hunter Jin-Woo back then, because it seems like it. After all, those words sounded like a true calling, and in that case, instead of joining, wasn't there a better way for her? And she started to blush and yell that he would probably think she was some kind of crazy person. But suddenly she switched gears and started talking in a voice about how he saved her life after all, and of course she was interested in him. And from that point on, she closed the subject. But at that same moment, she still couldn't calm down. And once she had already calmed down and covered her head with a pillow, she began to think about the fact that she had survived because of Hunter Min Ben's healing power. And as she started to look up at the ceiling, she remembered that she was a soul and she was grabbed by the hand of that healer who had saved her life, and he started to tell her to tell Jin-Woo to be careful, for she must tell him to be careful with the power she possessed. She remembered that at that moment she had met the Hunter Min Ben. The next day, one of the hunter guilds was talking about another dungeon opening up. However, this time, they might have some difficulty in obtaining a permit because the dungeon's level rating was above average. One of the hunters thought that this dungeon was ranked S, but the other hunter replied that it was rated A. However, it turned out that it would be troublesome for this guild because in case of emergencies, they might find themselves trapped inside, and if the dungeon did turn out to be rank S, they would have to give up on clearing it. And if not, they would no longer be able to turn away, as their guild was one of the largest in the country. Therefore, it would be ugly if the public found out that they were unable to handle a rank A dungeon, and if they gave up on it, all the credit would go to other more famous guilds. They started to think about what to do. After all, they also have some pretty good hunters, but compared to other guilds, Not many people know about them because they still haven't been able to recruit an S-rank hunter yet. Some of the hunters didn't think it would play such a big role, and suddenly one of the female hunters approached them and suggested that they form an alliance. The two men realized that it wasn't a bad idea, and she thought that they couldn't do it alone. However, the other guilds are probably already on board, they just don't know if they would agree. But the girl went on to say that there could possibly be some complications and suggested, how about we invite one person to join us? But the other hunters started asking her why they weren't going to a low-ranked dungeon and what was the point of it. Suddenly, he guessed what she was talking about after all, the hunter Jin-Woo. Thus, teaming up with others would bring them nothing but a bad reputation, and with Jin, all eyes would only be on them. Besides, he was confident that under his patronage, his squad would be able to return in one piece. He started asking his co-workers if anyone knew what hunter Jin-Woo was doing. Another man replied that he didn't know anything except that he had recently cleared the dungeons on the highway. He decided to find out his contact information, but the other hunter interrupted him and told him not to bother, because there was no need for that. If he thought such matters were handled over the phone, he was wrong. At the same time, Jin-Woo, sitting in his office, suggested to Jin-Ho that their guild should be called Ajin. Really sounds good, Jin-Ho said. They should stop there, the main thing was to not call it solo. Jin-Woo then asked what else was on the list, since they needed to find another member. Jin-Ho asked what about the Cha girl and how it went yesterday. Jin-Woo replied that it didn't work out, she's not right for them. Jin-Ho thought about the fact that she's a young girl and also a beauty and a hunter. He had high hopes for her. And he wondered how long he would be her mentor and who he was even looking for her to be a good fit for him. He started to say that if you think about it, he should have a hunter's license. Also, he wouldn't be interested in guild matters and they should trust him unconditionally. Jin-Ho started to think, and suddenly an idea came to him. And he seemed to realize who he wanted to invite to join him. But suddenly someone started knocking on the door again, and Jin-Woo got up and started walking to the door. And as soon as he started to open it, he thought it was that huntress again, Cha. But it wasn't her. As soon as he opened the door fully, he saw 3 men from the association and the knights. They were surprised to see them here, and a little while later they took a seat on the couch and started talking about the fact that there was a gate and the video recording. The proof of that was that it was very big. And of course the size of the brother and the level of the dungeon don't always match, but here it's different. They matched, that hunter with the guild and Jin-Woo started talking. To ask them, what does it turn out that this dungeon is S-ranked? But that hunter and started to answer that it's not clear yet, because this is the biggest dungeon that has ever appeared in Busan territory. He went on to say that if he had already realized that the association flatly refused to give them permission to clear the dungeon because there was no S-ranked hunter in their team. So they decided that they could use him to get permission and complete the raid. And of course, he would give Jin-Woo a generous reward, because usually this kind of hunter would give 10% of the total profit to the hunter, but they would give him 20%. Jin-Woo didn't even hesitate to tell him to divide 50-50. Yu Hunter couldn't understand and interjected Jin-Woo, starting to say that he would agree to cooperate with them if they accepted him as a full member of the guild. After all, they had just approved the name of the guild. This man then said, so how about 40-60? But Jin-Woo wasn't going to bargain with them, and that hunter from the Night Guild realized that this guy wasn't that simple, and started saying that they could take over as the dungeon boss. Jin-Woo replied him that they could count on him, and that hunter went on to say that the dungeon had already been open for a long time. So they should hurry up and they would all go as early as tomorrow. Jin-Woo started to say that he still had plans and they could meet tomorrow. At this moment, he tied his shadow to that man's leg and said that he wouldn't be late and they didn't need to worry. But suddenly the other hunter began to say that it seemed to him as if his shadow had just moved. And at the same moment, the phone in Jin-Woo's hands began to vibrate. As soon as he saw that the number was ringing, he apologized to the guys and told them that he needed to take this call and they could wait for him here. As soon as he was out the door, he started talking on the phone and heard his mom's voice. He was surprised that she had bought her own phone, but she said that she immediately wanted to hear his voice. He went outside and his mom asked him, I hope she's not distracting you from important things right now? But he replied, not at all, and began to think about the fact that it was his mom after all. But at this moment, a call from another girl, Jin-Woo, was waiting. He was standing not far from the entrance of his building and suggested that his mom go out to dinner all together tonight and the next day in Busan City, near those big gates. There were a lot of different hunters who were all dressed in bright armor. One of the hunters who had talked to Jin-Woo yesterday picked up his phone and looked at the time. He realized that he had barely talked him into it and hoped that he wouldn't be late, because it was already 11 o'clock on the clock, and he would need to move out in 5 minutes. At this time, Jin-Woo was outside his house in another city and looked at the disgusting weather. He was thinking about whether his sister had taken an umbrella, and at this moment, he realized that it was already time for him to go and started to use his social skills. At the same time, when the hunters in the network started to enter that gate in the school, 3 guys were walking down the hallway and talking about their schoolwork. Why should they have to do the art teacher's job? They started to open the door to one of the classrooms and wondered how many statues they should bring in. But there should be about 6 statues, and that's all there is in this room. Another student began to resent that even if they took one each, they would still have to go back. A third student suggested that they could take all of them at once. Once they started to go inside the classroom, they saw that there was a lot of dust and everything was dirty. They talked at first about how this place had even been cleaned by anyone at one time. As soon as they saw these statues, they realized that it wasn't afraid of not being used. But suddenly one of the students saw a gate at the back of the classroom that appeared out of nowhere. Another student went up to them and began to say to the others, "Why are they trembling? Because as long as the gate is closed, there is nothing to be afraid of, because only hunters can come out of it. But no one can come out and it will only open in a week or so." But the third pupil wondered that hadn't they been told that there was no one in the whole family here, and suddenly a huge green hand appeared from this gate, which grabbed one of the pupils by the head and lifted him into the air, and he began to ask for help from his companions. But his friends saw that one of the orcs started to come out of that gate. A few minutes later, all the students in the room were dead and lying on the floor. A supreme orc emerged from that gate, and it was clear that predators with unusual skills existed in this world. They possessed no intelligence, but their superior hunting habits allowed them to surpass man himself. The tart odor of blood and human flesh excited them. However, due to the fact that they came here as scouts, they had to suppress their true nature, for the task at hand was paramount. So the hunter, who had been lurking in the shadows for weeks, did not need to look for his prey, for his sixth sense told him that game was plentiful and right above them. The structure of the structure resembled the citadel in some ways. One of the orcs began to say that he would start the hunt, and the other should call his brothers. That orc decided that after putting down all the humans and taking this fortress under siege, they would start the real hunt. First of all, he would clear the way for them, and as soon as he stepped into the corridor, he saw many students standing at the end of the corridor. One of the students noticed the monster that was across from her. They all turned around and couldn't understand what it was. But that supreme orc was already attacking the nearest people who were standing near it. At this time, Jin-Woo stood and watched the gate that was across from him, and he realized that it looked even bigger in person than it did in the video he was watching. He noticed that there was a collection team on the right and an extraction team on the left. There were 30 A-Rang hunters and 20 W-Rang hunters among the attackers, and there were still many A-Rang hunters. No wonder, since this guild had the largest number of A-Rang hunters. But suddenly, Jin-Woo heard someone start to address him, and as soon as he turned around, he saw so many hunters standing in front of him and started telling him that he was great in that raid on the island and how he had summoned those dark warriors. Was it summoning magic? They all started asking, and Jin-Woo couldn't answer anything, because there were too many of them and they were asking all different questions. Suddenly, one of the girls ran up to him and started to tell those groups of hunters to calm down, because don't they see that they are inconveniencing the hunter Jin-Woo with their questions? That girl started to introduce herself. Her name was Jong Rim. I was the head of the healers from the elite attack squad of the Knights Guild, and she doesn't know what about the others, but she thinks that as the two most responsible people, they should get along with each other. And you don't think so? She asked the hunter Jin-Woo. But at that moment, Jin-Woo turned around and started to tell that hunter he had recently talked to in his office what he hadn't told him. And suddenly that hunter began to say that now was the time and began to tell all the hunters who had gathered near him that the current raid would be led by him. But those hunters who were standing in front of him started to say that it was him again. Why is that? After all, they already have a Jin-Woo hunter. But the leader began to answer them that the Jin-Woo hunter would have their backs and ensure their safety. But those hunters started to say that he really thinks that they are so weak that they need someone to protect them, and one of the guys started to ask Jin-Woo, does he also think that their Knight Guild is only made up of weaklings? But the leader started to say that it's nothing like that, the youngsters are going, and asked Jin-Woo if he thought the same thing himself, because maybe the root of the problems lies a bit deeper in upbringing. Well, or something like that, and Jin-Woo told him that he agreed, because this guy has a lot of confidence. As soon as the time came, the leader realized that they had to move out, and the raid began. And at the same time, a call started coming into the Hunters Association, and a girl picked up the phone and started saying that the Public Emergency Communications Center was ready to listen to whoever called. The other end of the line started saying it was the association, and this girl confirmed that was correct. A student from the school started to say that right now there are monsters walking around their school and they have a dungeon open. The dispatcher started asking where they were, and the student said she was hiding in the restroom. She was with a friend, but he was already dead. The dispatcher asked how many monsters she counted nearby or not, but the student didn't know anything. The dispatcher heard a lot of screaming coming through the tube. The apprentice was saying that she was probably going to die now, but the dispatcher wanted to calm her down and started telling her to listen carefully. You see, the hunters are already moving out to help them, and there is no way they will leave them in trouble. Therefore, she must not lose her temper and hold on until the very end. After these words, the student felt better. The dispatcher began to ask her if she happened to know what kind of species the topic monsters referred to. The student replied that she had seen them on TV, but she had forgotten what they were called and began to remember. The dispatcher asked her to describe them, what kind of monsters they were, and what they looked like, and the student began to say that they had a body like a human and a scary face. Suddenly she remembered that they had green skin and it was an orc. She also remembered that they were called orcs on TV. But at this time, this orc with a big gray had already entered the restroom and was heading towards the student who was hiding. Suddenly, there was a very loud scream through the tube and the connection was cut off. However, the dispatcher kept yelling for her to get out of there as soon as possible because they could smell blood. The last thing she heard was the girl screaming for help. Her phone fell to the ground. All the students that were in that school started to get out and were horrified at what they saw. They noticed a lot of blood scattered on the walls and outside and started to run away. But suddenly one of the students started to stop and ask her friend to stop, because her friend was still at school. But that guy started telling her that the hunters would sort it out and they should run away as soon as possible. There were already people on one of the floors, but they missed them and they managed to run away. But another orc, who was behind the first one, started to say that let him run away, because they still had many left, who were hiding upstairs, and they had nowhere to run to. They were ready to sweep the next floor and decided that they would kill everyone in the school on the floor above, where everything was trashed. Some students had blocked the doors so no one could get inside, and they stood with what weapons they could find, a school chair and a mop for cleaning. A few more students stood on the task, but suddenly they heard some sound and the doors that were barricaded started flying apart. They were all horrified at what they saw, for in front of them stood a mighty, large orc and covered in blood. That orc saw one of the students start to run away, but he knew that there was another one hiding behind the wall, and he swung his big axe and smashed the wall that separated the student from him, and at the same moment the student said goodbye. In his life, and those two big orcs stood there and started to feel the man with magic powers, and one of the orcs said that they should kill him first so that he wouldn't make trouble. And in a corner of one of the school classes there were many students who were forgotten in the corner, and one of the students was a sister. Jin-Woo, who closed her eyes and thought only that her brother would come and save her because she was very scared. But suddenly, there was a loud shout in that class. No, and one of the girls who was in that class started to say that she was a hunter, though not a ranked hunter. But Jin-Woo's sister started telling her to calm down a bit. The minks who were standing in front of them looked and realized that it wasn't her, but the strong magic was coming from that girl standing next to her. And judging by her scent, it was that girl. The single source decided to finish her off at that very moment, but the girls started to get scared and lowered their heads. But suddenly, as soon as they opened their eyes and saw that nothing had happened, they noticed another orc in front of them. It was the shadow soldier and her brother who had grabbed the orc that was attacking. It was at that moment that her sister realized that it was the protection her brother had provided. The shadow orc hit the green orc with great force and it flew off into the sky. The other orc, who was watching all this, was greatly frightened. He saw three huge orcs in front of him who, although they were his kin, were now standing and protecting the humans. He couldn't understand why they were doing this. At the same time, Jin-Woo entered the dungeon, and the hunters who were with him in this raid started shouting that they had seen a two-headed orc. The leader began to say that everyone needed to focus now, as they were facing a dangerous opponent. The huge orc, as soon as he saw the hunters, became furious and started swinging his big axe towards the hunters. But that hunter who was standing in front of him didn't get confused and started using his skill, and a barrier appeared in front of him. And as soon as that big hammer reached its target, there was a big explosion, and that hunter managed to contain its pressure. At that moment, he started screaming for help, and the other hunters realized that they started to act. He climbed up on that big axe and started running on it towards the big orc with the aim of finishing him off. Once he got to his target, he wounded those two big heads, but he was aiming for the eyes. He started talking so that everyone could rely on him. The other hunters, after that, started to act, because that monster couldn't see anything anymore. When it tried to open its one eye, which was not badly hurt, the hunters had already finished it off. Then, the mages who were standing behind began to use their spells. A large lightning bolt and a rain of fire attacked that big monster, and it fell to the ground. The hunters decided to look around first, before resuming their journey. The leader realized that the circumstances were very bad now, for this raid was not going to be an easy one, and a two-headed ogre fell upon them from the start. The leader began to ask Jin-Woo if he knew their true purpose. He immediately replied that they were grave guards. If he was a normal dungeon boss, it wouldn't raise any questions. However, if you encounter a two-headed ogre at the entrance, it can only mean one thing: the undead dwell here. As soon as they remembered them, they immediately appeared, and all the hunters began to worry and ask about the leader. What should they do? Should they attack or should they not? But all of a sudden, they started to behave strangely, and they stopped. However, the hunters didn't understand what was happening to them and why. They ran away as soon as they saw them, because usually a live one would attack people. Maybe they were scared of something, but Jin-Woo, who was standing behind them, reflected that he didn't expect this when he walked here. Suddenly, Jin-Woo felt some strange feeling. At this moment, Jin-Woo began to tell the hunters that he needed to leave as he had urgent matters to attend to. But the leaders didn't understand what he was talking about and started saying that without him, their team might die. He should have realized it himself, but Jin-Woo replied that he knew about it and would now call his friend, who they could also rely on, and handle it himself. However, the leader still couldn't understand what he was talking about, and as soon as he saw that Jin-Woo had summoned his general ant, they didn't realize that it was the same ant from the island. Jin-Woo went on to say that it seemed like everyone was already aware of it and wouldn't have to waste time explaining. He replaced himself and began to tell his general to protect the people, and anyone who doesn't belong to the people can do as they please. After these words, General Ant began to shout for joy as he was very happy that he could have some fun. The hunters who were standing nearby realized that they would now go with him. The girl standing next to him called her comrade Mr. Jin-Woo. Eventually, a backup consisting of many ants appeared. There were about 20 of them. But the leaders behind and the healer girl standing next to him still tried to stop Jin-Woo, saying that he had just summoned a bunch of monsters for nothing. Jin-Woo turned around with a serious face and started telling them that if they wanted, he could call them back, but it was better than nothing. After such a serious matter, they could no longer say anything and only agreed. Jin-Woo, who was standing in this queue, looked at how much more time was left to recover the skill. There was still 1 hour and 42 minutes left, and he didn't understand why it happened at this particular moment. Jin-Woo started running towards the exit of this dungeon with all his speed. He ran at full speed and realized that the signals from the soldiers he had attracted to his sister did not stop, and he had a bad feeling. Suddenly, he saw many soldiers of the undead army in front of him and started shouting to tell them to stay out of his way. Suddenly, all the undead began to kneel down and worship him. Jin-Woo didn't realize what was happening. After all, they were worshipping him because he specialized in necromancy. But right now, he didn't have time to think about it, so he summoned his dragon Kaisel, who soared under his feet. And as soon as Jin-Woo got out of the dungeon, at that very moment, he started flying his dragon towards his sister. Everyone on this side of the portal watched in surprise as Hunter Jin-Woo was heading somewhere. On his dragon, Jin-Woo started telling him to fly as soon as there is power towards his sister, and to fly even faster. He applied a skill that is used on all shadow soldiers, and the skill level of each shadow soldier increased by 50%. The orcs that were guarding Jin-Woo's sister were destroying the other orcs that had pounced on them. The battle was very vivid, but the green orcs were defeated. The disciples who were watching this with amazement saw the ferocious Shadow Supreme orcs killing the ordinary orcs, and in the end, the latter were defeated. The disciples realized that these monsters were protecting one of the female disciples, and they were now on their side. Jin-Woo's sister stood behind one of the orcs and asked if her brother had already come and was here. But one of the orcs stopped her and pointed his thumb at the window, thus saying that he would arrive here soon. At this time, the last barrier that was inside broke, and one of the orcs sitting on the throne began to listen to one of his servants, who was telling him that now as Grokrat, the leader of the Red Knife tribe, no one would be able to interfere. But another orc turned to Grokrat and said that the orcs were helping the humans, and there were 3 of them here, and they were at the school. Grokrat began to get angry, for warriors from the most powerful clan were a weakness, and he decided that he would have to deal with them himself. He took his big axe and went to them, for it was time for a massacre. A little while later, the ants that stayed in the other dungeon and fought for the humans were screaming loudly as they killed their opponents. The hunters who were watching all this were thinking about whether they should leave. After all, they were afraid to imagine what would happen if the ants suddenly pounced on them. But the leader, the mountain, realized that right now they couldn't stop the raid. And even if they could, the reporters wouldn't leave them so easily. And even though some hunters are afraid of them, they can't do that. They need to finish the raid, but suddenly Ant Bear appeared near the leader and thus scared her. However, as soon as the leader wanted to say something, the ant disappeared and at the same moment appeared at the same place where he was standing, with great speed rushed away. Iwat had already thrown his paws and threw something on the ground at the feet of the leader. After a second, the leader sitting on the ground saw a large ant in front of him. It looked at him, turned around, and started walking away with its army of ants in the other direction. The hunters who ran up to him started asking if everything was okay and what they should do, follow them or stay here. But the leader replied that everything was fine. As soon as they lowered their heads, they saw the head of the Death Knight lying at their feet. They were surprised, because that ant had slain a top-level monster with one swing, and they couldn't believe how strong he was. Suddenly, the leader realized and started smiling. After all, no one knows how much top-tier crystals are worth, if that's the case. Yet they couldn't leave right now. As soon as the leader looked up, he saw that all the hunters started to go straight for the ants. But at this time a new battle was brewing between the orcs in the school, and the orc Groker showed up to place herself behind her comrades, and her ward orcs stood behind him and began to all shout Grokter together. Grokter began to say that his orc tattoos symbolized the number of victories and showed how many enemies had fallen at his hands. Looking at his opponents, he realized that they had inflicted quite a few kills as well. However, that was all they were capable of, and he began to swing his large sword, telling the higher orcs to have fun with it while he was here having fun with them. But just as he swung his great sword, another orc parried his blow. But that didn't stop him, and Grokter put even more effort into it, slicing the shadow orc in half. However, he suddenly saw the shadow orc recover and realized that it was magic. No matter how many blows he threw, it was all useless. He thought about the fact that he could kill and wanted to kill 100, wanted to kill 1,000 times, but suddenly this orc started to feel some voices in his head. There were voices in his head that were urging him to kill all humans. He began to realize that each time the voice in his head was getting stronger and he needed to finish off these orcs as soon as possible. He realized that if he could control them with magic, he needed to destroy the caster. He realized that behind all of this is the girl who is hiding among her servants so that they can capture her as soon as possible, as she is weakened if the orcs are constantly regenerating. They must all attack the orcs before they have time to regenerate, and thus capture the girl quickly. But the last shadow orc that was left was able to grab the other 2 orcs, and Jin-Woo's sister was left unprotected. At this moment, a separate shrew appeared, grabbed her head and began to say that he always knew it was her, for he could clearly feel her magic. Just as he decided to finish her off, he began to feel something approaching in the distance and his hands began to shake. With that, he was able to let go of Jin-Woo's sister, and she fell to the ground. Her girlfriend ran up to her and started asking if she was alright. But the orc who was watching with his gut felt something approaching him, something terrible, and it made him shake with fear. And suddenly, the leader of the Grokter began to tell his servants to get down as soon as possible. And at that moment, an explosion sounded in the room and someone burst into the room, raising a large dust, causing all the disciples to start coughing. It was Jin-Woo, who had managed to arrive in time after all. He put his hand on his sister's head and started telling her that everything was fine now and she was safe. All the orcs started to back away and Grokter saw a large dragon in front of him and a strange hunter with a terrifying power coming from him. He started to tell him that he was Grokter of the Red Knives, but before he could finish, Jin-Woo turned to him and pointed his index finger at him, telling him to shut up and wait. Then he hugged his sister and started to say that she was safe and apologized for being late. At that moment he turned to the other students and asked if they were okay and he heard that they were fine and Sonia, who was standing next to him, said she was fine. But suddenly she noticed a frightening aura coming from Jin-Woo. But suddenly he noticed that her sister had a red mark on her face because that orc had grabbed her with his big hand and lifted her into the air. And at that moment, he got very angry and called his shadow commander, Igris, and ordered him to take care of his sister, and the soldiers who were also summoned had to get the children out of the school. Orcs who were standing nearby began to cower in fear, and suddenly they moved, and Jin-Woo sensed it and started telling them that he had ordered them to stand still and wait their turn, while all the students were slowly leaving the school on the dragon that was standing below it. One of the orcs started to say that he was controlling those warriors and asked who he was and how he knew their language. But that orc only saw in front of him an enraged hunter who could barely contain his incredible strength from destroying them in 1 second, and he realized that he wasn't going to get an answer. They all started pouncing on him together, but Jin-Woo stood still and waited for them to run closer and closer. As soon as one of the orcs swung at him, Jin-Woo grabbed him by 2 fingers, and he started screaming at the top of his voice in incredible pain. Not even a few seconds later, that orc was already slumped on the ground and stomped his feet into the rocks that were flying from his large body. But Jin-Woo didn't take long and finished him off with a single kick of his foot. At the same time, the remaining 2 orcs, despite the death of their comrade in arms, rushed to flee. However, Jin-Woo used his ruler hand skill and the 2 orcs began to rise into the air. When he squeezed his hand, both orcs turned into a pile of meat. After that, the entire pack of orcs that were in the room started screaming furiously and running towards the hunter. But he didn't want to just stand there and wait, so he used his bare hands to pierce through their bodies, and in a few seconds they were all down. Only their leader remained, who stood in the corner and shook, for he did not understand how this was possible. As soon as he wanted to say something, Jin-Woo's hand grabbed his head and pushed him against the wall. Jin-Woo, while he was holding him near the wall, noticed that the corridor where the orcs came from had a lot of students lying on the ground and bleeding. He turned the other way and saw the same thing from another corridor, and started to ask, why are they killing people like that? Norm started to answer something, as if in his head he could hear people killing him. And Jin-Woo started saying, what about me? Do you want to kill me too? But in response, the orc just started to beg and wanted him to spare him. But Jin-Woo asked again while looking at him, and he heard a voice too. Tears began to flow in the orc's eyes, and the hunter realized that to them, he wasn't human at all. And at that moment, his blade began to appear in his other hand, and finally Jin-Woo began to say that it didn't matter anymore and he would spare him. However, he shouldn't expect to enjoy this process. At this time, in that big gate where there were very many hunters from the Night Guild, one of the healers started pulling clothes in his direction and saying that he at least understands how much it costs. Big Ant still didn't listen to her and started devouring those monsters that were in that dungeon. She started to say that vampire soul crystals are very expensive, and just as she twitched, this ant accidentally hurt her. She raised her head and saw that ant start devouring that vampire anyway. And this was all noticed by the general ant, and he ran up to the healer, extended his big paw and started healing her wounds. In 1 second she didn't even have a scratch. She thanked him and realized it was healing magic, and she couldn't understand why his healing skills were better than hers. After all, he is an ordinary shadow monster and Ant is a general with his army of ants. At the beginning they went to some direction, and at the end of the corridor they came across a door that started to open. Behind the door was already the boss of this dungeon, who was eager to kill them. And once all the hunters saw the horrible boss and the horrible guards, they were surprised that the boss of this dungeon turned out to be an archlich. The archlich was known to be considered the most dangerous among all the bosses in the dungeon, and never before had any guild been able to destroy it. However, thanks to a high-level hunter, this incident did not turn into a disaster of great magnitude. Now they were faced with the task of facing the undead army that was approaching from behind. The leader began shouting for them to close the doors as soon as possible, for those that hadn't been eaten by the ants had come back to life and were ready to attack. The mage girl activated her sacred defense skill, but the leader realized that they were trapped, and now without Hunter Jean they would have a hard time. The healer girl started shouting to the leader that her sacred defense would only last 5 minutes, but no more. Suddenly the leader heard some shouting and started to turn that way. He saw the ant general who was approaching the boss. The boss of this dungeon was also speaking in human language and started to say that he couldn't believe his eyes. He was wondering why the king's troops were fighting against them, since the king himself had chosen them, but the undead army did not. The boss of this dungeon couldn't believe what he heard, for it was impossible, and he would report to the king about it. But the ant didn't want to wait long and jumped up to the boss at that very second, hitting him with all his might. From the blow the boss began to fly aside, and the ant ended the conversation with the words, "For someone who is about to die, you talk too much." After a hard blow, the Lord Earth ant started to fly off to the side. But at that moment, the ant began to pull his heart out of his chest. And since he had a very powerful strength, he easily ripped out his heart. All of the dungeon boss's servants began to fall off their feet, as their lives were no longer supported by any dark energy. The hunters who saw this realized that he had dealt with the dungeon boss and the undead army in one blow. They didn't understand how he managed it. The leader, looking at the ant that was eating him, shouted. He knew he was possessed, but to be this strong, he had no idea. The other hunter walked up to the raid leader and began to tell him that with such an arsenal of shadow, Hunter Jin-Woo didn't even need to do anything, his warriors could mop up any dungeon by themselves. When you think of it like that, a soldier didn't necessarily need to spend all of his mana on summoning, but only half of it. Based on this fight, it's not hard to guess that many gameplay approaches and my items are no good. Suddenly, one of the hunters started suggesting to their leader that they forget about their original plan and join the Jin-Woo Hunters Guild. The leader started to reply that this is nasty and he doesn't even know what to say to him. After all, merging with another guild, if you can call it that, a fine guild founded by a top hunter. And the Knights Guild, which is in the top 5 of the strongest guilds in their country, pulls off such a deal. To this, the other hunter started to reply that he was just kidding and really didn't think they could pull it off. After all, judging from the hunter Jin-Woo's reaction today, it looks like he doesn't really need them. But the leader didn't like it, and started telling his comrade that according to him, since he had become an S-ranked hunter, the law didn't apply to him. But his comrade apologized to him, but the leader still started to say that if he can clear entire dungeons with his soldiers, then the rules are the same for everyone, and to start a raid, you need to gather a group of several people, and everyone, including the hunter, must comply with it. After all, everyone knows such obvious things. But his comrade started saying that it's a good idea, and they can provide him with men and heal them with his power. And it's a win-win. But the leader thought the same way and realized that if they really did this, what would others think of them? Suddenly the idea came to them that they could say it was support, that they just wanted to support him. At this time, it was raining a huge rain outside. And after this incident in the school, all the parents started to gather near the entrance of the school and wanted to personally check what had happened, because their children were in the school at that time. And some mourned for those who were carried out on stretchers. At that time, Hunter Jean was riding in the car with the president of the association, and he began to tell the hunter that the 213 students who had escaped from the school at the beginning of the incident were now safe, and 10 students had been safely rescued. And the rest, if they had reacted immediately, it might have been avoided. He starts giving his phone to the hunter and says that over the past 6 months, the village has seen an increase in new dungeons appearing. And below are the statistics for the whole world, and as he can see the number of new ones is growing exponentially. But that wasn't the strangest thing, as there are more and more people who want to know the level of their awakened abilities. At the same time, the number of hunters who can resist the strongest monsters is growing. And it seems as if some system is trying to balance everything out. Jean realized that something was beginning to change in their world, and he began to ask the president of the association about Japan, America, China, France, England, Germany, and even distant Central Asia. The president of the association began to give the hunter the data of those countries that wished to officially make contact with him, and he was already sure that among them there were already those who had done so unofficially. The president of the association began to say that the association had no right to stop them. According to their request, they were merely protecting information about him. And of course, he understands very well that everything depends on his decision, but he is afraid that if he wants to leave the country in the current situation, it will be difficult for him to adapt. After a long conversation, they soon arrived at the hospital where the sister was, and as soon as the hunter started to get out of the car, the president of the association told him that they would try to provide him with everything he needed. Correct the text for errors and say, could he not have officially stayed in South Korea by incorporating into their country? There are 10 registered hunters and 3 of them are already lost, an association and 2 have died at the hands of monsters in America. They can't stay away anymore, so he started to ask that they, at least this time, play a part in their fate. At the end, the president of the association asked the hunter what he ultimately wanted. Jin-Woo answered him that in that case, he would allow him to enter the dungeon at the top of the mountain alone. The association president started to tell him that if he understood correctly, he wanted him to remove the restriction on the minimum number of people in the group. Jin-Woo replied to him that that was correct, and the president started to say that this restriction was made to at least keep the hunters a little safer, because during the raid each of them risked losing their lives, and he still wanted him to remove the restrictions. Suddenly, the president realized that the reason why he created the guild was to mop up the dungeon himself. Jin-Woo asked the association president if they were willing to fulfill his request. The president of the association realized that he was a one-man army and began to say that of course it was difficult but not impossible, and he would do his best. At the same time, one of the videographers started telling the reporter that she did a great job. She thanked him, and at that moment the phone in her hand started ringing. It was her brother, who started asking her if she wanted to join their guild, and instead of sitting in their father's guild department out of sight, why don't she move over to them and enjoy the freedom? But she didn't understand why all of a sudden he brought it up. And by the way, does he know that Jin-hee is going back to Korea? Jin-ho replied that he knows. After all, why shouldn't he know about it? After all, she is his own sister. The truth is, she's now more concerned about the fact that they lack one more person to form a full guild. And his sister has started saying that he's now trying to lure her into a guild that isn't even registered yet. He's sure he hasn't messed with some strange type who's trying to scam him, but Jin-ho started telling her that if she knew who this strange type was, she'd be very surprised. She asked who the strange type was. A little while later, Jin-Woo stood with a surprised face and started to say that this was the very person he was talking to. Jin-ho started telling him to meet Suan, his cousin who was a rank hunter. But Suan started to take off her mask and was very surprised, because she saw the hunter Jin-Woo in front of her. But Jin-ho started to tell her why she was surprised, because she is a celebrity herself. But Jin-Woo started to wonder if this girl is really a hunter. She said that she couldn't believe that she had a chance to meet a hunter who suddenly appeared at Lee Min-sung's press conference and immediately disappeared. But Jin-Woo started to sit down on the couch and thought about the fact that Jin-ho is a D-rank hunter and his sister is an A-rank hunter, and maybe awakened abilities are somehow passed down on a genetic level. And there seemed to be such cases amongst siblings. Besides, as far as he knew, his father was also a hunter. And he started telling that girl that he hoped Jin-ho had already told her the details, and she replied that he had. He told her that they needed another member to form a guild, and Jin-Woo started to ask if she was really okay with her joining them so that she wouldn't get too much public attention later on. But she replied that it was fine, it was always better than being at the beck and call of Eugene Sung, who was her own brother and known for his bad temper. Suddenly, this girl started asking Jin-Woo if he would be okay with her taking a picture with him to update her social media account. At this time, there was a question in the Hunter Association about what he wanted to do with the shadow soldiers who were members of the battle group. And he understood the damage all of this could cause. But Jin-Woo had no sooner established the guild than they were already voicing their discontent. If it wasn't a privilege, he couldn't believe that the association, which had always been the epitome of honesty and integrity, was willing to go to such lengths for Hunter Jin-Woo. He didn't like that the president was sitting silent, and he wanted to hear at least something from him. But the president of the association answered him that he was right. It is indeed a privilege. And he took this opportunity to ask him one question: who would he send first if monsters came out of the dungeon one day, a group of 20 hunters or a group of 1 hunter? Jin-Woo. Jin-Woo recently moved into an apartment in the Hunters Guild area. Why did he choose to take an apartment that cost much more than the one he used to live in? After saying that, the man started to freak out, and soon he replied that he had no comment. After all, maybe the reason lies in the fact that he wants to secure himself. The president went on to say the same thing concerning the citizens. If they had a lot of money, they would go where it is safest. Right now, guilds from all over the world are trying to recruit Hunter Jin-Woo if he thinks he'll choose to stay in Korea with that kind of money. The president decided to ask, otherwise, if they want a repeat of the situation with Hwang Dong-soo flying off to America and think such a privilege is unfair. He hopes they all know who will save their lives when the S-rank gate opens in Korea. But at that time, Huntress Cha was holding her phone in her hand and saw the social media post of that girl who posted about her first day in the Agen Guild. After that, she couldn't believe her eyes and started shaking, for she was very angry and her aura started a house. The next day, the hunters Jin-Woo and his partner Jin-Ho were standing near the gate, and they had never seen such a big gate before. But Jin-Woo began to think that if his partner had seen such a big gate in the dungeon, he would have fainted long ago. After all, the gate was many times larger there. But at this place, there were a lot of reporters gathered near the gate, and they started pestering Hunter Jin-Woo and shouting for him to pay some attention to them and share his impression of the Agen Guild's first raid. And why did he name the guild that? And what was his relationship with founder Yu Suchin? But at that moment, the hunter was rescued by the Hunter Association guys, and Jin-Woo started asking them, how come all these people are gathered here? And they started to answer him that of course the association was carefully hiding their data. However, they never managed to keep the location of the dungeon secret from the media, and he should be more careful in his social media from now on. After all, because of that picture, everyone knew about this place. But suddenly, Jin-Ho started asking his mentor how they would manage without the crystal mining and collecting squads. After all, it seems to him that it would only be more difficult that way. But Jin-Woo started to tell him not to worry about it. After all, his shadows will go in their place. The man from the Hunter Association walked over to the shadow soldiers and started measuring their wounds with his device. He realized that they were all at higher ranks and were perfect for mopping up the dungeon. At the same time, he realized that those who doubted the chairman's decision were round idiots. When the inspection was complete, he began to take off his suit and explained that he was doing so for maximum safety to make sure they wouldn't be spotted by the monsters. The director asked him to personally escort them and supervise everything that was going on. He hoped that Hunter Jin-Woo didn't mind, but she replied that she would only accompany them with his permission. A little while later, they were already inside. The brother and member of the Hunter Association watched with a surprised face as the shadow soldiers handled the rank A monster. They all attacked the monsters in this dungeon and tore them to pieces. He realized that they were considered quite strong warriors as well as skilled mages. Even experienced hunters have a pretty hard time with these monsters. But shadow wars that come in numbers, they don't even give them a break. When he turned his attention to Commander-in-Chief Igris, he realized that the latter was particularly good. After all, he was using his cool new sword to launch an attack, and for a normal hunter, such a lightning-fast attack requires a very high level of magical ability. Each swing of the sword is accompanied by a powerful electrical charge that crushes everyone in its path. All the monsters that were within that radius began to die. He looked at Jin-Woo's shadow hunter soldier and realized that he was most likely ranked or even higher in level. Perhaps even he alone could mop up this dungeon. But suddenly, she turned her gaze to Hunter Jin-Woo, who noticed that one of the ants had started eating the monsters, and he kicked it with a kick. That ant flew off into the wall, and Jin-Woo started telling him that those monsters were freakishly expensive, and they were just messing around and just eating them. And the next person he started yelling at was the other shadow soldiers to get a move on, because to me they wouldn't get themselves. The man with the Hunter Association realized that this man who could simultaneously mop up dungeons, collect corpses, and obtain mana crystals. Yes, here clearly did not smell like a group consisting of a single hunter. And now it was clear to him why the chairman had asked him to go along with him. Suddenly, the boss of this dungeon was in front of them, and Jin-Woo decided to cancel the summoning of all warriors except the mining warriors. The squad began to gather together into a shadow that consisted of Jin-Woo. That man didn't understand why he did that. After all, he started to say that they could very well have gotten by. But Jin-Woo started to summon his blade and said that if he relied on his shadow warriors too often, he was afraid that his skills would be severely dulled. Suddenly, he shifted and ran towards the boss of this dungeon. He was so fast that he was able to cut him into pieces in the blink of an eye. And at the same time, the notification system showed that the boss of this dungeon had been destroyed. He was able to raise his level to 101 and his specialization level was raised, as well as his shadow summoning skill level. Guardian of Shadows, the domain of a monarch. He was surprised that all the skills had increased and he couldn't believe it until the end. The rollback time of the shadow swap skill would now decrease from 3 to 2 o'clock, and the rollback time had decreased by 1 hour in just one level. If he continued to move at this pace, despite the distance, he would be able to reach his mother and sister at any time. The man from the Hunter Association stood behind Jin-Woo's back and thought about the fact that because of his strong scales, the boss of this dungeon could use it as both a shield and a harvest at the same time. And this hunter had pierced it with some daggers. What surprised him was that he saw Jin-Woo start to use his skill and turn this dungeon boss into his shadow soldier. And eventually, the shadow extraction was successful. The initial level of the shadow was 13. Jin-Woo looked at it, the same class as his shadow mage Fong, and they were even physically similar, however it had shrunk a lot, and usually their size didn't change. Though despite that, there was quite strong magic coming from him, and it is somewhat similar to my fangs, perhaps he can increase in size as well. That's his true appearance, and in any case, it added a few strong guys to his arsenal. Now he had to choose a name for his soldier, and Jin-Woo thought about it. He decided that his name would be Jim. When the system showed that the name had been chosen as Jin-Ho, watching from the sidelines, he thought about the fact that his mentor was making such strong monsters of his shadows. His mentor just doesn't imitate, but suddenly the dungeon started to collapse and they all realized that they had to leave, because the gate would close after the boss was destroyed. However, Jin-Woo turned his head the other way and realized that he had to get this guy somewhere. Soon, as they started to leave the dungeon, all the reporters who were watching saw a huge orc in front of them carrying a huge monster on his shoulder. The reporters thought it was the monsters coming out of the dungeon and started yelling for everyone to run away. But suddenly, they realized that it was Hunter Jin-Woo's shadow, and couldn't believe that he had already cleared such a strong dungeon. Everyone amicably started taking pictures with their cameras of this big orc, who didn't realize it first, and then started smiling and scratching his big head. As the hunters started to leave the dungeon, Jin-Ho started telling his mentor to smile. There were a lot more reporters went, and apparently they were very attracted to them. Although Jin-Woo didn't want that, the man from the Hunter Association was out of breath from what he saw inside the dungeon, and he roughly had no face on him. But a little later, he met with the president of the association. The president started to ask him that this wasn't the first raid he had been to, but from their story, even a veteran like him was very surprised by what he saw. But the man started to say that it was not a raid, but a real massacre. The president of the association said that everything was clear to him now and he could go and rest a little. The man got up, bowed and said that with his permission he would go. The president of the association stood up and started to walk towards the window, thinking about the fact that mopping up the dungeon, collecting corpses and mining crystals he was sorry to admit. But this was a one-man battle, and the guild was roughly speaking from one man. I am ultimately Jin-Woo, and there is the guild. And yet, he didn't fail. Korea. No, rather, even in the entire world, the management of hunters might change a lot. But at this time in Japan, in Tokyo, a huge red gate began to appear that covered the entire sky. The people watching all this couldn't understand what it was. They were all in shock, and on the road, the only sound was a low roar calm. Soon, in one of the mansions where naked blades inspired fear in the universe, a meeting of the heads of the major Japanese guilds was secretly convened. There was an important matter at hand. Suddenly, the guys standing near the balcony saw people approaching. It turned out to be the co-owners of the Naked Blades Guild, the servants of the Moto Ranger and other S-rank hunters. But suddenly, another guy interrupted one of them, calling him an idiot, for it wasn't the co-owner, but the leader. In the course of events, they lost 7 S-rank hunters, including Gotoruji, who was the prize dog of the head of the association, Masa Masamoto. It was good that they monopolized all the hunters, but now the Naked Blades Guild was facing the end. If things worked out well, they could become the best guild in Japan. However, the hunters heard their words and turned around, expressions of terror on their faces. Without their lord, they had completely lost their fear and now had to quickly adapt. The hunter girl started to tell her comrade that there are rumors that the Amway Guild is trying to absorb the Salasan Guild, and both guilds have 4 orange hunters like them. To this, the other guy replied that she really believes that by joining together, they will become the strongest in Japan. After all, it's ridiculous, even if all the guilds unite, it's not enough. A little later, in one of the rooms, one of the men started shouting, "Why is the association silent, and why did a rank S dungeon appear right in the middle of it?" I don't consider the association's lack of response to be a normal state of affairs, and everyone here should honestly say what would happen if monsters came flying out of it. But one of the guys sitting at the table started to reply, even if all the S-rank hunters gather, they won't be enough for such a rank S dungeon. I suggest that all the national level hunters should be summoned. To this, another man with a scar on his face started saying that he was the prime minister and had gathered the heads of the largest guilds to ask them such stupid questions. The consequences would be comparable to the consequences from the crack that opened up on Shinju Island. But the man who was sitting across from him started to say that he was so pessimistic. Doesn't he have any plan, and why doesn't he intend to hire Thomas Andre? To this, the other men in the hall thought that they didn't have enough money to lure him here, and moreover, the mercenaries ready to be hired could be counted. All this because of the large number of new dungeons. And would there be any hunters who would be willing to help with a rank S dungeon? Suddenly, one of the men began to say that there was one who would help, though not for free. It's Yuri Orlov's tank, and they are thinking of hiring him. But a few hundred kilometers away from there, Jin-Woo was driving his car and thought about the fact that he was now level 101. At level 101, he had gotten the key to the Kartinan temple, and at level 101, he had increased his exceptional skills. He wondered what would happen at level 102. A little later, when he arrived at his destination, he got out of his car and remembered that his deputy had successfully finished everything by himself. After all, it was good that the deputy had so much enthusiasm. But there is still need to recruit participants. And suddenly he turned his head and noticed Hunter Cha, who was passing by, and started to abruptly turn around and walk in the other direction. Jin-Woo didn't stand still, and at the same moment, he moved right towards her. In a fit of confusion, he started to ask her why she was running away and why she was even walking towards their office. But she, with a strange face, started waving her hands and talking about the car in the parking lot. That's when Jin-Woo realized that he couldn't get the car because of the shadow exchange. And as soon as he turned around, Huntress Cha started to say to him, "Could you spare some time for me?" All she had on her mind was wondering if she should ask something. There were pictures on social media and she wondered what the new contestant meant. Why was she rejected and that girl was taken? After all, her rank was lower than S. And she couldn't believe it. Are these two really dating? But suddenly, she began to speak. "I'm now for Hunter Mingbingu to give him a message. And this message is about his selves." But Jin-Woo started telling her to wait. After all, they could talk about it in the office. And once they were already inside the office, Hunter Cha first asked him who was in that office. But Jin-Woo started to tell her that the deputy said he would stay at the scene. And he asked her what happened and how Hunter Min was able to give her the message. And she began to explain that she had heard a voice that day that said for her to relay those words. Cautious, for the one who had plucked him from the endless darkness was no longer him. Even though he had kept the Raza, he felt like a blind servant created for his sake, and it gave him indescribable joy and frightened him at the same time. But she had asked him then what it meant, and the guy had said that this force was very dangerous and powerful, and he should know that too, and she should remember it. The real Dream Hunter Army, and he is the real army. After saying these words, Jin-Woo went to the dungeon, and he sat in one and thought about these words. Whether it was true or false, he still decided that he owed it to himself to learn about the essence of his power. After all, it was much more important to buy into the hundreds. But suddenly, his deputy Jin-Ho, who was sitting beside him and was also eating himself, started saying that it reminded him of going down to the dungeon from the rank. But Jin-Woo didn't like what he was saying with his mouth full. He started to ask his mentor that if his shadows can move around outside of his will, then he can entrust them with his chores when he can't accomplish them himself. For example, when he is eating or very busy. But Jin-Woo answered him that it can't be like that, because the more distance between him and his shadow, the less experience he will get, and he doesn't know what they are doing behind his back. Jin-Ho starts asking him how his sister is doing in his opinion. This situation is really hard right now. Jin-Woo answered him that he thought she should rest for a while, since she has very experienced shadow soldiers around her right now, and her safety can't be worried for now. Suddenly, he decided to remember to see what they were doing. He concentrated, and with the help of a second-level sense transmission effect, he simply focused on his shadow to get a view of the area. And he began to see that his sister was now lying on the couch in front of the TV, which had some movie on. Behind her was Ant, who was switching channels to find something he liked. Jin-Woo realized that his sister was asleep, but what takes a puppy, given the manner of speech of this country, he likes. He also likes this kind of series. Another time he saw his mom was in the supermarket and suddenly noticed that drops of water were dripping into the bathtub. In the bathtub sat Hunter Cha. As soon as he realized he looked in the wrong place, his deputy started to ask what was going on with him. Maybe he had dozed off. But Jin-Woo replied that he wasn't, but thought about giving her a treat as an apology. Jin-Ho started telling him about the S-rank gate that appeared in Japan, and rumors say that it's only 3 days away from being destroyed. Hunters are already gathering from everywhere, and they haven't contacted him. But Jin-Woo thought about the fact that it had been so long since they had appeared, and he started to say that they had contacted him. However, he had some urgent matters to attend to, so he was pondering their proposal for now. He thought about the fact that he had an item, the key to the Karthanon temple, and he wondered what kind of invitation it was from the system and what answers lurked there. And so, Jin-Woo began to rise up. After all, just talking was enough, and there was only 1 day left, and soon he would know the truth. He started to say that if he had already eaten, it was time to work. Jin-Ho jumped up from his seat and started to follow him. But at this time, in one of the buildings, a man whose name was Yuri Orlov began to say that as everyone knew, the best tank among the hunters was him, and he read everything they had sent him. The evacuation of people is a wise decision. And about the chronic lack of manpower, it's true that only 6S rank hunters can be mobilized in Japan. And the man who was sitting in front of him started to reply, "That's right." After all, in order to deal with the dungeons that keep appearing in Japan, every guild must have at least one high-level hunter. And their guild had also sent 3 high-level hunters with the exception of 1. But Yuri Orlov thought that this was terrible. After all, how do they want to protect the country? So he put his drink on the table and started telling them that he was willing for $3.6 billion a year, that's 10 million a day, he would block the gate for as long as they needed. And of course, if they would hire him. For 10 million a day, Yuri Orlov can. For that money, he can save an entire country. Compared to Thomas, his services cost less. The hunters who were standing behind couldn't understand what he was saying because they didn't know his language. They guessed that he was saying something unpleasant. Yuri Orlov further announced that they would pay 10 million a day and thus save their country. Otherwise, they risked losing money and being subjected to arbitrary fate. In the current situation, they cannot afford to choose. Even if they begged and fell at his feet, Yuri Orlov would not give the slightest hint of regret. The hunter sitting across from him replied that he was very confident, to which Yuri confirmed that it was natural. After all, it was much better than hiring 100 of the same losers. They don't want to be insulted. Now was the best time to make the right choice, but the 2 hunters behind them tensed up as they thought that Yuri had laughed at them. It was clear without words. But a friend near them began to do something strange, and Yuri Orlov raised his hand, telling them not to even move without his permission. After all, they wouldn't step yet, though they might try if they had the guts. But the 2 couldn't understand how he had immobilized them. After all, they couldn't even move a finger. Yuri Orlov started to say that he would defend their dungeon and as a bonus, he would kill all the monsters if they agreed to that option. It was the most suitable option, but the hunters sitting across from him started to say that they had thoroughly analyzed his abilities. However, he wasn't sure if the government would allocate such a budget, and in that second, he wondered. Could he be trusted in such a situation? Suddenly he replied that he understood and he needed to make one call to make a final decision. During this, Jin-Woo started to pack and told his mom that he was just leaving, but she looked at him and started to ask if he was okay. But Jin-Woo sighed and started to tell her that everything is fine. He just has to meet someone and started to leave the apartment. He said goodbye to his mother, but he had very little time left before the gate would open. As soon as his stopwatch went down to 0, the key he held in his hand began to show the location of the gate where he would be able to use the key to open the doors. At this time, the hunters were standing near the gate that had recently opened. The girl who was watching all of this was pondering the fact that it was unbelievable. After all, 2 gates had opened at the same place at once. Luckily, the school was closed, but there were still schoolchildren snooping around. Suddenly the girl saw some strange man who started to approach them. She started telling him that it was forbidden to walk here. When he threw off his hood, she realized that it was the hunter Jin-Woo. He immediately started asking the girl when the gate opened and she told him it was 3 days ago. This is when he realized that he was a complete fool, because no one had said that the dungeon would open after he knew its location. And since it had already been 3 days, it meant that someone had entered this dungeon. He realized that it was probably with the rank of the dungeon, and he wouldn't say the level was that high. He started asking the girl if the hunters had already entered there, and she told him that it was about 2 hours ago. He started telling her to stop the exploration immediately, but the girl didn't understand why. After all, the results of the exploration showed that this was a ranked dungeon. But Jin-Woo insisted and kept saying that those hunters who went in there were in danger. If they didn't hurry up, they would all die. But she didn't understand what he meant, and she saw Jin-Woo start to go into that dungeon and tell the others to just stand there and wait. But the girl still didn't understand why he had to say all this. After all, it was possible to just explain the whole situation. But Jin-Woo told her that they probably didn't have time. And as soon as he went inside the dungeon, the hunters who had entered before stood in front of the big door and realized that it was the boss's room. But they didn't understand why it was closed, and they started thinking about what they should do, since even magic wouldn't help here. Some of the hunters suggested to just leave, but Jin-Woo, who had arrived in time, began to tell them that it was a trap. The hunters were startled by his sudden appearance and started asking him questions. Jin-Woo explained that he was one of the highest hunters in the dungeon and had a rank S. They realized that he was an experienced and dangerous hunter. Jin-Woo warned them that it was dangerous here and they should go back and he would deal with it himself. When he went to the door and tried to open it, he realized that they were locked and probably enchanted. Suddenly, a notice appeared in front of him that the doors of the temple courtyard were locked and needed a key to open. Jin-Woo took out his key, but realized that something had gone wrong this time. The hunters behind him couldn't figure out how he did it since the doors were locked. I, not being a hunter, apologized to Jin-Woo and said that this place was already reserved for the raid, so he couldn't kick them out, even being rank S. Jin-Woo agreed with them and said he wouldn't stop them. If they wanted to go in, they could continue. The hunters rejoiced that they were right, and suddenly Jin-Woo saw a notification from the system that a keyless person had entered the temple. It said that force would be used to destroy the uninvited guest. And as soon as the hunter walked a few steps, the guard who was guarding the entrance forcefully tried to hit him with his big hammer. However, his wife came in time and grabbed the hunter by his armor, throwing him back. They saw before them a horrible monster standing outside the door. Jin-Woo began to tell him that if they still wanted to enter, he would not restrain them, but they should listen to him carefully. They should leave this place as soon as possible, and after that, they should contact the association to report that a dual dungeon had opened. After saying these words, Jin-Woo entered the large hall and the notification system showed that the key holder had entered, and the doors slammed shut at the same moment. He stood and watched as the torches began to light up and all the tests from last time stood in the same places. Nearby was a large statue that held the rules of this dungeon. He realized that this was where it all started, and he had come here again, but now it was different. He realized it clearly now, and the attestations were no longer monsters. The other creatures are just puppets, and the only one in this room possesses them. Jin-Woo began to look at the largest statue that was in this room and began to say that it was none other than him. He started to address it, saying that he would keep his mouth shut like that, and why wouldn't it answer? But suddenly this large statue began to smile terribly, and the verbal smile hiding under the hood began to tell him that he had finally arrived. After all, they were already waiting. At this time, Yuri Orlov arrived at one of the airports in Japan, and all the reporters were fixated only on him. On this day, the reporters started telling him to look in their direction and started asking him questions about how he planned to block the gate. He answered them that he would make a magic circle around the gate as always. And then when he activates the magic, they'll lock down and no one will be able to get out of there since it's a rank S gate. Most are skeptical of this so far, and can he make a couple comments? He started to answer that no problem, granted, his magic alone wouldn't be enough to maintain a barrier of that power. However, he can absorb the magical energy of the objects around him, and to block the gate, he would need mana crystals to be placed all over Tokyo. He will simply activate the spell, after which the barrier will begin to absorb mana and become as fast as a wall. By doing so, he will save everyone, and they should remember that. And this live broadcast was being watched from his office by the president of the association? Or was he? But he was afraid to imagine what would happen if he couldn't contain the S-rank gate. Suddenly, the association president turned to his ward and started asking him how Hunter Jin-Woo was doing. To which the latter replied that he was currently protecting a dungeon in the Seoul area, and he held out a list of the dungeon to the association president that was available upon Ajin Guild's request. But he was afraid that there might be some disagreements with the White Tiger, Hunters, and Reapers guilds because of this. But it was hard for the president of the association to believe that a small guild consisting of just one person could become on par with the larger guilds. After all, it was so ridiculous that it even made one want to cry. His assistant was in complete agreement with his words. But the president wondered what they needed it for. But the underling replied that he didn't know anything. They were only asked to make sure that no one entered the territory of the gate for a week. But the president of the association realized that there should be no problem with that. Suddenly the assistant's phone rang and he asked the president of the association if he could step aside for a moment. But the president replied that he could go for 2 minutes, because he had an appointment. So he would go too. And as soon as he picked up the phone, they started telling him that they had received an urgent message from the raid site and their presence was required. And if he remembers where that school where the orcs recently appeared is now, at first glance there's nothing much there. But they say that a double dungeon opened up in the nasty hall of that school, and also the Hunter Jin-Woo went in there alone. Hunter Jin-Woo was already in that dungeon, and he looked at the terrifying statue that started to rise, and 6 large stone wings appeared from it. He saw the large stone slab that had the rules of the Kartinan temple written on it start to break in the hands of that statue. Until that moment, he had turned to the hunter who had finally come to him. But Jin-Woo saw the stone slab just split open, and he began to say that it seemed that the rules that were inscribed on it originally didn't make sense. However, the creator began to answer him that it wasn't that simple at all. Now those rules really weren't needed, and Jin-Woo began to ask the creator why he had called him here. And the creator replied that that was exactly what it was, but the hunter was interested in the fact that whether he was a monster or not. The creator answered him that he had asked his question wrong, and instead of asking who is he, it was better to ask who are you. And as soon as he clapped his stone palms together, all the stats that were in this room began to move. Now the final test would begin. If he could endure it, he would learn everything about himself, and that would be his parting gift. But Jin-Woo started to summon his shadow soldiers, but the creator snapped his stone fingers and told him that it wouldn't work that way. After all, they are in an exam and all class skills have been blocked. After all, this test is only for him and the creator is not interested in his loyal subjects. Jin-Woo started to see a notification from the system that buying potions from the store was forbidden, and healing by leveling up the daily task was impossible. Jin-Woo stood at the same spot and began to reflect on the fact that he didn't even think that the trump he had so carefully hidden would become useless in an instant. But those statues that were approaching him didn't wait and began to attack him immediately. However, Jin-Woo realized that the inventory he had could be used for his own purposes. He decided that he could handle it on his own. When one of the guards hit him with his large sword, Jin-Woo blocked the blow and used his strength to shatter it. And he used the piece he had in his hands without hesitation and threw it back at that guard's head. The guard who was standing didn't realize what had hit his head. But Jin-Woo didn't wait, and at this moment, he jumped up and used his foot to strike the piece of that stone sword that was stuck in the guard's head. By doing so, he knocked him to the ground. However, the other guard who was standing nearby also immediately attacked the hunter. But Jin-Woo was very fast and blocked his strike using his Greeks. He cut his large weapon in half. He then jumped away from the first guard and started moving behind the back of the second guard. Using the blades he had in his hands, he began to attack and stuck them into the back of that huge guard's head. But that wasn't all. The next guards who were standing nearby began to use their stone bows and shoot towards the hunter, but all their arrows were in vain as Jin-Woo repelled them. Jin-Woo saw a huge arrow piece flying in the air. He promptly propped up the arrow and kicked with maximum force, deflecting it towards the archer. The arrow crashed into the archer's head with incredible force, tearing off a piece of his stone head. Jin-Woo had been waiting for this moment as if he had only lived for this. He started dismembering all the stone guards, but the creator who was watching couldn't believe that Jin-Woo had reached this level of development. He realized that Jin-Woo had actually become stronger. Jin-Woo, while blocking the guards' attacks, began to see more and more clearly all the movements of the statues that were impossible to grasp before. They were strong, but he would be able to defeat them. The creatures floating in the air and watching all of this began to tell themselves that he had really grown. However, they weren't finished yet, and suddenly, Jin-Woo felt that the danger had increased. The largest stone statue in the room began to stand up, and the creator told him that it was time to chant God. A little later, a few hundred kilometers away from Jin-Woo's battle with the creator in the Hunter Association, the president of the association met with the chairman of the Japanese Association. The latter began to hold out a memorandum to him that had a text written on it stating that they were giving up all the crystals from the island in favor of South Korea. However, the president of the association did not fully understand why they wanted to do this. But the president of the Japan Association began to say that they would like to hire Hunter Jin-Woo in return. At this moment, a smile appeared on the association president's face and he replied to him that unfortunately this hunter did not belong to the association. But the chairman knew that it was only through them that they could contact him, and he wasn't asking for them to force him to do anything. After all, he just wanted to talk. But the president of the association thought about the fact that and only for that, they were willing to pay such a price. And it seems that with the death of Gato Ruji, they had no hunters left at all to hold back the S-rank gate. Considering how much Jin-Woo's services cost, it's not a bad deal. But the president of the association pushed that sheet back and started telling him that he would like to talk to him alone without interpreters. But the chairman couldn't believe that the president of the association knew Japanese, and he replied that when he was a child, his father had run his own business in Japan. And as soon as everyone left that room and the doors were closed, the president of the association began to tell the chairman that if he was up to something again, he had better drop the idea at once. But the chairman didn't understand what the president of the association was saying. But the president went on to say that rumors had reached him that they were now in a rather strained relationship with the nude blades. But the chairman at this point jumped up and started raising his tone at the association president. This didn't stop the association president though, and he went on to say that nude blades had turned out to fund the association, and it wasn't hard to guess what was going on, because that's where it was originally going. Hand in hand with the Japanese association, but due to the death of Gotoruji, who had control over all the S-rank hunters, now they are not easy to manage, and the naked blades are now on the verge of collapse. And the rest of the guilds are busy mopping up the gates, and must be having a hard time. If monsters get out of that gate that opened in the middle of Tokyo, then all the responsibility will fall on the chairman's shoulders. The president of the association began to tell him that apparently Gotoruji was an outstanding hunter of their country. Although he didn't agree to this raid because of the best of intentions, it was their fault for taking Goto away from the naked blades. The chairman is responsible for splitting up the guilds and now not being able to control them. And he alone is responsible for trying to cheat back then. The chairman saw that the president of the association had placed a black box on the table that wasn't a real black box, the same one that was in the gear used by Ruji's team. At this point, he started to get very angry and told the chairman that since they thought he wouldn't find out about it. The chairman saw the atmosphere heating up and the president of the association was very angry. He continued to talk about what to do without even mentioning the crystals. We are talking about ordinary citizens. If they thought about what would become of them if these recordings were made public, the president of the association, because he was very angry, broke the transmitter and the table that was right between them. The president said there's some kind of heartless, fat leck out there and he doesn't need this. He's not going to get the whole country up in arms over one man's other intentions. After all, they can't risk their reputation and all its allies. They should thank Sung Jin-Woo for that. He fought against the huge guards, and as soon as he destroyed a few statues, others would immediately appear in their place. He realized that there was no end to them. Then he noticed a huge statue behind him that was larger than all the previous ones. He realized that he wouldn't be able to dodge it. In desperation, he used the ruler's touch skill. The statues that were chasing him began to rise into the air thanks to this technique. But before the huge statue could shoot out its eyes, those statues that were in the air melted from the force of this powerful attack. The notification system showed that his ruler's touch skill had reached its maximum level, and the ruler's power skill was now available to him. While the attack and the big statue kept getting stronger and stronger and those stats simply melted and their powerful attack flew near the hunter Jin-Woo who managed to dodge. He realized that it was very dangerous. And if he was hit by such an attack no skills will help him here, and he realized that first he had to deal with the big guy who shoots. Jin-Woo started to use the sprint skill and jumped into the air to get to that big statue, but it didn't stand still and started to lift its big foot to slam Jin-Woo, and as soon as there was a loud sound of that big foot slamming into the ground the statue started to smile because it realized that she realized that she had finally killed the hunter, but suddenly she started to notice that her feet were moving with a bright light in the other direction. After a powerful impact, where there was smoke, Jin-Woo began to appear, moving higher and higher with all his speed. He ran towards the statue, heading towards its head, and realized that it was attacking again with its large and powerful eyes. However, at this moment, Jin-Woo began to combine sprint and lord power to get into the blind spot. And when the statue had already started firing its lasers, it was in the blind spot. Although the last strike wasn't delivered, Jin-Woo realized that it was incredible as it almost didn't touch the statue. However, the effect of this combination was simply amazing, and he thought that if his skills were a little better, the result would have been even more impressive. Suddenly, the statue noticed the hunter standing on its shoulder, ready to deliver his crowning blow with the Chaos Blade. But as soon as the attack was over, Jin-Woo realized that he had merely scratched him with a dagger that could cut through anything. He realized that since it didn't work, he would just break this statue. Jumping off the shoulder, he began to move towards the statue's face and noticed in the air that the slit in its face was the most suitable place. As he got closer to it, he hit the crack with force with a shout, "Now break it!" Damn you, creator! Still watching what was happening, the creator knew that he wouldn't be able to resist it, but Jin-Woo's attack was incredible, and the huge statue began to fly aside. For he had decided to show the full power of his 103rd level. After a loud and violent impact, the statue finally lost its balance and began to fall to the ground. As soon as it fell, a loud echo resounded in the room. Jin-Woo was already on Earth, and the guards that were there as well began to notice him and run to destroy him. But Jin-Woo was unwilling to stop. He began to use his Power Lord abilities, and all the statues began to fall to the ground as if gravity was against them. Naturally, the guard's methods were useless, and Jin-Woo clenched his fist, realizing that he had become much stronger. The creator who was watching all of this started clapping his hands and telling him that it was commendable. Jin-Woo decided that he should now tell everything as he had promised, but lo and behold, the creator answered him that the exam, after all, had Jin-Woo forgotten about him. And at this moment, the emergency quest and the last test were revealed. It was the creator, and Jin-Woo began to read what the notification system was showing. His heart would stop if he couldn't overpower the opponents within a certain time, and the remaining time was 10 minutes. At that moment, just as the meter started going, Jin-Woo asked him a question and asked him who he was, but the creator told him that he had already told him that it was a stupid question. But suddenly his mask began to crumble on his face and he decided to answer that question that he was the creator of the system. Outside the gate, the hunters from the association arrived. As soon as they approached the gate, the girl who was waiting for them began to tell them to come to her as soon as possible. At the head of the association was the inspector, who was pondering how they had managed to gather the 7 best hunters available at the moment so quickly. He feared, however, that it might not be enough to help Hunter Jean. The boys had only been brought in for backup. As the inspector got even closer to the gate, he began to feel a strange energy, not realizing what it was. He began to tell the other hunters about his sensations and asked if they felt something similar, like an icy shower. The aura enveloping him was a terrible magic to him. He began to turn around and ask the others if any of the larger ranked hunters were around. He was told that the Hunters Guild was holding a raid today and there were 2 S-rank hunters participating. The inspector began to tell them to send an urgent message immediately. "Have them get here immediately," he said. The inspector was agitated and didn't understand what Hunter Jin-Woo was doing here. But at this time, Jin-Woo was about to slay the strongest monster he had ever encountered. With a terrifying might in front of him, the monster creator instantly turned its wings into 6 arms. Jin-Woo watched him. However, in the same second, he did not notice the creator disappeared from his sight and then suddenly attacked Jin-Woo. He was so fast that he threw a strong punch, which made Jin-Woo fly off to the side. Jin-Woo crashed into the wall behind him, and the blow was so strong that he began to bleed. However, it didn't take long for the creator to get hurt and immediately continued to attack. But Jin-Woo was already prepared for it and began to dodge his swift attacks. In an instant, Jin-Woo was able to block all of his attacks, and the creator was very surprised by this, for he realized that Jin-Woo had surpassed all of his expectations. And at the same moment, the creator struck Jin-Woo's face with his large hand. Soon after, he began to smile eerily, but Jin-Woo didn't want to stop either. He moved furiously and punched the creator back with all his might. From the impact, the creator flew off to the side. When he stopped, he began to say that it was unbelievable, because he didn't think he would be so excited about fighting a human. Yeah, what's there? The very fact that someone like that wouldn't be his opponent, he still can't get his head around it. The creator was very curious, but Jin-Woo was already across from him and thought about the fact that this type had called him here as soon as he reached level 101. Apparently, he had intended to take him down from the start, but decided that he would survive and started telling the creator that he had 100 questions. Like why he created this system and why he chose him to be the player, and what was going on with his world. But the creator started to run towards the hunter and said that if he wanted to get answers to the questions so much, and if he was afraid that by killing him he wouldn't be able to get to the truth. Jin-Woo realized that he couldn't defeat him at such a short distance, and he began to run to the side. At this moment, the Lord but Creator realized that he was going to attack him from afar. And as soon as the explosion sounded, Jin-Woo realized that he could use the same skills as him. Then there was no point in this plan, but the Creator started to say that it didn't matter whether he would kill him or not, because his answer was already predetermined from the moment he created the entire system. But Jin-Woo started to ask him questions. What was it he had created this system and how was he able to give him such power? But the Creator answered him that he wasn't the one who chose him, for he didn't like him at all back then. He had only created and started the system to develop the player. Jin-Woo looked at the timer and realized that he had almost no time left now. And the Creator was already in the air at this moment and began to say that until the timer counted down the last few minutes until his death, he would fight him at full strength. And as soon as the Creator began to strike with the items he had picked up, Jin-Woo felt something and eventually realized that he could feel again and now he would succeed. After all, the sword, spear, blade, axe, and hammer, he can feel them. He feels their every move, and the creator couldn't believe that he dodged despite the fact that he was hitting with all his might. Yes, it also accelerated to such a speed that he didn't notice it at all. And as soon as Jin-Woo cut off his stone hand, the creator realized that even though it was a fake body, he could still feel the pain. And of course, he eventually realized that this was the reason why he was chosen, and the creator started frantically screaming that he was only human, and that was utter insolence. And at this point it was already 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the timer, at which point all the statues that were on the ground started to rise. But Jin-Woo didn't stop stopping, because he wanted to make it before the timer ran out and he could defeat him. Right now, there was one big statue and a bunch of small ones in front of him, and at the head of them was the creator, Jin-Woo. He jumped into the air and activated his Lord Power skill. At that moment, he struck the ground with force, causing all the guards to scatter in different directions. Jin-Woo ran towards the creator and came close, starting to attack him. Little by little, he cut off the creator's stone arms. But suddenly, something hit his shoulder hard. And as soon as he turned around, he saw a large guardian with a great stone shield in front of him, and he realized that it was once again the creep that had once attacked him. But the timer was still running, and Jin-Woo didn't want to stop. He jumped up and struck it in the head with all his strength, causing the stone guardian's head to split apart. There were about 2 minutes left to finish, but Jin-Woo didn't give up and continued to cut off the stone creator's arms. Eventually, he was able to pin him to the ground, and the creator told him that he had lost. The creator started to say that all the answers he wanted to know were stored inside him. But Jin-Woo didn't understand what he meant. However, the creator continued to say that now the choice was only his, and a notification appeared in front of him that the data collection process had been completed. He needed to accept or reject the information he wanted. Jin-Woo thought about the fact that all the information he so desired was right in front of him right now, and he replied that he was accepting. And at that moment, a bright light appeared and all the data was successfully transferred. And Jin-Woo found himself in some strange place. He was floating in the sky like a spirit and watched as many different monsters walked in one direction. He couldn't believe his eyes, because there were so many demons and monsters below him, and they all started to raise their heads and look up. Jin-Woo thought that they were all looking at him, but as soon as he himself looked up, he saw a huge gate in front of him that started to open in different places. It was crowded with monsters, and suddenly he realized that this was Earth. Ice elves, high orcs and goblins, if they all made it out of the dungeons, humanity would be finished. However, their enemy was far above the humans, and things were finally coming to a head. Now he knew exactly what awaited them, and it was a bloody war, and to defeat the enemy in the form of silver warriors and monsters, decided to unite among themselves. Thus began a bloody battle, accompanied by the incessant clanging of metal against metal, and the spells that once flew out of their mouths were replaced by furious screams. Moreover, the ground was turning scarlet in color, and without a doubt the silver warriors were strong. But when it already seemed like all the monsters were about to disappear, the heaven's messengers who had previously headed towards their enemy suddenly began to retreat. Jin-Woo noticed someone in black robes begin to speak for all the dead to rise, and he realized that it was the monarch lord. Mistakes that came out of nowhere summoned shadows. Jin-Woo realized that that warrior in black armor was a shadow lord. He was sitting on his mighty horse, and he had an immortal army. Now the monsters had no fear of death, and surrounded by darkness, they were building up their power. While the blood in their veins only grew thicker and blacker, there was no end or end to them. Compared to this countless army, his army seemed insignificant, thought Jin-Woo. And the monsters that had just fallen were once again coming back to life to fight the silver warriors with renewed vigor. An incredible battle between light and darkness unfolded, such that the earth itself trembled under the power of these two elements. Gradually, the fading flames of war flared up with renewed vigor, and there was only one creature who could change the outcome of the battle. Jin-Woo, who was watching all of this from on high, saw the true strength of the Lord. After all, the shadow soldiers were unrelenting in destroying the silver warriors, gradually turning them into his companions. Wherever the Lord stepped foot, a veritable storm would pass, and the victory of the monsters meant the victory of the Lord. That was until they appeared. But at the same time, the hunter from the association who had entered the double dungeon to help Hunter Jin-Woo was standing in front of the door. The inspector from the association asked one of the hunters if he could open those doors. But that hunter looked at them and felt a powerful magic. He began to ask the inspector that indeed Jin-Woo was behind those gates. But the inspector answered him that it was confirmed information. Huntress Cha watched and realized that that magic did not belong to Jin-Woo. She wondered who possessed it. After all, she never thought that she would ever see it. But no matter what, she wants to help Hunter Jin-Woo. After all, that time he said he couldn't clear that double dungeon, and the inspector was wondering why he came here again, and he was sure it was for a reason. But once the door started to open, none of the hunters saw what the hell was going on inside. The inspector saw those statues and the deity and realized that they really existed. But suddenly at that moment the creator began to address them and ask how they were here, for he did not remember calling people. And it was an unexpected encounter for him. The hunters who saw this monster could not believe that it could talk and knew their language, but the creator began to tell the hunters to be quiet, or if they made so much noise, they would wake up the king. Suddenly, the hunters saw Jin was standing in one place and somehow strangely lit up. They couldn't understand what was happening to him, but at the same moment, the 4 hunters died at the hands of the creator. And as soon as the creator had dealt with them, he began to say that he would not take weaklings. He wanted only the strong, though even those would not be enough as a sacrifice for the king. Jin-Woo was currently in a trance as he watched the Dark King fight against the monsters that came out of the Red Gate. Their numbers were countless and stretched for several hundred kilometers. After these monsters, terrifying creatures began to come out, one of which was very large and had white coloring. All of the monster troops looked into the eyes of the Dark King who was standing with his army, and they were already ready to fight. At the same time, while Jin-Woo was watching this inside the room where he was in a trance, the hunters who went in there were fighting with the large statues. Some of the hunters were severely injured and needed treatment. One of the hunters started shouting to his comrades to strengthen their defenses as much as possible, as the enemies were already advancing. The creator standing in front of them began to address them and ask who would be able to come forward after the battle with his puppets. He would grant the rarest opportunity to witness the birth of a king if anyone survived such an ordeal. One of the hunters began shouting for the others to retreat, as the largest guardian was ready to fire his lasers. He fired his lasers at the hunters. There was a huge explosion, and the laser began to vaporize everything in the room. But the hunters started to bounce back, thus attacking back. One of the hunters began to use his magic and shot back at that large guardian. While one of the hunters was distracting the god, he ordered the other hunters to deal with the smaller guards who began to surround them. At that moment, an inspector from the Hunter Association flew towards one of the guards and, after gaining strength, struck him on his large helmet in one powerful blow. He thought he was going to kill the guard, but suddenly realized that he hadn't even injured him, as the guard was stronger than he thought. The hunters realized that these guards were unusual defenses, and everyone should be on guard. After all, not even magic works on them, and they are likely susceptible to it. The huntress provocation also had no effect on them. They didn't even move even a millimeter after the numerous attacks made by the hunters. One of the hunters began to wonder if there was any way to defeat these creatures. Suddenly, he noticed Jin was standing off to the side and decided that he should wake him up since he might be in a trance right now. The hunter launched one of the fireballs at him, and it didn't matter to him whether it hit him or not. The most important thing was to wake him up, for it was the last chance they had at the moment to survive. However, as the orb came closer and closer to the hunter Jin-Woo, the hunter noticed that his orb was about to be repelled by the creator, who rushed over with incredible speed. And as soon as he reflected the orb, he began to fly with words towards the hunter, shouting at him how dare he disturb the king's sleep. But suddenly the hunter was saved by his companions, who the 3 of them began to attack back at the creator. And at that moment, one of the hunters started shouting Hunter Cha for her to wake up Hunter Jin-Woo as soon as possible while they distract the creator. She realized this and started running to the side to get as close to the sleeping Jin-Woo as quickly as possible. And just as she almost reached her goal, we are shown that Jin-Woo is now in another world and watching numerous monsters fight against the shadow monsters and the King of Darkness. It was an incredible sight for him, as so many had already fallen, but he continued to replenish his army, and if it were him, he would have exhausted all of his mana long ago. But there was no end to this power, and the different sides of the barricade were now fighting against one common enemy, the shadow soldiers. After all, if this battle was only between monsters and silver warriors, then the latter would certainly not have to fight the shadow army. As it was, the shadow warriors were fighting against the monsters, which meant that there was an internal conflict. And once the battle was over, the last of the monsters who was in charge of them was left, and the King of Darkness was approaching him saying that they were finally able to end this war. He began to ask him why he had betrayed him, but that monster replied that it was a great pity since he wanted to kill him so badly. However, the King of Darkness asked again why he craved it, and that monster began to laugh furiously and speak in some incomprehensible language. But the King of Darkness, without thinking for a long time, took him by the neck and began to lift him into the air. And the King of Darkness of Europe finished him off, but suddenly he saw that Sung Jin-Woo, who was now in the place of the King of Darkness, started to take the helmet off that monster and realized that it was the Demon King Baron. She was wondering what he was doing here. Suddenly, Jin-Woo looked at her hands, which were stained with the monster's blood. Suddenly, he didn't realize what was happening. After all, he hadn't noticed it before. One of his hands began to touch his chest and he realized that he currently had two hearts, one human and the other dark heart, from which came an incredible power. And as soon as he raised his head, he saw silver knights flying in the sky in front of him. And at that moment, the data download was complete. The creator who was standing in front of the huntress sneered and started telling her that she was a very interesting person. He would even say she was funny. Let her try to surprise me again, he thought. The huntress decided to demonstrate her sword dancing skill and the creator liked it. He smiled and began to fight her. However, this battle did not last long. Suddenly, he wounded her shoulder and began to say that this was all she was capable of. This came as a great disappointment to him as he thought that she was just as boring and uninteresting as all the other people. Now all of them must clearly follow his planned scenario, for the hunters will not be able to stop the immortal creature. The creator kept saying that he seemed to have greatly overestimated the hunters who were trying to do anything at all against such big ferocious monsters. But one of the hunters started telling the others that they needed to wake up Hunter Jin-Woo as soon as possible, as they had no other choice right now. Hunter Cha started running with all her might towards the hunter before the creator noticed him, but it was too late and the creator wanted to destroy her at that very moment. But she reacted in time and rushed to the side. The creator didn't have time to grab him, smiling as she dodged him quickly, and he realized that she was satisfied. Such a good thing. And suddenly he noticed that there was a shadow in the huntress, and according to the rules no one could enter or leave here. But it seems that the king had introduced one of his soldiers to her, and he started to ask him how they got here and what their relationship with Jin-Woo was. But she answered him that they are friends and she along with the others came here to save him. The creator realized that they had come here of their own free will, and decided to give them another chance. For today, in these chambers, the greatest event would take place, the birth of a king, and he will let them witness this rare moment with their own eyes. As for the rest of us, we don't need them and he'll just kill them. But suddenly, the creator heard Jin-Woo's voice asking him who had decided that. And as soon as the creator turned his head, he saw Jin-Woo punch him in the face with all his might, causing him to fly off to the side. And he started to say what he had done to him. And once the other hunters saw that Jin-Woo had finally woken up, they began to look on with surprised faces as he beat up the creator. And at that same moment, they sighed, for now the moment would come when they would be saved. Jin-Woo stood in line beside the beaten and fallen creator, and he didn't understand why he wasn't the king. He also didn't understand why it was him and not the king standing in front of him right now. Despite having a black heart in his chest, he was able to preserve himself. However, Jin-Woo thought about his words about the black heart and realized that it meant a huge flow of mana coming from him. This was the title of a demon hunter. Now that he has recovered the lost memories of killing the Demon King Baron, he is recognized as the master of great power. The black heart effect gives him an additional 100,000 mana. Jin-Woo noticed the creator's reaction and could say with certainty that firstly, the black heart was clearly not part of his plan, and secondly, it was at least meant to destroy him. Those memories he had seen were only a small part of what he was about to learn. Jin-Woo began to ask the creator questions about why he was against his candidacy as a player. He wanted the creator to explain what a player was and what he wanted to do with him. However, the creator started to get even angrier and jumped up yelling about the Shadow Lord. I wonder if he thought the other monarchies would forgive him for this? But Jin-Woo began to act more seriously, and near his body, large blades began to appear from the portals, heading towards the creator. Jin-Woo told him to answer the question, but the creator started talking and smiling in response, that he had exceeded his expectations, and he seemed to understand why he had been chosen as a player. It was at this point that the hunters noticed that the statues that were just standing there and watching began to move. The creator began to say that if he killed him, he would be finished, because these statues would not stop, and suggested that Jin-Woo should consider his actions. But Jin-Woo started to tell him that if he could kill two birds with one stone, and the creator laughed after these words and started to say that if he killed him, the creator of the system, he would become an E-ring hunter again. But Jin-Woo began to smile. He wondered, what if he killed the system creator who was already working? Nothing would happen to it, would it? He asked the question to the creator that was lying in front of him, but suddenly the creator wanted to log in and started saying that if he did so, he would die. However, the notification showed that the login for the system administrator was blocked, and he didn't understand why the system was reacting to him like that. In front of him was the real hunter Jin-Woo, and he realized that the system was not using him by accident. It was a failure, but rather a pre-planned action. Then he decided to use the system and capture it. It seems that the creator's system is far from perfect. When the creators wanted to shout that he was a scum, Jin-Woo cut him in half. And the last thing the creator said was about the appearance of pillars of fire that would rise into the sky, prophesying imminent death. But Jin-Woo turned around and told him that no matter what, he would be ready for it. Outside the gate, where all the hunters who were guarding the entrance from the Hunter Association were standing, they realized that it had already been an hour since the members of the Hunter Guild had entered this dungeon. They were curious as to what was going on there. After all, if they entered it too, they would most likely be in trouble. But suddenly, they noticed that someone had started to return from this dungeon, and what they saw horrified them. The best members and strongest guilds of their country were in such a terrible state. They didn't understand what could have happened there. The inspector from the association began to tell the members if they could help them carry out the bodies of the dead hunters. Jin-Woo, who was the last one to come out, pondered over the fact that it seems like that wasn't the creator's real body. It was somewhere else, and he still hadn't gotten any answers to his questions. But it didn't seem like he was going to tell him anything. And just as he started to move further away, the inspector who was at his back started telling him that almost 20 hunters above the mountains had died, and he was afraid to imagine what would have happened if those things had gotten out. The inspector asked Hunter Jin-Woo, was he really able to stand up to them alone? But Jin-Woo only thought that although he had asked the Bravo Guild to send a message to the association about the opening of the double dungeon, he didn't think that anyone would actually come to help. And in the end, so many people died. He started to tell the inspector that they only survived because of the members of the monitoring squad and the Hunters Guild. But the inspector started to reply to him that his department monitors all the activities of S-ranked hunters. However, he decided to ask the Hunters Guild for help, and this is how it turned out. Suddenly, the inspector started to ask Jin-Woo how he knew that a double dungeon had opened here. But he heard back that it had called him here on its own because he had received a message that he needed to report here. But the inspector wanted to see the message with his own eyes, but Jin-Woo began to tell him that the message, well, no, it was in his head, only he could see it. The inspector wasn't sure if he was joking. After all, so many people had died. But suddenly, Hunter Cha came up and asked Jin-Woo if he was okay. He replied that he seemed fine, but suddenly he started leaning sideways, and as soon as he started to say that he might be a little tired, he collapsed on the ground, and everyone who was nearby started running over to him. At this time in Japan, a bunch of trucks were bringing magic crystals to a large portal that had recently opened. Yuri Orlov, who was a national-level hunter, was standing there watching it all. He saw that about 200,000 tons of magic crystals had arrived and decided to channel the energy of the magic crystals into a barrier that he would set up around the gate. And after that he would suck out all the necessary mana himself. But suddenly Yuri Orlov noticed something strange, and it was not a barrier, but that it looked like someone was watching them. Suddenly he turned around and started shouting, "Who is he? Stop hiding, let him come outside." The man who was standing near him didn't understand if he really thought there was someone left here, because already tomorrow the gate would open. But Yuri Orlov answered him, "Who said it was a person?" But that man, Jin-Woo, who was standing on one of the buildings, understood that this hunter was very well developed and realized that considering how he got his power, there was nothing strange about it. And anyway, it didn't matter so much now, he decided, because the show was starting and everything was going clearly according to the script. After all, this is how everything was predicted in that terrible tragedy. At this time, the hunters who were near the portal did not understand why the government had called soldiers here, because modern weapons are practically useless against monsters. But another hunter replied that if Yuri Orlov died, they would at least buy some time for the hunters to prepare for the attack. But the girl knew that they would still become cannon fodder. But the third hunter answered her that they were no different in that, it only proved how helpless humans were in the face of disaster. Yuri Orlov watched as he got closer and closer to the entrance of the portal, and it was great for him that there were a lot of magic crystals around. If everything went clearly according to plan, he would be able to clear this gate himself. He started to tell that guy that it would be great if he could be dubbed as the person who was able to clear the S-rank gate by himself. But unfortunately, there was already a more suitable hunter for that title. A man who was standing near Yuri Orlov saw him pull alcohol out of his pocket, to which Yuri Orlov replied that he needed to relieve some tension and he was toast and would give him a real show. Before he had a drink, he started asking the man how many top-rank hunters there were in total. To which the man replied that there were 15. Yuri Orlov began to say that this was a small crowd for him and asked where, in fact, the Americans were. Didn't they send hunters to help them? But the man started to say that another gate had opened in the world. And not just in Japan, but in the Gospel of India. And indeed, all over the world. Yuri Orlov realized that they were probably short of people right now. But suddenly the gate began to open, and at the same time, the eyes of Jin-Woo, who was lying in a hospital bed, opened. And at this time, Jin-Ho walked through the door and immediately started sobbing and asking his master why he was only waking up now. After all, they really thought he was dead, and he had been sleeping for 3 whole days. He was very worried about his mentor. But Jin-Woo began to reflect on the fact that he had slept for 3 days, and it was because he was so well exhausted. And on top of that, it's been so long since he's had a proper rest. But more importantly, he can't forget what he saw back then. If he slept for 3 days, he abruptly asked Jin-Ho what happened. But the latter didn't understand anything about what he was talking about. He was talking about the appearance of the S-rank dungeon in Japan, but Jin-Ho turned away and started to tell him that as soon as the gate opened, huge giants started appearing there. No hunter could believe their eyes after seeing such a perversion. Usually there are bosses in dungeons above rank A, but for Yuri Orlov it was nothing. He started using his skills and yelling at the giants to attack, and all the magic crystals started to rise into the air. And a barrier started to appear that surrounded all the gates, and one of those monsters hit the barrier with his big axe. But Yuri Orlov started laughing and told him that he didn't think he would see such monsters from a dungeon of that rank, and he didn't believe that they would actually be able to break through his barrier. But suddenly some large hand began to appear in the gate, and at one moment an even more enormous giant appeared from that gate and pushed that smaller giant towards Yuri Orlov. He watched all this and could not understand what had happened, for his eyes were frightened by the fact that the big giant had cut his barrier in half with a single blow. Jin-Woo eventually realized that the raid had failed. At this time, Jin's father, Ho, was sleeping in his office. When he woke up, one of his underlings came up to him and asked him how long he had slept. He replied that he had slept 23 hours and 46 minutes, and that if he had slept a little longer, he would have been taken to the hospital. He then proceeded to tell me that he had 2 pieces of news. The first piece of news was that one of the people who contracted the disease with Jin had awakened. It turned out to be the mother of Jin-Woo's hunter. However, this was unbelievable to them, because they didn't realize that he could even cure such a disease. The second piece of news was that guests had arrived. Jin-Woo and the girl who walked in the door started asking him how come he was sick. At this time in Japan, a huge giant grabbed the hunter Yuri Orlov and devoured him. The artillery that was on the ground and the people in tanks who were shooting at the giants that came out of the gate could do nothing to them. After all, they were so powerful that no shell could harm them. The hunters on the ground began to tell the people that these weapons were useless against magical monsters. At that moment, Jin began to order his hunter friends to deal with those who came out of the portal, and altogether they pounced on one of the giants. The katana girl flew and realized that she needed to deprive this monster of its sight. But suddenly this monster noticed them and swung his big axe. The hunters realized that for his size, he moves pretty fast and he's pretty damn strong. The reporters who were at the helicopter started broadcasting live from Tokyo and said that even from a bird's eye view they could see what a horrible spectacle was unfolding before their eyes. Jin watched it all from his home on TV and realized that it was like hell on earth. And now the whole world is waiting with a frozen heart for the outcome of this battle, or the hunters are trying their best to prevent disaster. If things continue in the same vein, there's a good chance that the Jeju Island incident will happen again. And then all of Asia could be in great danger. He wondered if he should intervene, but suddenly he heard his sister's voice coming from behind the door and started telling him to stay and not to go there. He asked her again, does she really want him to stay? But he heard her start to say that he would go anyway. But what she didn't expect was for him to get up out of his chair and start saying that he kind of wasn't going to, since so much had happened lately, to rest. He walked past her, stroked her head and told her she wasn't worried about it. A little later, He sat in a nearby park and summoned his shadow, which had a shoreline in it. He started to tell her what he had re-watched Korean doramas while he was looking after Jean. Maybe he shouldn't tell him since it was already clear? He asked her how his sister was doing, to which she replied that it was nothing much, she was sleeping on her bed as usual. Jean realized that it seemed like that incident had traumatized her a lot, and in all the 4 years she had never tried to put it down yet. He didn't realize what he should do, but suddenly he saw some car approaching him. A little later, he was sitting in one of the buildings and started asking those people what they needed him to do. To which Jin-Ho's father started telling him that his name was Yu Manhan and he was the chairman of Yujin Construction Company. At this moment, Jin-Woo saw him holding out a check to him with the words that he was not the kind of person who believed that money could buy anything, much less a rank hunter like him. Therefore, his thoughts are completely pure. He hopes that the hunter will understand him. Jin-Woo realized that it seems like today's conversation should remain just between the two of them, and from the looks of it, he wasn't going to replace him in his guild. So he began to ask what they wanted him to do. To which the man started to say that he actually has the same disease as his mother. Jin-Woo started asking him if Jin-Ho knew about it, to which the father replied that no, only 3 people knew about it, his wife, his attending physician, and his secretary. And apparently, he is now among them as well. He started to say that while they were looking for a cure for this disease, someone was found who was able to be cured of it. And to be honest, he's not sure if it's a matter of luck, because that person happened to be his mother. So he's right, and he needs something from him if he's going to help. He'll never forget his kindness, and Jin-Woo realized that he might have to make a choice today. The battle in Japan was monstrous, and reporters who flew in a helicopter filmed the whole nightmare. They saw big giants tearing down buildings, ripping out trees, and it was as if these things wanted to wipe out all of humanity. What was even more horrible was that these monsters were eating people, and those in the helicopter realized that if they panicked and if they didn't touch them, they were in no danger, because they were now in the air. And they noticed that only that giant was the problem, and while the others were tearing down everything around them, the one alone was protecting the gate, as if he was waiting for someone or just guarding the entrance. But they didn't realize that. Why? But the cameraman started to say that it was certainly his guess, but it looked like it wasn't alive, and this giant was definitely breathing and even moving. But it felt like it had been programmed for another. The helicopter's passenger answered him that if it was that simple, he'd long ago gone blind from the impact of a regular shell, and they'd only destroyed 2 monsters the whole time. There were about 30 of them in total. They wondered how long it had been since they left the bunker, but the operator was keeping track of time and answered him that it had been about 2 days. It was still interesting how long they would be able to contain those monsters. After all, the city was gradually turning into ruins. But at this time, Jin-Woo was in his office talking to Jin-Ho. He was telling him that he wanted to go to Japan, but Jin-Ho was against it and started talking about how he doesn't follow the news at all, as there is a horror happening there that surpasses what is happening in Jeonju Island. He also said that he had never fought such huge monsters, but Jin-Woo replied to him that he understood, but if things worked out, their guild could become famous. He continued to look at Jin-Ho and couldn't believe that even someone who had always supported him was now doubting him. It seemed that the disaster was indeed of very serious proportions. However, Jin-Ho suddenly realized everything and started saying that he would go with him since the Red Gate incident on Jeonju Island and the Double Dungeon incident united them. He raised his hands, showed the picture and started crying that he wasn't there. Correct the text for errors, because he can only brag about working together with his mentor, and he's really scared to say it. But to the whole guild he started shouting that he's his hero and Jin-Woo despite his tears. Didn't expect to hear that from the rich kid's mouth. Jin-Ho started telling him that this is why he wants to help him wherever he goes and started asking him to take him along. But Jin-Ho started to question him. After all, he kind of talked him out of it and now he wants to go there himself and asked him one last time, not exactly the same thing. Now they are talking and Jin-Ho said with a serious face that he trusts his mentor and if he thinks it's best, then it is. But Jin-Woo got up and started to leave and lastly told him that he was joking. Because what the hell does he care about Japan? And lastly he said that was it for today, because they had done a great job and it was time to rest. But as soon as he left the office, he reflected on the fact that he couldn't use his shadow soldiers then, but the creator was about the same level as him, 100. So, there were still those who could easily match his strength after all. The world is a big place, and somewhere, there's bound to be someone who can defeat him. And it's time to accept that he can't solve all the problems alone, because he's not a hero. As soon as Jin-Woo opened the door, he told his mom that he was home. His mother, who looked out from around the corner, started telling him that she was happy to see him and offered to have dinner. When they sat down at the table, he asked where her sister was, but his mother replied that she said she had no appetite eating at the table. Jin-Woo began to remember what he had told Jin-Ho's father, that he couldn't help him, and when he asked him to at least tell him how his mother recovered, Jin-Woo started to say that if he knew, he wouldn't keep quiet. If he knew the reason and wanted to make money from it, he would have done it long ago. And after saying that, he turned around and started to leave. As he walked down the elevator from the 28th floor, he thought about the fact that this was his father after all, and something was bothering him, but still he didn't know the man. What kind of man was he, and what was his purpose? Maybe he wasn't sick at all, but was plotting something. After all, the amount of holy water of life was limited, so he should use it wisely. The offer was unexpected, but it didn't interest him, and he realized that since he had to make a choice, he would make it now. He started to tell his mom that he would be right back, for he realized that there were those who were stronger than him, but that didn't mean he should stop there. So now he has to go there, and he has to fight those monsters. But his mother, at this moment, while she was washing the dishes, started to say what happened, that his father was also running brokenly to the challenge, even while eating, and she will help him to get ready. And at this time, the sister heard their conversation, and she could not hold back her tears, covered her face with a blanket. She was lying in her room when suddenly she heard someone open the door and Jin-Woo walked in. He asked her if she was asleep, to which she only nodded her head. He offered to talk to her, but she refused, saying she wanted to sleep. He didn't care and sat down beside her on the bed, not knowing where to start this conversation. He started to talk about how he had almost died recently. However, he suddenly realized he had said something wrong, turned to her and started talking again about what he wanted to say. He explained that this was a common thing for him, but this time he barely remembered, because it was too dangerous out there. Despite that, he survived and is grateful to fate for being able to go home despite all the obstacles. So this time he is also going to return. He reached out his hand and put it on his sister's head and told her that he was grateful to her for having her and for worrying about him, and wanted him to stay, but his sister started crying because she couldn't hold back the tears and started telling him that he was going to go there anyway. Jin-Woo replied that he would come back, so she shouldn't cry because he would always look after his sister wherever he was, and the next day the president of the association wanted to make a statement. And a lot of reporters sat there with big cameras and filmed everything that was going on. What was in that room and when Jin-Woo came out and told what he had in mind. After that, they shook hands with the president, the Hand Association. A few hours later, at the nearest airport, Jin-Ho was carrying a large bag of equipment. He saw his mentor standing in front of him scratching his head. From this, he realized that his partner was running late. A little while later, Jin-Ho and the Ajin Guild traveled to their dream where they could glorify their guild. The next day in Japan, many soldiers were evacuating civilians. One of the soldiers started to tell the doctors that they could not take all the wounded, only 3 or 4 people. But this man didn't understand why they couldn't, because there were still 10 patients left who couldn't move on their own. He began to explain that now was not the time to worry about those who already had one foot in the grave. The giants were walking everywhere and only death awaited them here. But that man couldn't abandon his patients, and his wife doted on protecting them at all costs, and the soldier began to say that since this is the case, he too will stay here. He couldn't leave the civilians and avoid it like the last coward. He wanted to shelter all the wounded somewhere and then figure out what would happen next. But suddenly they saw huge giants starting to come out from around the corner of the house and devouring the soldiers, and everyone started shooting at them. They didn't care about those bullets and they wanted to swat them like ants. That soldier wanted to drag the doctor away with him, but suddenly some huge shadow hit one of the giants with all its strength, from which it began to fly away for several hundred meters and crushed with its fall all the houses that were in the area. The soldier raised his head and could not understand what had happened. As soon as he raised his head, he saw in front of him that a shadowy soldier was standing in his place, and he was so huge that his height could match the giants that the soldiers were killing. He couldn't understand what was going on, but suddenly he saw a guy walking past him, and the guy started telling him that it was dangerous here and we should get the other giant away from the hospital. At this time, rocks started falling from the building and flying straight at the citizens, but Jin-Ho got there just in time and started covering the doctors with his big shield, telling them to pull themselves together as he would be evacuating them out of here. Jin-Ho started to tell Jin-Woo that he would help the fences and he should deal with all the monsters that are walking around nearby. As soon as Jin-Woo heard this, he started giving orders to his shadow soldiers to immediately attack the giants that are walking around nearby. And as soon as his huge shadow soldier hit a large giant and knocked it to the ground, Jin-Woo started to act and ran towards it. As soon as he jumped on his shadow soldier, he jumped even higher. With a swing of his blade, he sliced the giant in half. But at this time, the hunters in the eastern United States who were in the building began to say that they had learned that Jin-Woo had gone to Japan. They heard that the lady had never been able to help him in any way. The other hunters sitting around the table began to say that death awaited him in Tokyo then. After all, everyone here was able to unleash their abilities thanks to that woman, and thus they should realize that usually a hunter has a limit. One of the guys started to say that he remembered that Jin-Woo was so stubborn with his strength that he didn't even realize the whole situation. Did he really think that ants and giants were the same thing? A hunter who overestimates his strength is doomed to perish. And who knew the island would be his last? One of the hunters started putting his life on the line, thinking he would die on the first day, and another bet his house that he would die in 2 days. Then the guild leader said that he was betting all of the Seekers Guild buildings that he would come back alive. He would rather focus on the S-rank 8 that had recently appeared in their territory. And as early as tomorrow, they should be opening up. I wonder how many of them will survive. One of the hunters thought about how this man knew how to ruin the mood, but the other hunter replied to give him a shove. He'd always been a jerk, but his head was brighter now in Japan than it was in America, which would be opening tomorrow, and realized it was going to be hot here too. The battle continued in Japan, and the city was plunged into chaos. After all, there were shadow soldiers fighting against huge giants, and the reporters who flew in a helicopter were filming the whole thing. Otherwise, it would be hard to believe the viewers if they were told what was going on. Recognized soldier hunter Jin-Woo started attacking the giant, and now he is in their trap. The ants have caught the giant and are now devouring it. Meanwhile on the ground, a little girl was running away from one of the giants and he was about to almost grab her. But suddenly a shadow appeared and cut off the hand of this giant. It was the commander-in-chief hunter Jin-Woo, whose name was Igris. He saved that girl by taking her in his arms. But at that moment, another shadow appeared above that big giant. It was Iron, who flew straight at him. And with all his might he struck him on the head with his axe. As a result, the giant fell to the ground and stopped moving. The girl who was in the hands of the shadow soldier and Igris was very scared and watched as he went crazy standing on the dead soul of the giant. As soon as the shadow soldier saw this little girl, he began to smile and immediately Igris stroked her head, thus showing that she was now safe. However, Jin-Woo, who was standing nearby, watched as Iron, after leveling up, was having a blast and was doing a good job in spite of that. Suddenly, he noticed a soldier who approached him and started to thank him. But the hunter, Jin-Woo, didn't know English and extended his hand to him, showing his big ring finger, and started to say to him, "You good, shave, soldier." The soldier was confused, but responded by saying thank you to the hunter for helping him. Jin-Woo turned around and started telling his partner, Jin-Ho, to start getting this soldier out of here and finish with the evacuation. Once Jin-Ho understood, he started to lead the soldier away, but Jin-Woo realized that he was now ready to start the real show and started lifting the dead giant to turn him into a shadow soldier. While Jin-Woo was busy turning giants into his soldiers, at this time in one publication, some men started calling their chairman and telling him that the return was successful and the giant's corpse had been discovered. But the chairman couldn't understand how this was possible, and suddenly when he looked at the surveillance camera he realized that Gato was right. And it was the same look he had seen at the airport when he had met countless hunters. But there was a lot of power in his gaze. Then, at the airport, he started talking and greeted the hunter who had come to help him and began to explain that they had this very urgent matter. He got straight to the point and began to say that the giants were now heading in their direction and they were asking him to take care of the defense of Osaka City. After all, he realized that no matter how strong this hunter was, he still wouldn't be able to stand up to all these giants. And while he would be busy defending, they would have time to negotiate with other countries. And then Jin-Woo told him that he didn't want to do that. To which the chairman started to ask him that in that case, what does he plan to do? The chairman had been thinking about it all this time and realized that he was in all seriousness going to go up against all these giants alone. And what he's doing now, isn't that what he was originally supposed to do? At this time, Jin-Woo was looking into the eyes of the huge giant he had turned into his shadow soldier. And since there were quite a few of them, and to avoid calling them by name, he decided to have them numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But then General Bear came up and started saying that they had eliminated another enemy and he would be number 6. Jin-Woo thought to himself that he should use deception and start building an army right away. He turned to his partner, Jin-Ho, who was standing near the tent, and started to tell him to get ready and he would be back soon. Jin-Woo realized that it was easy. But the most important things would only begin now, and the shadow soldiers he had sent all over Japan helped the hunters take down the giants. Without the losing strategy of having enough mana, the giants, who had already had time to use up their strength in the meantime, couldn't field against his soldiers. However, the problem was that the appearance of this level 7 dungeon would be followed by other outbreaks. Because of this, in addition to the giants, other monsters also occupied the city, and one has to deal with both evacuation and defense at the same time. On the 7th day after the dungeon burst, at night, Jin-Woo was walking along the road with his partner, Jin-Ho. They highlighted the real ruins that were everywhere in this city. Suddenly, they met a girl hunter who asked that they had finally arrived. To which Jin-Woo started to ask her why he hadn't noticed any other hunters here. She replied that as of now, there was no one else in Tokyo but her. And right now, it was impossible to even calculate the damage to their city, and the monsters had already scattered all over the country. 17 rank hunters, including him, 16 people, 6 Japanese, 2 Chinese, 3 from Canada, and 1 each from England and India were involved. 2 groups of 6 were formed from the survivors. Among the dead are Yuri Orlov, Hanzawa Gokiai, Fear and Lucas from Canada. This is the result of prolonged fights and the fact that the monsters acting alone are fewer in number, but each of them is a level higher than a Class A dungeon boss. Jin-Woo realized that if 3 high-ranked ones had already died, there was no reason to think that the A-ranked ones would be able to defeat them. And they said that there were 13 individuals of the giants, and one of them was now moving through the sea towards China. The huntress started to say that there weren't enough people to mop up at least Japan, but thanks to Jin-Woo, most of the giants were wiped out and the remaining one is now being dealt with by the hunters and his shadow soldiers. After saying that, Jin-Woo realized and started to say that it turns out that the only one left was the one that was now right in front of them, the one guarding the gate. But suddenly, Jin-Woo turned his attention to the burning city and began to think that it seemed like he had seen this somewhere before, but he didn't realize where, and there was no fire, but there was the same devastated city, like the devil's abode. If this was all intended by the system, what did the creator want to say with all this? After all, he was already dead and gone. And there was no way to know now if his body was even real, even if it was a hint of what was coming in the future. Jin-Woo realized that he just needed to prevent all of this from happening. After all, that's what this power was given to him for, and he doesn't want to shake in front of an enemy he can't handle. That's why he's been searching for strength all this time. That's why he came here. And as soon as Jin-Woo finished thinking, he started to speak. He realized that he had realized that everyone was gathered, and now they could begin. The huntress started to say that the other hunters weren't done yet. To this, Jin-Woo told her that no, everyone was done. And at that same moment, all the hunters finished fighting. The girl who was lying on one of the giants was sighing heavily, for she was very tired and it was pissing her off. But the other hunter began to tell her that if it was pissing her off, she should still be glad that it was over, and she should think more positively. She realized it herself, the fact that they had just spit and dealt with the giants they couldn't even lay a finger on. Now, as if nothing had happened, they were drowning in Tokyo. But she remained angry and pounded her fist against the ground, starting to tell her partner that they were telling them they were only good for cleaning. And she was really pissed off at these summoned shadow soldiers that were all over the neighborhood watching this. Most of the shadow soldiers started to prepare for something bigger, and the huntress girl who was next to Jin-Woo saw that there were many shadow soldiers gathered around her who were ready to fight. And the last one that came up in time and started flying from afar landed beside Jin-Woo. It was General Bear, and Jin-Woo turned around to him and began to say that he had finally arrived, for he had done a good job now. To which Bear thanked his king. Jin-Woo began to tell Genho that he and Mrs. Hanakawa should move far away. As soon as they ran away to the side, Jin-Woo called out to his 6 giants who were standing in front. And at that very second, Jin-Woo ordered his army to go on the attack. And the shouts of the shadow soldiers began to sound, as they rushed into battle, ready to destroy whoever would stand in their way. Hundreds of thousands of shadow soldiers began to run towards the portal, sharing the strongest giant, and Jinwoo's army, which was so large that half the city was plunged into darkness. And at that moment, this big giant, who had been sitting in the same place all the time, began to open his fierce and red eyes, for he saw that a huge enemy army was approaching him. And as soon as he swung his great sword, hundreds of shadow soldiers began to die. And at that very second, that giant began to move towards them, thus throwing them back hundreds of thousands of meters. He seemed to cut through the shadow soldiers with his immense strength, and Jin-Woo, who was watching this, realized that he simply had a terrifying power. After all, he was destroying as many as 100 enemies with a single strike, and yet he was still very huge. There was such magical power emanating from him that his first thought was to run away as soon as possible. And that was a problem, because Jin-Woo didn't understand how to fight it at all. And there were only two ways to deal with it: run away, forget and move on, or get rid of it right now. After all, that big giant would scatter all the shadow soldiers with a single swing of his big sword. Well, no matter how much he fought back, the shadow soldiers were much bigger and the ant army that was near his foot started to devour him. But suddenly, he noticed it and lifted his foot up. By doing so, he threw all the sparrows back hundreds of meters. General Bear, who was standing beside Jin-Woo, right now wanted to rush into this terrifying battle, but in Jin-Woo's arms, Jin-Woo stopped him. After all, he knew that it was still early, and while everything was predictable, he knew that he needed to hold Manu back. After all, it would take a lot more effort to find his weak spot. Jin-Woo watched then as his shadow soldiers fought with all their might against that huge monster, and his mana very quickly began to evaporate. Jin-Woo began to realize that the magic of that giant was surrounding him like an iron wall, and that was why he wasn't using himself as a defense, and that was why he was so confident. Jin-Woo noticed during the battle that he did block once, and at that very moment, he ordered his dragon to act. They started to rise into the air and flew towards that big giant. As soon as they got close to it, Jin-Woo ordered his general to go forward and wait for his command as they flew closer and closer. But Burr misunderstood at that very second and started attacking that giant. At this time, Iris, who was on the dragon Kaisel, climbed even higher and started using his sword. He struck the giant with a large lightning bolt, but it deflected in time. At the same second, Jin-Woo sprang into action and jumped off of Kaisel straight at the giant. But Igris continued to act anyway. Apparently not liking the fact that he dodged after his first and second attacks. He jumped straight at him, and while that giant started swinging his sword, Igris was already on his body. The giant noticed that he was getting closer to him and started to attack him again with that big lightning bolt that hit his face, but he managed to block it with his big hand. But at that time, Jin-Woo appeared and struck him in the eye, causing that monster to start screaming. Jin-Woo realized that he was right after all, protecting only his face. At this time, Bear began to divert the giant's attention to himself, and Jin-Woo began to use the monarch's power, growing stronger and lighting up with violently bright colors. And in that same second, he started to launch many attacks on the face of that big giant Jinho, who was standing hunter and observing that it didn't look like a battle between a hunter and a monster, but rather a battle between two monsters. After all, Jin-Woo attacked him with very great strength and speed, to which that giant could not reply anything. He was just agonizing in pain. Jin-Woo, who was standing and ready to strike with his chaos blade, at that very second, struck with such a force that it destroyed the giant's right eye. At that same second, Jin-Woo started shouting for Bear to spring into action, and Bear flew up with great speed, hitting that giant right in the eye. In response, the giant raised his hands up and shouted frantically, for this was something he could never have imagined. At the same moment, the Chaos Blade skill was applied, and as soon as Jin-Woo started to use it, he and his general struck their final blows. As a result, the huge giant began to fall to the ground and was eventually defeated. As soon as the enemy was defeated, Jin-Woo's level instantly increased, and he stood on the building, starting to reflect on the fact that the enemy had been damaged. At this moment, Jin-Ho ran up and started congratulating Jin-Woo for being so awesome and defeating the giant boss. But Jin-Woo thought about the fact that the message didn't say that the dungeon boss had been defeated. He realized that this raid wasn't over yet, and the black aura wasn't gone yet, and he couldn't extract the shadow of the garden giants. And as soon as Jin-Ho started to approach Jin-Woo, he stopped him. After all, he realized that the danger was still not over, and danger could come at any moment. But suddenly, General Bear began to appear from the giant's body, and tell Jin-Woo that it was him, but Jin-Woo, even so, realized that Bear was already dead, and his magic was very difficult to sense at this moment. The gate that was in front of them began to act strangely somehow, and an incredible wave of magic began to be released. Suddenly, Jin-Woo remembered what was near him, but as soon as he turned around, he saw Igris had covered him with his shadow, and in that very second, the gate sucked in magic. Jin-Woo had never seen such a thing before. He ordered Jin-Ho to stay where he was, and he himself would go and check the situation outside the gate. Jin-Woo jumped into the gate and suddenly found himself on the other side. His brother was standing there, and he realized that they were in some strange place, a castle. Looking around, Jin-Woo noticed that it was very spacious and realized that this place was perfect for giants. His BR, presumably a weapon, that was with him spoke up, asking if he could hear a voice coming from the other end of the hallway. It was a strange laugh, and Jin-Woo couldn't understand why he had enemies in this dungeon. But it was funny to him, and he obviously had a good sense of humor. At this moment, he decided to move on, but at the end of the corridor, there was a huge giant waiting for him who was laughing with such force that his stomach must be hurting. He started talking about the prophecies of the rulers and the one who had appeared to him to wish him well and find out how he was doing. But Jin-Woo looked at him and did not realize who it could be. But that giant began to tell him to release him from his chains, for he knew the plans of the monarchs, and it was urgent to tell the other rulers. But as soon as the giant raised his head, he started to get angry as he saw the stranger. Jin-Woo started